Welcome to my first review of the new year, everybody. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I missed talking about a lot this month, and there's a lot I didn't want to talk about, but, sometimes life gets in the way. But if you do want to know my thoughts on movies like Wallace and Gromit: Avengers Most Foul, Wolfman, Flight Risk, whatever else has come out this month that I saw, I did start a Letterboxd account, so if you want to know my thoughts on any of those movies, or maybe other movies that came out this month, go check that out. But you know what? In the end, I am really glad that this is the first movie I'm talking about in video form, but also not. You'll understand as I go through the review. Companion comes to us from first-time director Drew Hancock and stars Sophie Thatcher and Jack Quaid as Iris and Josh, a couple who... How the hell am I supposed to explain the plot of this movie without actually explaining the plot and giving away details? Okay, so, basically, you got this couple, Iris and Josh. They go up to a billionaire's house to spend the week with some friends. But what ends up happening is that the billionaire ends up getting killed, which sets off a chain of events for Iris and her friends. There's almost no other way I can explain this movie without getting into spoilers. And I know what a lot of you might be thinking right now. That sounds so freaking generic. And yeah, that part does sound generic, but I really do mean it when I say that I can't say much without giving away spoilers. So, when it comes to this review, I'm going to do a great service for you guys and try not to do something that all the advertisements have been doing, spoiling the movie. I gotta warn you guys before we talk about this movie, make goddamn sure you do not watch a trailer for this thing. If you saw the teaser trailer for this movie, you are completely fine, and I encourage you to keep it that way, because as for the official trailer, it showed way too freaking much, including the big twist of the movie. So while there might be other reviews out there where people are just gonna blurt it out because it's in all the advertisements, I'm not going to, and I'm really going to struggle not to. And now the reason I say struggle to is because it's almost nearly impossible to talk about this movie without bringing up the big twist. So because of that, this is probably going to be one of those reviews where you're just going to have to take my word for a lot of what I'm going to say, and we're just going to get to the point, if that makes sense. So with that said, and all of that in mind, I really feel like I'm fucking myself into a corner a little bit because now I have very little to say. One thing I know I can say though is that while this movie definitely has horror elements and is being heavily advertised as a horror movie, I really don't see it as that. This, in my eye, is 100% a very dark comedy with a mixture of another type of genre. The reason I'm not saying what genre that is, though, is because I feel like even saying that is giving too much away. But as a dark comedy, I think it works very well, and most of that has to do with the great directing and acting. I, of course, know Jack Quaid from his role as Huey Campbell on The Boys, to the point where, I'm not making this up, I've accidentally called him Huey Campbell instead of his actual name Jack Quaid before. And aside from that, I've really only seen him in the 5th Scream movie. Holy shit, it's Ghostface! But as for his role in Companion, I don't think he's just good, but he stole the show for me. I like how the film starts him off as this great guy, the perfect boyfriend, but very quickly into the movie, you pick up that something is off with him and that he's not what he seems. And yes, I know that still sounds very generic, but keep in mind, I'm trying so hard not to spoil any key plot points for you guys, especially those of you who don't know about this movie or have only seen that teaser trailer. And while I thought his line delivery was great, it's his comedic timing that really worked for me. He is really damn funny throughout, and this really got me excited to see him in more movies and shows, especially the upcoming Novocaine. But as for Sophie Thatcher, between this and Heretic, she is really on her A-game recently, and I thought she was just great here. I like how, despite Jack Quaid obviously being the one up to something, that they actually start her off as more of the questionable one that might have something going on with her, when really, she isn't. Actually, that's not entirely true, but again, no spoilers. And while I'm not going to give away what the twist is, I will say that once it is revealed, I was hooked from there on out and never once bored. And it quickly became one of those movies where the characters are so enjoyable that I could watch them all day. And despite what the trailers might lead you to think and some of the twists and turns that the movie takes, this still works good as an offbeat romance movie in some areas, and I think this will be an excellent day movie to go see this Valentine's Day. It's also a very quick 97 minutes, and I never felt the runtime, and honestly, I was having such a good time that I didn't want it to wrap up, despite wanting to know where it went. And while I do keep saying that this is more of a dark comedy than it is a horror movie, I will say that there's a lot more horror here than there ever was in Presents. Yeah. This is the movie that deserves that trailer with all the bullshit critic reviews that say, this is the scariest movie of the year. Oh my god, I nearly pissed my pants because it was just so scary. Oh, wait, it actually does. Huh. I mean, I guess it deserves it, but it's not scary. But when it comes to issues, it really has nothing to do with the movie itself, but more specifically, the mixed bag of advertising. When it came to that first teaser, I really liked it. It got me pumped and very curious to check this movie out, especially when they advertised it as from the studio that brought you The Notebook, but the unhinged creators of Barbarian. I thought that was such a clever idea. But then, not even a month ago, they released the official trailer to the movie, which ended up spoiling the big twist. And while it pisses me off to no end, I'm at least glad that it did not ruin the entire movie for me. For years, if I had ever seen a trailer numerous times that showed the entire movie from beginning to end, I probably wasn't going to enjoy the movie because I saw the whole thing already. But I've noticed recently that between movies like this, Abigail, and Wicked, which also showed the full movie in the trailer, that started to wear off on me a little bit. Maybe the movies just turned out to be so good that I don't care. I really don't know. But that doesn't mean to keep doing it. Now, I'm not saying that knowing the big twist before going in is going to affect my grade, because it's not, but I will say that I probably would have enjoyed this movie even more if I didn't know it going in. If you saw that teaser trailer and want to know nothing else aside from that, avoid that second trailer like the plague. So when it comes to my final thoughts, I actually thought Companion was pretty damn great and kind of a nice surprise. I really do think that this is a must watch, especially for anyone who knows nothing about it and just wants to see a great dark comedy. The acting is great, the characters are really enjoyable, the twist and overall concept was really clever, and it takes an idea with a certain something we've seen before, but doesn't surround us with it, and just goes for the fences. And while I don't think that this was a great review, I think I did a good enough job trying to dodge any key plot points, which trust me, you will thank me. But in the end, the most honest to God thing I can say is, whoever made that second trailer needs to be fired. I'm gonna give Companion an A-. But even if you do go into this movie knowing the big twist, you will still have a great time, but I think you'll even have a better time if you know nothing about this movie. Like, if you didn't see a poster, a trailer, anything, just know going in that it's a movie called Companion, and Jack Quaid and Sophie Thatcher in it, you will have an amazing time. And I honestly cannot wait to watch this movie again. I might go see it again this weekend. Well, I know one thing for certain. This is the most disturbing costume I've done on this channel so far. I mean, just look at it. It's scary. It's really fucking scary. But you know what? So is the concept of this freaking movie.
Work it, make it, do it, makes us
Dogman!
faster, stronger.
Dogman is the newest film from DreamWorks Animation and is based off the popular kids book series by Dave Pilkey. And in this movie, we follow, well, Dogman, a half dog, half man who is sworn to protect and serve as he pursues the feline supervillain, Petey the Cat. So yeah, it's very much a kid-friendly version of RoboCop. So when it comes to my knowledge of the Dogman book series, I don't think I've ever read one of the full books, but I know for sure I at least glimpsed at the first one. My brother used to be a fan of both this and Captain Underpants, so I at least have some knowledge of them and know that they exist. And speaking of which, I'm actually really surprised at how many people don't know that Dogman is both a book series and from the writer of Captain Underpants. And speaking of Captain Underpants, I'm actually going to give my quick thoughts on the 2017 movie before we get into Dogman, because my thoughts on that movie is actually going to play a big factor into my thoughts on the Dogman movie, sort of. So when I saw it back in 2017, I remember really enjoying the hell out of it, but since Dogman was coming out soon and I wanted to compare the two, I decided to watch it again, and to my surprise, the film doesn't just hold up, but it's charming as all hell, really funny, fast-paced, beautifully animated, kind of insane, and it just had me smiling ear to ear through the entire 90-minute runtime, and it really did put me in a very good mood. And yeah, I was not at all expecting that from a kid's movie about a grown man being hypnotized into running around in his underwear playing superhero. Trust me when I say, this movie is really damn good as long as you accept it for what it is. It's definitely a movie aimed at kids, but it still has a lot of appeal, charm, and humor for adults. Yes, there's toilet humor, but the movie is actually really clever with it, and the movie is called Captain Underpants. What do you expect? I actually ended up writing a review for it over on my Letterboxd account, and if you go and read that review and come back and tell me that I should have done it as a full video review, I 100% agree because I had like way too much to say. So after being pleasantly surprised by the Captain Underpants movie, I got a little bit more excited for Dogman and was actually looking forward to checking it out. Okay, the trailer really didn't do much for me, but it's from DreamWorks, and while I wasn't expecting the next wild robot, I was at least expecting something cute. And while that is very much what I got, and I think kids will definitely have a great time seeing Dogman fight crime, being cute, if you have the mindset that I have, this is one of the darkest, most disturbing kids movies out there. And it's one where all logic is thrown right out the window. It's insane. So for those of you who never read the books or never saw the trailer for this movie, let me tell you how Dogman comes to be. So basically, yes, it is very much like RoboCop, where you have this cop and his dog who get injured in the line of duty, except how in RoboCop, where the cop's body was blown to smithereens, and this, the dog's body is injured while the cop's head is injured. And they establish in the first few minutes of the movie that the cop has like these great kung fu skills and all of that, and the dog is mostly the brains. And if you're thinking the dog's name is Brain like in Inspector Gadget, no, it's Greg. Oh boy, Greg. Whatever. So then, these two nurses, who are clearly baked as fuck, get the bright idea of cutting off the dog's head and stitching it to the man's body. And if you're thinking it's gonna look like that one scene from Mars Attacks, basically, honestly, I wish what happened is that they cut the dog's head off and made the cop wear it around like Leatherface or something. I am writing a much darker movie in my head right now, and the movie itself is not helping one bit. So now you're also probably wondering, is there a man dog? Is there just this man's head and a dog's body just walking around out there? No, there's not, which makes... Oh my god, I just realized that now means there's just some dead man's head rolling around in a trash can somewhere. This movie's dark. I love it for that. I love how dark this G-rated kids movie is. You could take every kids movie from the 80s, the darkest ones, Return to Oz, Secret of NIMH, Witches, which I know came out in like the early 90s, but that's an 80s movie. Where I'm going with this is that you can take all those movies, they're not as dark as the concept of Dogman. And my favorite part about all of this is that the two nurses never consented with either the officer or even the dog if they wanted this done, which makes me think that they did this baked as shit, and then the next morning they wake up and see this. Oh, my head. Sarah, where are you? Oh, there you are. Start some coffee. Let me turn on the news and see what happened last night.
This super cop made friends, solved crimes, and even plays piano for the old folks.
Sarah! Do you remember that pot-induced dream I told you about last night? Or at some point, I don't even fucking remember when. There was a cop and his dog, and the dog's body was injured, and the cop's head was injured. What the hell is that thing? Did we do that? Did we fucking do that? Sarah! What have we done? We created a mutant, and they're calling it Dogman. What happened? Oh my god, we're gonna lose our jobs. We're going to jail. What have we done? It's Dogman. There's a goddamn Dogman. Where's the head? Where's the man's head? Is it? Oh my god. I'm gonna. Sarah, I mean, like, pack your shit. We gotta leave the country. Like, we are not gonna be able to appeal this in court. Just, what have we done? Freaking Dogman! But I guess I'll give the film credit for this. We never do get to know the cop or his dog before they become Dogman, because everything I just said happens at the 5-minute mark before they even show the title. This movie is really fucked in the head, and I appreciate it for that. This is some Terrifier shit right here. But here's the thing that works about this entire insane, crazy concept. As I said, this is a movie where all logic is thrown straight out the window. The setting for Dogman is a world that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever and is very much a cartoon world where basically anything can happen and you just don't question it. You know, unless you're me and you do question shit like this. Aside from the crazy little mutant that is Dogman, no one seems to question why there's an evil talking cat running around with the voice of Pete Davidson. And also, apparently the only people committing crimes in the city are cats because they literally have a cat-centric jail where, I'm not making this up, one of the cats is voiced by Young Gravy. What the hell is this freaking movie? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, this is the kind of shit I love to talk about on this channel. Movies that just go outside the box and are just so freaking insane. But while I do question it, this is a world that really works for me because it has all the goofy humor that I love in cartoons, including but not limited to the fact that everyone in the city seems to be looking for Petey the cat, this evil cat that everyone is looking for. They just cannot seem to find him, but his headquarters is not only this giant tall building, but has giant neon signs that say Petey Secret Lab. He's here, come and get him. And I just love that. I love that about this movie and this world. And it's just so funny how no one can seem to find this place. There's even a plot convenience building called the Living Spray Factory that brings dead and not living things to life, and it comes back into play during one of the craziest climaxes I have seen since The Substance. Yes, I did just bring up The Substance in a review for a G-rated kids movie about a doggy cop. This is just the places my mind goes, people. Deal with it. And in some way, shape, or form, I guess it makes sense that I bring up The Substance because both movies involve mutant creatures. But again, it actually all does really work because in the end, all this is a 90-minute long cartoon. And that's part of the problem. Where Captain Underpants felt more like a movie and had story, characters, and a dilemma that needed to be fixed, Dogman doesn't really have much for a story or characters and is more focused on the humor and how crazy it can get. And while there are points where the film's humor and chaotic energy can get to be a little too much, it does make sense when you know the context from the books. Despite only glimpsing at the first book, the one thing that I do remember vividly was that Dogman was one of the comics created by the two boys from Captain Underpants, George and Harold. So when you know that going in, you realize that it's supposed to be more like if it was a movie made for kids by kids, but the one thing that the actual movie doesn't tell you is that it's the creation of two fifth graders. So if you don't know the origin of Dogman, you're kinda screwed. Aside from them not mentioning George and Harold's involvement, we also don't get to know the cop or the dog before they become Dogman. I already mentioned this earlier, but Dogman was created within the first 5 minutes of the movie before the title was even shown, and all we know about the cop is that he had a wife, and all we know about the dog is that he had a tennis ball. Yeah, that's all the prior knowledge you got of Dogman. So because of that, the pacing of the film can be very rushed, to the point where there's no major conflict of any kind until the very end. It also didn't help one bit that I decided to go watch this in RPX, and there is always something flying on screen, and the movie is so hyperactive to the point where it nearly gave me a headache. But the best way I can really describe this movie, though, is that, yes, it's obviously RoboCop, but it has a mixture of the Perry the Platypus and Dr. Doofenshmirtz scenes from Phineas and Ferb. A damn good half of the movie is just Petey the cat coming up with some new invention or plan to stop Dogman, and Dogman thwarts Petey and sends him to jail. That's it. And by the end of it, it really feels less like they had ideas for a Dogman movie and more ideas for like a TV show or some short films. Then again, I am pretty positive that it does stay true to the nature of the books and they're not that story driven. Speaking of the title character, let's talk about him for a minute because despite the movie being called Dogman and the first few minutes being about Dogman, as the movie goes on, he's more pushed to the side for Pete Davidson's Petey, and I'm kind of okay with that. For the first half of it, I was enjoying myself fine and getting a few laughs, but it did get to be a little too much, and there wasn't much that really got me that invested, besides a few funny bits from Petey. But once they introduced Little Petey, a clone mistakenly created by Petey, that's where the movie started to pick up for me, and is where I think some of the best laughs come from. Anytime it was those two on screen, I was really enjoying the movie, and wanted to know where their story went because, well, they're the closest thing this movie had to a story for a while. At first, Petey wants nothing to do with Little Petey because he's expecting a fully formed clone and not a little child, and this then leads to Little Petey forming a connection with Dogman, which obviously pisses off Petey. I honestly really did find this to be the most engaging aspect of the movie, and the film surprisingly does start to become about a father-son relationship as it goes on. Also, anytime a movie has a scene where someone purposefully abandons a little creature, usually a puppy or a kitty, and you see them wandering the streets alone at night, that scene is always going to put me in the feels and make me go, oh, and that's exactly what happened here. So while I did enjoy the movie, and it definitely put me in a good mood like the Captain Underpants movie, I will say that it is definitely more of a movie targeted towards kids, but I mean that in the best way possible. While Captain Underpants was aimed at kids, but still had a lot of charm, humor, and appeal for adults, Dogman is definitely aimed at kids, but doesn't have much appeal for adults, aside from one or two jokes here and there. But I think that was the intention, because the movie knows its target audience and what they want to see. Again, the movie doesn't really give you time to know the cop or the dog, because they just want to get you to Dogman. So while adults will be okay with watching it, I think kids are absolutely going to eat this thing up and have a great time with it. I did mention this already, but I really do appreciate how insane this movie gets, especially once we get towards the end, which involves a robotic fish voiced by Ricky Gervais, and this robotic fish has an army of some kind that, I'm not gonna lie, I did not see coming, so I dare not spoil it, but I will say, it is crazier than the whole idea of Dogman. Another thing I really appreciate though is that they actually stayed true to the character of Dogman from the books and kept him a silent character. They didn't get some big name celebrity to voice him and make some quippy remarks. The creators behind this movie knew what the young fans of the books wanted and stayed true to the source material. But on top of that, all the voice actors they did get to play all the speaking roles did a great job, and apparently fans are very happy with the results. I like Pete Davidson as Petey. Lil Rel Howery was perfect casting as the Chief. Isla Fisher, despite not giving anything funny to say or do, did a good job, and despite coming in very late into the movie, Ricky Gervais was pretty much Ricky Gervais playing the Robofish. The animation was also really damn good and seems to stay as faithful to the books as possible. But I will admit, where Captain Underpants seemed to have a lot more fun with its animation, where it had the 3D animation, but also mixed in 2D animation, flip books, and even a whole scene in sock puppets, Dogman stays to the same style throughout the entire movie, aside from a few shots where there's like 2D backgrounds but like 3D characters in the foreground. But no matter what you think about this movie, I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna come out of it saying that it's very cute and has enough heart to make it work for what it is. Is this one of DreamWorks' best? Well, with it coming out after one of their all-time best, no. But I don't think it was intended to be. Dogman as a whole might be a little messy, but I think it gets the job done just right with a crazy as hell concept, good animation, great voice acting, and a nice little message that everyone can find some meaning in. If you have kids, especially ones who are fans of the book, then they'll have an absolute blast with this, and it'll be a fun time at the movies for the family. But if you're an adult who doesn't have kids, the only reason I would recommend this to you is if you love animation and have to see everything that DreamWorks releases. So in that case, give it a watch once it hits streaming, but hey, sometimes you never know with them. Sometimes they can release some of the greatest animated movies of all time, and other times they can release that. I think this is a very cute movie that has some funny bits, and while I'm glad that I watched it, I don't think this is one that I'll revisit anytime soon. But I am serious when I say this, the Captain Underpants movie is a definite must-watch. I love that movie so much more than I ever expected. But as for Dogman, I'm gonna give it a very generous B, but more of a family-friendly, take the kids to see it B. Also, so some of you are not confused into thinking you walked into the wrong theater, there's a Bad Guy short before the movie, and it's a very short one, but a lot of people do not realize that there are still kids movies that have short films in front of them, and as the short film goes, it's cute, it's only like 5 minutes long, I got a laugh or two, but it's just kind of there. Oh my god, I just thought of something else involving Dogman. What about dog and human years? Those are different. So is the dog head gonna die before the human body? Dave Pilkey did not think this story through at all.
Am I dead? Am I in heaven? Oh my god, I'm in hell.
So when I was a kid, Henry Danger was not one of my favorite shows, and that's mainly because I just found it so brain dead stupid. Not the funny kind, more the who wrote this kind of stupid.
Oh, there's no way I can run back down 240 flights of stairs before Henry. Hey, wait a minute. I'm indestructible.
But despite never really having an opinion on any of the actors, I did grow to appreciate Cooper Barnes, the actor of Captain Man, after he appeared on Ryan's Mystery Playdate, and it was just so obvious that he did not give a fuck about being there.
Last but not least, it's not a maybe, it's a mustard.
Mustard.
Pro tip, it's the only thing in there in a receptacle.
I love it. I love it. Oh my god, this is incredible. Why is the one with fucking Captain Man from Henry Danger the best one? Like, oh my god, I love this. Just, he doesn't want to be here. He hates what is happening right now. He's just like, it's just sparking joy in me. So when I heard that there was a Henry Danger movie coming out on Paramount Plus, I was intrigued at best. And having seen the movie, the best thing I can say is exactly what I just said about Wolfman, which is that it's completely watchable and also much more tolerable than the show ever was. The biggest problem I had with the movie was the story, and how it felt like there was no major conflict of any kind. Long story short, Henry is basically summoned by this girl to help her fight crime, but that quickly gets sidetracked for an adventure through fanfic stories created by the girl, in which Henry is Kid Danger, his superhero persona from the show. And as it goes on, not only does everything happening not really have a purpose of any kind, But to stop this, like this whole like fanfic adventure thing or whatever the hell this movie was about, they gotta fix this like science box thing to send Henry back to dystopia. No, it's not like a dystopian future or anything. It's a city literally called Dystopia. Maybe it doesn't make a whole lot of sense with me explaining it, but if you watch the actual movie, you'll get what I mean. And with this being a superhero movie, you'd think there would at least be some action, and while there is, those scenes are either really short, disinterested, or in the most boring locations. The big climax of the movie takes place on an empty neighborhood block. How lame is that? Apparently in the show, I'm just assuming this is what the movie says, but at the end of the show, Henry like crashes a giant blimp and basically Dark Knight Rises Kid Danger, and I'm like, how do you go from that to a fight in the suburbs? They even set up this one thing at the beginning of the movie with this one villain whose name I really cannot remember, but he like pushes Henry out of the window to his death, and that is forgotten about and then just quickly resolved at the end. But we then sidetrack that for another message about appreciate the things that people around you do for you, and it's like, we've seen that a million goddamn times, and this movie does nothing new with it. And keep in mind, I never did see the series finale to Henry Danger, so whatever happens at the very end of it, I only know of because it's established at the beginning of this movie. So yeah, with that in mind, apparently the character of Jasper, learned Kung Fu in his sleep somehow, and also learned Spanish at the same time. Ha 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 ha. But anyway, he learned Kung Fu, and anytime he puts this blindfold on and falls asleep, he can fight really good. So he's Zenitsu from Demon Slayer. As for the comedy, it's one of those where the characters will constantly talk over each other, you can't understand a thing they say, and that's the joke. But I did get at least one good chuckle from Ariana Grande's brother who's in this movie. And man, if some parents bitched and moaned about that one kid in Disney's Strange World, I would love to see what they say about Frankie Grande in this movie. Also, why did they make Schwoz at points sound like Joe Pesci from Goodfellas? So while I only find this movie to be okay, one thing I did really appreciate was that they actually grew up with the audience and realized that they are now grown up, unlike that Thundermans movie that came out early last year. But again, the movie is completely watchable, and I'd rather rewatch it any day over a single episode of the show, and definitely over that short-lived animated series that no one remembers. I'm gonna give Henry Danger the movie a C+. By the way, again, I don't know how the series ends, but what happened to the character of Charlotte? Did something happen to her in the show? Did something happen with the actress that plays her? Because while she's mentioned in the movie, she's never once seen. So what happened? My number 9 is brought to you and sponsored by Culver's.
How much do we owe the bank?
You think I like tearing down the little guy, Buck? You think I like it?
Well, your license plate says a-hole.
Oh, that wasn't a joke, guys. This is a movie that's literally sponsored by Culver's and is filled with so much blatant product placement for Culver's. And it's also a proud sponsor of the Green Bay Packers. I swear I'm not making this shit up. But in all seriousness, this is a movie put out in theaters by Fathom Events called Green and Gold, and I really only saw it to kill some time and to add another movie to my roster of movies I saw throughout the year. But out of the 10 movies on this list, this is the only one where, as it was playing, I was quickly forgetting scene after scene after scene after scene. I could not remember a single thing about this movie like 5 minutes after watching it. This is one of those movies where by the end of the year, I'm going to be thinking about all the movies I saw throughout the year, but this one I'm going to come across and be like, what the fuck was Green and Gold? But basically what it is that Craig T. Nelson owns a farm and his way of life is threatened by the dickheads over at the bank, so he places a bet that the Green Bay Packers will not only make it to the Super Bowl, but win. Also, his granddaughter wants to become a singer, and that Chris Evans lookalike from It Ends With Us is in this. So while the movie definitely has its audience out there, I'm not a part of that audience, and as it goes, it's just mid as fuck and very predictable. You know, every step this movie is gonna take, what each character is gonna say, how they're going to react, and not a single scene comes as a surprise. I'm not gonna spoil anything for the one person who wants to see this movie, but there's a scene where someone has to climb up an icy ladder, and just from saying that, you know exactly what's gonna happen. I also find it hard to root for Nelson's character when he is such a dick to almost everyone around him, including his granddaughter, that's just trying to help save the farm as much as he is. Did we also really need several scenes of Craig T. Nelson exercising in his underwear, sticking his ass up in the air? No, we didn't. But I will say, there are points where he's like punching at the camera and the camera's moving with him, and the way it's shot looks like the POV of boxing from Wii Sports. But the one thing that I'll always remember is at the very end of this movie, where they actually pull what I'd call Transformers Linkin Park What I've Done meme moment. You know that one where you think someone's dead and they do this? But in the end, it's got its audience, but it's just so freaking forgettable. I'm gonna give Green and Gold a C. Also, this movie made me realize that I cannot watch anything with Craig T. Nelson in it without hearing Mr. Incredible.
Fish is delicious, sandwiches or dishes. Call us better than Norwegian cod fillets. Jizz in my pants.
Where was the foster home you were staying at before?
I wasn't in a foster home. I was living in my car.
So a lot of you probably don't know what this is, but this is a movie released by Angel Studios called Brave the Dark. And if you're wondering why this movie is from 2023, but is now just getting released, it's because it's one of those that premiered at film festivals, but didn't get a distributor until very recently. And that's actually one of the most surprising things about this movie, because it's distributed by Angel Studios, but in no way is this a religious movie. I mean, yeah, the movie has a good message attached to it, but usually anything from Angel Studios has usually a Christian message attached to it, or the characters bring up God, going to church, or something like that. The most they really do is show a shot of a cross dangling from a rearview mirror, and then every once in a while during flashbacks they'll sing, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." I mean, I never did see a trailer for this, so I almost thought it was gonna be one where this kid gets in bad with the law, and his teacher helps him change the error of his ways by following Jesus or something. So yeah, basically the white version of The Forge, minus the white Miss Clara. But actually, it is about this kid who does get in bad with the law and lives in his car, so his teacher, played by Jared Harris, takes him under his wing and lets him live with him. There's a little bit more to it, but that's the logistics. And while I really did enjoy this movie, surprisingly, I did find it very predictable, and I did eventually put together everything that was going to happen. But the one thing I legit found great about this movie was the two lead actors and the relationship between them. I loved watching these two, I wanted to know where their story was going to go, and I legit wanted to see everything turn out okay for Nicholas Hamilton's character, aka Henry Bowers from It. Yeah, I did not know that was him going into this movie, and after seeing this, I would not mind seeing him in a lot of other stuff, and he can actually do the emotional moments very damn well. I'm not going to act like this is a great movie, and it does have some pacing issues, but for the audience that goes to see these movies, they'll absolutely love it. I'll say that was a legit really nice surprise for me, and if I had to watch it again, I wouldn't mind. I'm going to give Brave the Dark a B. But seriously, Angel Studios, please stop that whole thing with the QR code at the end of all your movies. I mean, I know your heart's in the right place while doing it, but please stop. If you really want to know what my gripe is with this, go watch my Sound of Hope review. I think it's like towards the very end of that. I explain why.
Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch.
Hard Eyes is out in theaters right now and comes to us from the writer and director of both Happy Death Day and Freaky, Christopher Landon. But just to clarify a little bit better, he's the writer of the movie, but not the director. When the Hard Eyes killer strikes Seattle, a pair of co-workers pulling overtime on Valentine's Day are mistaken for a couple by the elusive couple-hunting killer. So, I've got a weird question for you guys. Have you ever went to the movie theater and as you're walking down the hallway to your auditorium, you just see that one certain poster, and just by looking at said poster, you can kind of tell that movie's going to suck? Well, without any knowledge of the movie prior to seeing the poster, that was very much me with Hard Eyes. When I saw the poster for this slasher flick and saw that it had an early February release date, I thought that this just looked like another crappy throwaway holiday themed slasher flick that was cashing in on a beloved but also suck-ass holiday. And before you ask, no, I was not thinking the same thing when Thanksgiving was coming out because I knew the context behind that movie. Another bit of information that you need to know is that I never once saw a trailer for this until about a week ago when I saw it in front of Companion, but that was only just the teaser trailer and it doesn't tell you much. But just from that teaser, I can tell you what the general consensus was gonna be, but again, I didn't know much about it and I thought it still looked like crap. Then to my surprise, the film was not just getting great reviews, but was even getting 20 times better reviews than the K-Wei Kwan action comedy Love Hurts, which is getting trashed by critics.
I know!
I'm gonna get a little bit off topic, but I did see the movie right after Hard Eyes, and I will say that it definitely is not that bad, but it still isn't good. It's like a C. But back to Hard Eyes, after I found out that this was getting great reviews, I kept questioning how. How is this little throwaway slasher film getting all this praise? Again, this was me before seeing a trailer or anything. But then I found out who the writer of this movie was. Christopher Landon, director and writer of, you already know. But what you don't know is that I actually dug the hell out of both of those movies, and once I found that out, I actually got kind of excited for Hard Eyes. I mean, yeah, he's not directing it, that movie comes out in April, but I still think he could probably save the movie as a writer. And guys, I learned a very valuable lesson the night I saw this. Never judge a movie by its poster because, I'll just say it, Love Hurts is not that good, and it should have been better than it was, and K-Wei Kwan deserves better, but Hard Eyes is an absolute blast. I will say that right off the bat that if you are not a fan of slasher films, I don't think this is gonna work for you. Aside from a possible new slasher icon with the Hard Eyes killer and the fact that he really only kills couples, this movie doesn't bring much new to the table. But you know how people always have that one type of movie that they never get tired of? And for a lot of people, it might be like the musical biopic where you take a famous singer and you tell their story. Unless they do something new and original with it, like Better Man, Elvis, Rocket Man, or Weird the Al Yankovic Story, that's a subgenre that I'm never really that big a fan of. Now, the same can be said for slasher movies. For a lot of people, the formula works, but for others, unless it's new and original, they are not a fan. But I'm one of those people who loves the formula of slasher movies and never gets tired of them, especially if they have a fun killer with a recognizable design, and the Hard Eyes killer is no exception. One thing that really gets me excited for a movie like this is when I do believe that we are seeing the birth of a new horror icon. Give it a minute and I can definitely see Hard Eyes becoming the next Art the Clown level icon. Believe me when I say that you will probably be seeing his face in Halloween stores come either this Halloween or definitely next Halloween. I didn't realize this until I was watching this movie, but sometimes my favorite slashers or slasher movies are ones that are holiday themed. Yes, I'm including my boy Art as a holiday slasher because bro took over both Halloween and Christmas. He even has his own Christmas song.
Ring the bells of celebration. It's a Terrifier Christmas.
One thing I wasn't expecting this movie to work so well as, though, was a romantic comedy. Then again, I don't know what I was expecting from a movie that I knew nothing about. Honestly, when you get down to it, and despite a great bloody opening, this is actually a romance movie first, and I really did enjoy the main couple. Okay, they're actually not a couple at first, but the Hard Eyes killer mistakes them for a couple, and this very much plays out like your typical romance movie. They have a meet cute, they end up working for the same company, she's beautiful, he's handsome, and as the night goes on, they really do start to fall for one another. Aww, aren't they just so cute together? Oh, that's right, there's a fucking slasher after them. Enough of the stabby bullshit. Get him, Hard Eyes! Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this movie plays out so well as a romance film, and I really got caught up in the relationship of the main couple so much that I kind of forgot I was watching a horror movie at one point. And the more I think about it, the more I realize that if you took these two stories and made each their own movies, they'd probably be generic as all hell. But when you combine the two and add in a few bits of humor, it really works great and gets the job done just right. I mentioned earlier that there isn't much different from other slasher movies, but I actually just realized that there is. For one, where most slasher movies start off with the killer's first ever kill, this just starts off with Hard Eye's most recent kill because he's been doing this for almost 2 to 3 years now. So yeah, in a way, he's kind of like the Batman where we don't see a starting point, but we can paint the picture. The other thing is that most slasher icons are usually subjugated to one location. Michael Myers has Haddonfield, Ghostface has Woodsboro, and Art the Clown has Miles County. But as for Hard Eyes, he travels the country killing couples, and I don't think I've ever seen that before in another slasher movie. At least, when it comes to the first film in a horror franchise, because we all know Jason went to Manhattan and space, same goes for the Leprechaun, except replace Manhattan with the hood. As for the kills, they're a lot of fun, they give you exactly what you want, but I think what makes some of them very memorable is the settings. There's one chase that takes place on a merry-go-round, the opening is at a winery, and probably my favorite scene in the movie is when he shows up to a drive-in theater that's filled with couples. That's actually always one of my favorite scenes in a slasher movie, is when the killer shows up to a location that is surrounded by people who don't expect a thing. Except maybe they do here because everyone knows about Hard Eyes because he travels the fucking country. And I don't know if it was just me, but this really did feel like one of the fastest sits for a movie I've seen in a while. Faster than the 83-minute movie that I saw right afterwards. But as for those negatives, and sometimes this can hurt a movie, but the killer was very predictable. The moment this person appeared on screen, you knew damn well that it was them, and it couldn't have been more obvious. But I will admit that part of it is saved when you find out the motive, because it's actually used as a little throwaway line from someone else earlier in the movie, and I did not expect it to come back into play later on. The other thing, and I saw this coming, the movie did end up having 2/3 acts. You think everything should be wrapping up, but then you realize that the movie still has a little bit while left. But then again, if it ended where you thought it was going to end, I don't think you would have been fully satisfied, at least I wouldn't have. And while I did like the romance aspect of the movie, I will say that at points, it did get to be a little too generic. I mean, I mentioned all the typical romance aspects earlier, but on top of that, they have the most overused generic trope in any romance movie. Meeting up at the airport. Because of course they do. But then again, that ends up not going as expected. One thing I actually kind of love about this movie is that any negative I have does end up coming with a positive of some kind. And I do gotta point out how I did see Love Hurts right after this, and at the end of that movie, they were supposed to do a title drop during the climax, and they didn't, but here in Hard Eyes, they do say Love Hurts at some point. I mean, it was obviously by coincidence, but it kind of feels like Heart Eyes somehow stole Love Hurts' thunder when it came to saying that line. So at first, I thought this was going to be another throwaway horror film, but I did end up having a friggin' blast watching Heart Eyes. Do I think it's one of the great new slasher movies? Great might be stretching it, but it's still a ton of fun. It's got some great kills, 2 enjoyable leads, there's never a dull moment, and I really do think that we got a new horror icon on our hands with the character of the Heart Eyes Killer. If this movie does really good and manages to get a sequel, I'd be down to see another movie with these characters, and I'd like to see this become a new franchise. I mean, who knows? Maybe instead of Heart Eyes and Valentine's Day, they do other holiday-themed slashers, but it still takes place in the same universe with the same characters. As a fan of the slasher genre, I had a great time with this, and I'm hoping to check it out again very soon. And as for all you couples who love horror films and are going to the movies this Valentine's Day, I think this would be a great double feature with Companion, despite that one not being much of a horror movie. But as for me, this movie will be a great reminder that maybe it's okay to be single sometimes. It still sucks though, and I'm not gonna let anyone tell me otherwise. I'm gonna give Heart Eyes a high B+. Actually, when we're on the topic, I just kinda wanna go on a tangent. Valentine's Day just fucking sucks. While all the happy, sappy bullshit couples be a lovey-dovey to each other and have fun, we single guys and gals have to sit to the side and question, why don't we have that? I mean, what girl doesn't want a guy who screams about kids' movies online, became known as that Ryan's World movie guy, and surrounds himself with movie memorabilia? Wow, not a goddamn word of that sounded appealing. Yeah, guys, I think it's gonna be a while before your good old buddy Trev finds that special someone. At least I'm able to make fun of myself.
我乃哪吒三太子。
求求，一身正气。
Neja 2 is out in theaters right now and is the sequel to the 2019 film Neja. Yes, I know, shocker. Neja 2 is the sequel to Neja. Who would have guessed? Next you're gonna tell me Frozen 2 is the sequel to Frozen. No, not that Frozen, I meant this Frozen, that one where the people are in like the chairlift. After the tribulation, and although the souls of Neja and Ao Bing were preserved, their physical bodies would soon be completely destroyed. Tai Yi Zen Ren, I am so hoping I said that right, plans to use the 7-colored lotus to reshape their physical forms, but in the process of reshaping, they encounter numerous difficulties. Wow, that was a terrible plot synopsis, guys. That's just the beginning of the movie, but it's the one I kept finding all over the internet, so I just kind of went with it. So when it comes to the first Neja, which I had only watched for the first time a few hours before going to see this newest one, I enjoyed watching it, but it's one where I didn't know my immediate opinion afterwards. While the movie is visually striking, very well animated, and I did like the character of Neja, I will say that my biggest issue for me personally was that it was kind of hard to follow. This movie drops so much folklore in your ass in just 3 minutes that after a little bit, I just kind of accepted it and played along. But at the same time, while this isn't an anime, I've seen enough anime to where some of this was just normal to me at this point. People always use that phrase when pigs fly, and this movie literally has a fat man flying on a pig, but you know what? It just makes sense in the context of this world. But now we have Neja 2, which honestly came the flying fuck out of nowhere. Yeah, I think you guys have put together by now that I did not go see this because it was in theaters. I had to go see it because of all the box office records that's breaking right now. If you haven't been keeping up with movie news recently, especially in the animation community, last summer, Inside Out 2 took the crown as the highest grossing animated movie of all time, beating out Frozen 2 and the 2019 Lion King. Thank Christ. But let me just say that that didn't last long because, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to your new highest grossing animated movie of all time. That's not a joke. Somehow, within less than 2 weeks, this little film that most of the general public has never heard of managed to cross $1 billion overseas alone and is now on its way to be the first animated movie to pass $2 billion. This is a milestone unlike anything we've ever seen before. This has managed to beat all the major studios in less than 2 freaking weeks. Disney and Pixar ain't got shit on Neja 2. And you honestly don't know how good it feels to say that. So, with that in mind, I had to stop everything I was doing to go see if it was all worth it. I mean, you all know I love animation and that I love to support smaller animated movies, especially foreign ones, so this was right up my alley. Actually, calling this a smaller film just seems so disrespectful because this movie is not just massive, but is just an all-around spectacle. Brave New World ain't got shit on visuals compared to Neja 2. The best way I can describe the look, feel, and aesthetics of this movie is that it has the chaotic energy of an anime mixed with an Indian action film. Think something like Brahmastra or RRR. but with the size, scope, and scale of Dune Part 2. All brought to you in some of the most beautiful animation I've ever seen in a fully CG animated movie. I honestly cannot think of another film that looks like it and exceeds the original in every way. This thing is over 2 hours and 23 minutes long, making it the longest animated movie I know of, and even if you feel the runtime, you don't care, because you are just excited to see what crazy visuals they put on screen next. The film really does stand out among other CG animated films, because when it comes to animated films released in the US, I cannot think of another animated action film that looks like this and has the scope and feel of this. If this movie is showing at your local theater in IMAX 3D by chance, get your ass into a theater right now so you can witness the Dune Part 2 of animation. As someone who loves the artistry that goes into the creativity of animation, this just blew me out of the goddamn water and was right up my alley. Now, when I say go see this movie immediately, what I meant to say is go see it immediately after you watch the first one beforehand. Honestly, if you go into this movie cold without knowing a thing about it, you're completely fucked from the first second and there on out. While it starts off with a recap of the first film, I don't think it's enough to get you caught up on every single crazy detail. I think the only people who will somewhat be able to follow this are people who have watched anime, because again, this feels very much like an anime at points and takes place in a world that you'd usually see in an anime. I mean, even if I didn't fully get the context of something, I can still tell you what was going on because it's the kind of stuff you would see in an anime, and I have enough knowledge of that to where some of this makes sense to me. But if you go in blind, don't come crying to me asking why one character just turns into a cheetah out of nowhere. It just makes sense in this world. Also, you might have been a furry. Okay, so I've went on about how this movie is a visual marvel and I couldn't take my eyes off of it, but how is the movie as a whole? Because unless you're Avatar, visuals don't always save a movie. So I will be honest, while I like the first Neja enough, I didn't love it enough to where I got so excited to go see the second one. Plus, the only time I can make it to this movie this past weekend was 7:40 Sunday night, and this is an over 2.5 hour movie, and I had work the next morning, and keep in mind, after I go see the movie, I gotta go home and write my review. But shortly into the movie, we get this gigantic, epic battle where rips in the sky start pouring lava, dragons start flying everywhere, and freaking demons start coming out of the sky rips spewing lava to fight the good guys. This movie is nuts! That's when I quickly knew, yeah, I already love this so much freaking more than the original. This movie takes everything that worked greatly about the original and boosts that up to freaking 20. While I can't say it's one of my personal favorites, I will say that I had an absolute blast watching this from beginning to end, and it actually made me appreciate the first one even more than I already did. I brought up Dune Part 2 earlier, and I think that is the best comparison. Where Dune Part 1 felt like setup for what's to come, but still had some great action, Dune Part 2 is everything the first film was building up, and it delivers in every single way. The Neja films are the exact same thing. Aside from the visuals, another thing that really makes the movie a spectacle for the eyes are the action scenes. They're all shot perfectly, the choreography is great, and the movements are so fluent, fast-paced, and have such an energy to them that I was never once bored anytime someone was getting their ass kicked. The story this time around was a lot more fleshed out and gave a lot more depth to this world and the characters. Not to say that the first film didn't, I just think this one does it a lot better. From the moment it starts, the stakes are much higher, there are actual threats that are going to affect our characters as the film goes on, and I feel like I got to know some of these characters a lot better than I did the first time. When it comes to part of the first film's story, you've seen that before, where you have a main character that everyone is terrified of, but they all turn around to liking him in the end. Here, you never know what it's going to throw at you and what kind of tone it's going to take next, because it's just that insane. I still like Neja as the lead, and since the story focuses on him having to improve himself, he does get to be more fleshed out, and we get to find out more about where he came from and the kind of stuff he's able to do with his powers. I also liked his kind of buddy-buddy relationship with the fat guy from the first. They have a few great back and forths, and that character also got some of the best facial expressions in the movie, mostly because they just stand out. Anytime there was an emotional moment, it was very effective, and there's one that nearly got me because it was handled so well. Let's just say that there's something that someone doesn't do at one point that you know that they are going to heavily regret later on. The movie also has an amazing score that really works to the film's advantage, especially when it came to the monumental action scenes and those emotional moments as well. Now, as for a few small issues, and some of these might just be personal, so while I could follow the all-around narrative of the movie, there are points where they just throw so much exposition at you about what's going on that I kind of lost track at one point, and it did get to be a little overwhelming. Like, for example, Neja has to keep taking these pills for some reason, and I must have missed that part, because afterwards, I had to pay really close attention to remember the reasoning behind those. But some of that probably wasn't helped by the fact that I'm either a very slow reader, which I am, or the subtitles went by so freaking quick at points. I also couldn't tell at points who the target demographic was supposed to be because while the violence can be very graphic with a lot of blood, this movie is not above a fart or piss joke. One moment it'll be like a fantasy version of the opening in Gladiator 2, and then the next, it'll be a blind man smelling a pig's farting ass. But I'm able to look past all of that because Neja 2 is everything I want from seeing a movie on the big screen. It has the spectacle, the action, the scale, and just the all-around feel you want when you go to a movie theater. This is not just a movie, this is an experience. If you want something up there with the likes of the Avatar films and want to see some amazing visuals, this is a must watch, especially for those of you with an IMAX around your area. While I don't think it's going to be everyone's cup of tea, I still think you need to at least check it out once, even if you weren't a fan of the first film. While I don't think it's going to end up on my best of the year list come this December, I still had an absolute blast experiencing this movie, and you are truly missing out if you don't go see this one in theaters. As someone who sometimes gets tired of only seeing the major studios win in the animation game, I'm glad to see that a movie like this gets all the love and respect it deserves, and since it's already a major hit and is still breaking records as we speak, this is going to be a tough nut to crack when it comes to a new contender for the highest grossing animated movie of all time. On my way home, I was settling on like a high B+, but just for that theatrical experience alone, this is an A-. Now when it comes to if this movie has a lot of rewatchability at home, I can't really answer that right now, but with a movie this freaking massive, nothing, and I mean nothing, beats seeing it on the big screen. Trust me. Netflix, I just gotta ask, what the hell? I mean seriously, in all due respect, what the hell? You had one job to do. Today is March 7th, 2025. The day I'm recording this is March 7th, 2025. And you blew it. You goddamn blew it. Why? Because today on your streaming service, you released Plankton the movie. Next weekend, you're releasing The Electric State. And you know what date is next Friday? It says it on your goddamn calendar. It is March 14th. You know what happens on March 14th. It is the day that a certain individual will fry. And you know who says that individual is going to fry? Plankton. Plankton says that on March 14th, it should say the day that crabs fries. Do you know how big of a marketing campaign you could have done for this movie if you were to release it on March 14th, the day that crabs fries, instead of the fucking Electric State, a movie that people are going to watch once and then completely forget about? People aren't going to forget this movie because it's Plankton. It's SpongeBob, a beloved property. So what I'm trying to say is, you maniacs! You blew it up! You should have released it on March 14th, the day that crabs fries. I need a breather.
Oh, my Karen. Oh, my Karen. Oh, my computer wife, Karen.
Plankton! I'm gonna do what you could never do. World domination!
World domination? That's my thing!
Which hemisphere should we invade first?
Plankton the movie is now streaming on Netflix and is the 5th film in the SpongeBob film franchise. Hold your horses, this one might actually be very, very good. In this movie, Plankton's tangled love story with his sentient computer wife Karen goes sideways when she takes a stand and decides to take over the world without him. Now with the help of SpongeBob and the Gal Pals consisting of Sandy, Mrs. Puff, and Pearl, it's up to Plankton to stop her. Well, seeing how Saving Bikini Bottom, the Sandy Cheeks movie, turned out to be just the best SpongeBob movie since the first. Oh, we're in for a real treat, aren't we? So I know I probably brought this up when I reviewed the SpongeBob SquarePants movie as a watching and talking, but as a kid, SpongeBob was just all around one of my favorite things. This show, in some way, shape, or form, has redefined an entire generation. Most everyone my age watched this show and certain episodes on repeat as kids, and now look back on it really damn fondly. I mean, who did love this show as a kid? Half our parents wouldn't even let us watch it, which made us want to watch it even more. Despite being in my early 20s, this show, these characters, in the first 3 seasons and the first movie still hold a very special place in my heart. Every once in a while, you can catch me revisiting those first 3 seasons for both nostalgia and a damn good laugh. I sometimes forget how funny some of these episodes really are, and how they used to sometimes push the boundaries that you don't see a lot of kids shows do nowadays. I mean, hell, last year for its 25th anniversary, they released the first 300 episodes on one DVD box set, and yeah, I did end up buying that because I just thought it'd be something kind of cool to have, because I look back on the show so freaking fondly, and yeah, you are correct. It does stick out like a sore thumb on my shelf. I honestly don't know if I'll ever even open this. I just really think it's something cool to have, and I don't know. Maybe I will open it, maybe I won't. Now, I haven't seen much new episodes of SpongeBob, aside from a few clips online, and maybe every once in a while when I just like turn it on in the background for some noise. But I do gotta ask, when the hell did SpongeBob become Ren and Stimpy? I mean, personally, I'm not complaining, but when I see clips like this, I'm just like, when did that happen?
So see what SpongeBob's doing. Wanna hang out?
And as you all know from last year, I of course still love that first SpongeBob movie. Even to this day, it is still a classic that can never be topped, no matter how many SpongeBob movies they make. Now, as for the Sandy Cheeks movie that came out on Netflix last year, I don't know how you guys are going to react to this, or if you're even aware of this, but yeah, it's fucking awful. It was one of the worst SpongeBob things I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck was that fever dream? It wasn't a good one. It was just, oh my god, it was so bad. Like, halfway through the movie, I had to pause it and take a break because this, like, 80-minute movie felt like it was 2.5 goddamn hours. It was so painful to sit through. I hated it. And slight spoilers, but it may or may not be in my worst of the year list. But not even a year after Sandy saved Bikini Bottom, we now have Plankton the movie, in which Plankton has to save Bikini Bottom. Yeah, do you guys realize, like, all these SpongeBob movies, aside from the third one, have the same plot, in which they have to save Bikini Bottom in some way, shape, or form? I feel like they're kind of running out of ideas, aren't they? So when I heard that they were making this movie, I was on board. I mean, Plankton is a character I enjoy quite a bit. He arguably has some of the best episodes, and teaming him up with SpongeBob is always enjoyable. But after watching that fucking Sandy Cheeks movie, my anticipation went down quite a bit. And once the trailer finally dropped and it only looked slightly better animated than Sandy Cheeks, I thought this was gonna be yet another downgrade, because it seems like as these movies go on, they just get progressively worse and worse. But again, it's Plankton. I'm pretty sure he can hold a movie on his own much more than Sandy ever could. Plus, he's always been much more of an entertaining character than Sandy. So I woke up this morning, got myself a gun, my mama always said I was gonna be the chosen one, and I went downstairs with a good old mindset of, let's just get this over with. And right as it started, I was already not happy with what I was seeing. The last one started off with a musical number that set the tone for the rest of the film, and so did this one. And on top of that, what did they do to my boy, the SpongeBob narrator? Oh Lord be, what did they do to him?
Follow me to the bottom of the sea, to a world that is truly magnifique.
I'm so sorry, but what happened to him? Is this a new narrator now? Or did it really get to the point where it got to be so much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting that they had to hire a new one because he don't sound right? But yeah, right off the bat, I was not amused. But on top of those two things, I quickly come to find out that the director of this movie only has one other directing credit under his belt. Do you want to guess what other directing credit that is? Fuck! So with knowing that and not being intrigued by the first 2 minutes, I was not looking forward to the next 85 minutes of my life watching this movie. But then, something happened halfway through the movie. I realized that I was invested? And I was getting a few good chuckles? And I might be crazy, but I was enjoying myself. Guys, I don't know if I'm alone on this. I don't know if I'm okay either, or if the Sandy Cheeks movie was just really that goddamn bad. But I actually quite enjoyed Plankton the movie. And I dare even say, it's the best SpongeBob movie since Sponge Out of Water. Yeah, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on? I'm shocked to say that this is a legit good, enjoyable, and somewhat humorous SpongeBob movie. Really? Plankton the movie on Netflix from the director of the Dollhouse movie is actually good? This can't be real! I really had to sit down and think, how? How is this possible? How, in 2025, is there a good SpongeBob movie and one that is on Netflix of all places? And I came up with 3 ideas on how this movie turned out the way it did. The first being that maybe the Sandy Cheeks movie really was just that damn bad to where it left such an awful taste in my mouth that anything other than that would be better. Another one was probably because I was watching it at home and not in a theater where it has no right to be. But then I came up with my final solution. And it has to be this because one of the writers of this movie is Mr. Lawrence, the voice actor for Plankton. I think the reason this movie actually turned out the way it did was because this guy has known this character for over 25 years, and it would make sense for him to be the writer of a Plankton-centric movie. Yes, I know he's wrote a lot of SpongeBob episodes in the past, but again, this makes sense for him to be one of the writers for a movie about Plankton. It's kind of like how Ryan Reynolds is one of the writers of the Deadpool movies. He knows that character so well from the inside and out that of course they turn out the way they did. So you're probably wondering, what made this movie work so well? Well, one thing that worked for me immediately was that Plankton is obviously the main focus of his own movie. I mean, shocker, but he's always been one of my favorite characters. Yeah, Sandy's completely fine, but I can't think of many episodes where she's the main centric character that legit turned out great, because most of her best episodes are where SpongeBob is the lead. And off the top of my head, I can think of like 5 great Plankton episodes. And as I said before, him teaming up with SpongeBob is always great. That was honestly probably the best part of Sponge Out of Water. It's Plankton! One thing I wasn't really expecting from this though, for some reason, was that it's a kind of twisted romance movie. A huge chunk of the film is focused on the relationship between Plankton and Karen and how they came to be a couple, and I actually kind of got caught up in that aspect of the film, and it's legit kind of sweet. I mean, guys, I was not expecting to say this shit for Plankton the movie. And while we're on that subject, good God, is there something they do in this movie that's pretty fucked up. So, we see a scene of Plankton and Karen back in their college days, and there's one point where they decide to freeze Plankton's roommate, and this is only brought up because Plankton and SpongeBob have to go to Plankton's old college dorm to find something. They get to his dorm, they open the closet, and who's in there but none other than Plankton's old roommate, and instead of unfreezing him, they're just like, nah, leave his ass in there. I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the biggest laugh I got out of the movie, because that's just fucking dark. Also, this is probably the best way to acknowledge that Karen's name is Karen, because the whole movie is about her going full Karen. I mean, there's one point where they refer to her as Mega Karen. Speaking of which, while this movie is not at all laugh out loud funny, I actually did get a few chuckles here and there, and some of them were actually from SpongeBob. Yeah, remember in the Sandy Cheeks movie where he was only a comic relief? Well, he's still that here, but he actually has a purpose to be here, and he's not annoying. Watching Saving Bikini Bottom was probably the first time ever where I actually got why some parents find SpongeBob annoying, so it was actually pretty nice to have the old energetic, not annoying SpongeBob back. And while we're talking about the characters, it was actually kind of cool for once to see Mrs. Puff and Pearl be actual characters in one of these movies. Usually, they'd just be there for like a quick gag or they'd never be acknowledged, but them two, along with Sandy, actually have a purpose in this movie. Okay, yeah, the only reason them three are even prominent in this movie are because them and Karen are gal pals and they drink coffee and talk about boys. Girl power and all that. But again, you never really see Pearl or Mrs. Puff in any of these movies, and with characters like Mr. Krabs and Squidward not really having much of a role here, it was kind of a nice change of things. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think Squidward had a line in this movie until the very end. Also, has Larry ever been a character in one of these movies? When is Larry's time to shine? How else am I supposed to be, like Larry? I will also say that while the animation is not that great, it's a little bit of a step up from the Sandy Cheeks movie, and there's a few reasons for that. First off, about 95% of this movie takes place underwater in Bikini Bottom, where it's all animated. Most of Saving Bikini Bottom was in live action and had cartoon characters that were so poorly animated that they didn't blend right in live action at all. In this movie, however, when they do have live action scenes, there's not much of the animated characters interacting with real people or them walking in realistic settings, so it's not as distracting. It's not on the levels of Sponge Out of Water in any way, but it still looks convincing enough, mostly because the live action stuff is in the foreground, while the animated stuff is all green screened in, even if it's some pretty awful green screen at points. I mean, good God. You can see the outline all over the place. I didn't know if that was on purpose or what, but it was just freaking terrible. But hey, I guess it's better than Wanda Sykes' head being inflated onto a child's body, or Wanda Sykes' head being in the mouth of a horribly CGI'd fish. God, that movie was... What the fuck was that? But aside from that, they actually have a lot more fun here with the animation than they ever did once in the Saving Bikini Bottom movie. They have one scene that's a backstory animated in the style of an old 30s cartoon, and one kind of tribute looking scene looks somewhat like the style of a Meat Canyon video, but less creepy. And maybe I'm wrong about this, I wasn't paying that close attention, but I didn't see that many animated character models that looked freaking soulless like some of them did in Saving Bikini Bottom. Mr. Krabs is tripping the fuck out! Again, the animation is not the greatest, but it's a streaming movie on Netflix of all places, and it's more appealing to look at than anything in Saving Bikini Bottom, so I kinda give it the benefit of the doubt. At best, it's a 6 out of 10. Hey! Just like me at best! Come on, ladies, I can take it. Rate me on a scale from 1 to 10. At best, don't be cruel. But I do have one question for all of you, especially those of you who have watched the movie already. Did any of you know that this is supposed to be a musical? 'Cause I didn't. So I know it's usually expected for these movies to have at least 1 or 2 musical numbers somewhere throughout the film, but it never got to the point where I'd call them musicals. Plankton, however, has not only just 1, not even 2, but over 6 songs in the entire movie. Yeah, 6 songs. I counted as the film went on. But as a musical, while I can't say a single one of the songs is particularly memorable, they're not as bad or not as good as they could have been, and at the same time, they're not pointless. You're not going to be finding your new Now That We're Men or Goofy Goober Rock and Plankton the movie of all places, but the more I think about it, some of the songs actually do serve some kind of purpose to the film. You of course have your happy opening song that also has a reprise at the end, you have one introducing Plankton, and one shortly after about Karen's plan for world domination, and then there's actually one towards the middle of the movie where Plankton is singing a song about why he's a jerk, and by default, it is the best song in the movie.
I'm a jerk. I'm a jerky jerk.
But there's also like a song during the 30s flashback scene that you could have cut out and you wouldn't have missed a thing.
We did everything together. We even dressed the same. That Spud was my best bud and Karen was her name.
But as a musical, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just part of the movie that happened. But hey, at least it's not
men to woman or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
Whatever the fuck that's supposed to be. Musical my ass.
And thank you to Emilia.
Oh, that is just so cute. They think they actually made a real musical. Okay, I am very much getting off track. Enough shitting on Emilia Perez. Back to Plankton. Now, I can't really think of any issues that I had, aside from being mixed on the animation. But as someone who watched this show religiously as a kid, I do have a few nitpicks. Mostly on the fact that I guess nothing in the show is canon, or they just completely forgot. So I know it's by no means a classic, but do any of you remember that episode called Friend or Foe, in which it was the backstory on how Mr. Krabs and Plankton became enemies, and Plankton wanted to steal the Krabby Patty formula? Well, in the context of this movie, apparently, Plankton just ate at the Krusty Krab one day and was just like, that, I want that, gimme. I also noticed very quickly that in the scenes where Plankton and Karen are in college, that Karen was calling him by his actual name, Sheldon.
Thank you, Sheldon.
She can talk.
He can talk, he can talk, he can talk.
I thought she didn't know his actual name was Sheldon until Plankton's hillbilly family brought it up in Plankton's army. I am like the only one who's gonna notice that. Also, hey, if we're underwater, how can there be a...
Wow!
And this ain't a nitpick or a problem or anything, but kind of like Marge Simpson's voice actor Julie Kavner, you can very much tell that Tom Kenny is really starting to lose that classic SpongeBob voice. Actually, there is one issue I did think of with the movie, and it's that there's 1 or 2 not so great line reads, like this one.
Oh no, my friend!
Good luck with the mission!
Why did SpongeBob sound so disinterested there? Oh no, my friend. He will not be able to help us even though we need him. Nah, shucks. So yeah, there's a few parts here and there where they should have done a take 2. But in the end, I was never in a million years ever expecting to actually enjoy Plankton the movie out of all things. It is nowhere near the masterpiece that is the first SpongeBob movie, and it's not as good as the second one, but for a cheap little appetizer released on Netflix before the search for SquarePants hits theaters, I think it gets the job done just right. It's not going to be anyone's favorite movie of the year, and it won't blow anyone out of the water, no pun intended, but for a movie that I thought was going to end up being total dog shit from just the first few minutes, I was pleasantly surprised. I had a good time, and I can easily recommend it to any SpongeBob fans, new or old.
You did this! You! This is all your fault!
No, it's not.
So yeah, surprisingly, I'm gonna be giving Plankton the movie a B. No, B minus. Low B. Seriously, I am legit shocked I even enjoyed this one at all. But honestly, I wanna know what you guys think because I feel like I am very much alone on this one. Did you like Plankton the movie? Did you hate it and think it's up there with the Sandy Cheeks movie? Or are you just somewhere in between where you think it's okay? Let me know down in the comments below because I can't be the only one who enjoyed this movie. Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie, is out in theaters right now and is the first ever standalone Looney Tunes film to be released in theaters. Yeah, now that I think about it, all the others are either like live action cartoon hybrids or just 90 minutes of Looney Tunes cartoons. Really? It took him this damn long to do a standalone one? In this movie, Porky Pig and Daffy Duck are turned into unlikely heroes when their antics at the local bubblegum factory uncover a secret alien mind control plot. Now with the help of Petunia Pig, this classic animated odd couple are determined to save their town and the world.
There's no possible way two capable characters like us could screw that up.
So I know right off the bat that usually this is the point of the video where I go into my thoughts on Looney Tunes as a franchise, why I love it so much, and I'll say something like, if it wasn't for Looney Tunes and these characters, we wouldn't have half the cartoons that we have today. But I'm going to skip that because I have a very important question, and also, who the hell doesn't love Looney Tunes? But I do have a very important question. How many of you knew this movie was coming out at all? Now, I'm not asking anyone who's big into movies like me or knows when something is coming to theaters. I'm more asking the general public, people who only go to the movies every once in a while, if they knew this movie was coming out. So yeah, those of you in that category, did you know this movie was coming out? Despite being a Looney Tunes movie released in theaters, it seems like half the general public isn't aware that this even exists. I mean, I of course knew about it. It was one of my most anticipated movies of the year. But anytime I go up to somebody and mention this movie to them, they're just like, wait, there's a Looney Tunes movie coming out? Yeah! Now I know that some of you might be thinking, oh, this is just Warner Brothers poorly advertising another one of their movies again. That's actually not the case, and I didn't know that till recently. Yeah, despite being a Warner Brothers property and having the Warner Animation logo in front of the movie, the main distributor of this film is a small studio called KPop Entertainment. Apparently the plan was for the movie to go straight to Max, but Warner Brothers passed on its release and was just like, screw this movie, let somebody else deal with it, they can have it. Well, at least that's the case over here in America, because over in like Germany and Switzerland, Warner Brothers still has distribution rights. Oh yeah, that's another thing. If you live in Germany, Switzerland, or any other country where this movie's already out, there's a likely chance you've already seen this movie. But here in America, it's now just coming out this weekend. So in conclusion, yes people, there's a Looney Tunes movie out this weekend. So with all that said, I was actually really damn excited to see Looney Tunes The Day the Earth Blew Up for two reasons. That being the fact that I love Looney Tunes, but also because this is a very special occasion where we have a fully 100% hand-drawn 2D animated movie on the big screen. Do you know how rare it is anymore that we get to see these in theaters anymore with a wide release? Everyone thinks the last one we had was 2009's The Princess and the Frog from Disney. That is bullshit, because back in 2022, we had the Bob's Burgers movie, but nobody saw it because, well, Top Gun Maverick. But do you know how big of a gap it was in between those movies? 12 years! That's how rare it is that we ever get hand-drawn traditional animation in theaters anymore, and it sucks! So with all that in mind, is it really worth to go see The Day the Earth Blew Up in theaters, or have I just been promoting and praising a movie that's not worth your time at all? Well, to quote the wizard from that one scene in Wicked, oh my, oh my. Yes! Fucking finally! Yes! Oh my god! Yes!
What am I doing?
Oh! I mean it when I say you need to stop what you are doing and go see this movie right freaking now. You watching this video, whoever you are, stop watching the video right now, even though I need the views, momentum, and everything. Stop watching this video right now. Go see this freaking movie ASAP! But then come back and watch the video and finish it and whatnot. Now, I might be exaggerating a little bit by saying this, but this is not just one of the best animated movies of the year. This is not just one of the best movies of the year so far, but it might be just one of the best movies in the last year in general. I really do mean it when I say that if this movie came out last year in America, it easily would have been in my top 3 best films of the year automatically. This is kind of like Transformers 1 from last year, where it made me feel like a kid again, made me so goddamn happy to be experiencing this glorious film in all its wonder. If anyone from Warner Brothers is watching this right now, you guys really screwed yourselves over by not being the ones to release this. But you decide to go and release Space Jam 2? What the fuck out of here! I still love that movie though, it's terrible, but I love it. Watching this movie in a theater made me so freaking nostalgic for so many different things. Yes, of course, it made me nostalgic for Looney Tunes and hand-drawn animated films, but the thing it made me the most nostalgic for that I wasn't expecting at all was zany, goofy, animated, full-on comedies. Yes, I know that every animated movie nowadays tends to have humor, but the two that constantly kept coming to mind for me were The Emperor's New Groove and the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. This made me realize that I miss animated movies that have a cohesive story, but their main focus is the humor and how zany and wacky it can get. I'll just say right now that if you love the 2 movies that I just mentioned, you are absolutely going to adore this movie. I adored this movie. So, what makes this movie work so well, aside from the fact that it's freaking Looney Tunes? Well, I think this comes as a no-brainer. Our 2 main characters are Daffy Duck and Porky Pig. If you've ever seen a Looney Tunes cartoon where these 2 are paired up together, they always work great off of each other, and those are some of the best cartoons out there. Yes, I of course will always love the banter between Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, but I honestly think that the routine between Porky and Daffy works so much better. With Bugs and Daffy, it's always 2 smartasses working off of each other. But with Porky and Daffy, it's the classic straight man routine. I also never thought about this until watching this movie, but Daffy Duck is one of those characters that you could have easily just made the most obnoxious person ever. But with a mixture of great humor and him just being an all-around idiotic a-hole, he, along with Porky, still remains some of the most beloved characters of all time. I really do love the buddy-buddy relationship between these 2 in the movie, and one thing that really makes it work even more is that the film establishes them as basically brothers. I knew I was gonna love this movie when it starts off with the 2 of them being raised by this man named Farmer Jim, and Farmer Jim is just a still man from a painting, and once he has to leave Porky and Daffy, he just waddles away like how a kid would move an action figure. Along with our 2 leads, this has gotta be one of the funniest animated movies I have seen in years. I cannot think of the last time I got this many hard laughs from any animated film. It's one of those films that knows its property from the inside and out, how it's resonated with people for almost a century, and with that, the film has such great humor for all ages. Adults will love the hell out of this just as much as the kids. There's even some great jokes where they modernize it a little bit, and it shouldn't work. The beginning of the movie has Daffy and Porky struggling to find jobs, and they go through a montage where they'll get a job and they'll instantly be fired. And probably the best one is when they decide to become influencers. And I know by saying that, some of you are like, oh no, really? But just listen. So they fail at that so freaking poorly that instead of being fired, they are instead canceled. Like, there will be this montage of them getting fired, and every time they're fired, a little banner will come up that goes, fired! But then, once they get canceled, it just goes, canceled! And that's got such a great laugh out of me. That is how good the writing of Looney Tunes really is when it's put into the right hands. I also love how this isn't just a return to form for animated comedies, but also spoofs on classic sci-fi. The plot of this movie revolves around this highly anticipated new gum that is tainted by the alien invader, and it starts mind controlling everyone.
Oh, a bit gooier than I imagined.
So yeah, it's basically a screwball comedy mixed with a zombie apocalypse film meets Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Plus, the movie is called The Day the Earth Blew Up, which sounds like a play on The Day the Earth Stood Still. Speaking of The Day the Earth Blew Up, despite that title, I was never in a million years expecting to go into a Looney Tunes movie and start jamming out to REM's It's the End of the World as We Know It. I feel fine. Speaking of which, this movie probably has the best use of that song since Chicken Little? I love the buddy-buddy dynamic between Porky and Daffy, but honestly, I kind of like the relationship between Porky and Petunia just as much. There's not really much to say about them besides they're just really cute together, and both of them are just so likable that you really do want to see them get together. Also, she can immediately be telling if Porky be packing or not because that boy don't wear no pants. And if he isn't, she just be going like, that's all, folks, really? But the honest to God thing that I love the most about getting to see this movie was just getting to see a fully 2D hand-drawn animated movie on the big screen again. Anytime I get the chance to see a movie like this on the big screen, whether it be new or old, I'm gonna take that chance because it just makes me feel happy inside and brings me back to the days of watching classic Disney films, or in this case, Warner Brothers cartoons. This movie put me in such a good mood that as I left the theater, I just walked out those doors without a care in the world. That is how happy I was with the results of this film. And because of that, I really cannot think of any issues I have with this movie. I might be blown out of proportion with my opinion a little bit, but I seriously do not care. I honestly love how the two movies this year that have brought me the most joy and happiness are both Looney Tunes and Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul. I don't know if it's because I grew up with these properties or these characters could do no wrong, or maybe those movies are just really that goddamn good. I was expecting to go in and enjoy this movie, but I was not expecting to love it as much as I did. The Day the Earth Blew Up was just everything you want to see from a film like this. It made me smile. It brought me a lot of joy and happiness. It's hilarious. It's a comforting film. It's got great characters, a fun zany concept, beautiful traditional hand-drawn animation, and the classic writing that you love from all the best Looney Tunes shows, cartoons, and movies. It doesn't matter who you are or how old you are, this is an automatic 100% must watch. If you've ever loved Looney Tunes, if you love classic cartoons, or if you just want a great funny comedy, you have to see this movie in theaters. I seriously cannot stress that enough. Please go see this one in a theater, because if we show not just Warner Brothers, but other major animation studios that we want these kinds of movies, then maybe we can get more films like this in the future. I just absolutely adored this film and everything it had to offer. I hope you go see it this weekend, and I'll definitely be seeing it again and buying it once it hits Blu-ray. And if you don't believe me that this movie is really just that goddamn good, I'm going to be giving The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie, an A+. I don't know what else to say. Just go see it. You'll have such a good time. And honestly, I know there's a lot of other good movies out right now, but this is the best movie showing right now. I really do mean it. And it doesn't have much competition this month for me to say otherwise. So we all know in the classic story of Snow White how she eats the poison apple and then immediately up and dies. Well, I really don't want to see this movie. So what I have done is that I have taken the shiny, juicy, plump red apple and have laced it with so much poisonous crap that not only will it kill a rhino in a heartbeat, but just hitting it with the tip of your tooth will instantly paralyze you. Watch!
I can't fucking move! Help me! I can't move! Oh my god! I'm fucking paralyzed! Help me!
You'll be safe from the Queen here.
The Queen stole everything from all of us. We're gonna need your help. It's time to restore our kingdom.
Snow White 2025. It's yet another Disney live-action remake that will never in a million goddamn years surpass the original, and it was only made because we won't stop going to see these for some stupid fucking reason. Can't you just tell from all the excitement in my voice that I really was eager to see this movie? So for the one person who doesn't know this story, Snow White, princess, her mommy up and dies and Papa remarries bitch. So bitch just wants to be the fairest of them all. But her talking magic mirror just be like, nah, bitch. You ain't no fairest. You ain't even that goddamn pretty. It's this little girl over here named Snow White. She hot. She pretty. So, bitch tries to get Snow White killed. So she sends out her huntsman who's all like, I'm gonna whip this little bitch in the face if she makes a peep. The long story short, Snow White escapes being killed and lives with 7 dude bros who have the wildest frat parties every weekend, but Snow White ends up eating an apple and ODs on them and fucking dies. Like, holy shit! And then the 7 dude bros are like, oh fuck man, we going to jail, we gotta do something about this. Oh my god, I have no ideas. We are going to jail. We are so fucked. Guys, I really did not care about seeing this movie. And neither did you. So, when it comes to the original Snow White, the Disney classic that has been beloved for generations, I'm not gonna sit here and act like it's one of my favorite Disney movies. I wouldn't even put it in my top 10, but it's a film that I enjoy and really appreciate. It's very cute, it's so charming, it's got such likable and memorable characters, it's very beautifully animated, and if it wasn't for this very simple little film, we wouldn't have almost every other animated film that's ever existed. And despite liking this film, I'm pretty sure I've seen Gremlins more in my lifetime than I've ever seen Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. I'm only saying that because every time I hear the song Hi Ho, I cannot think about the Gremlins singing that song, and especially the one Gremlin who has popcorn bags on his ear, just going like, But then some coked up douchebag over at Disney was like, hey, people like that, right? What if we just made a shittier version that's legit kind of horrifying? You think they'll go watch it? Yes, because Disney thinks we're stupid. So now we have this butt-fucking live-action remake of the first ever full-length animated film to ever grace the silver screen. Guys, I don't know if you realize this, but this is basically the animated equivalent of remaking a film like The Wizard of Oz or Jaws. You don't want to see it, and there are just certain films you don't lay a fucking hand on. This is one of them. But since Disney and now I guess DreamWorks thinks we're stupid, they decided to go and pour $278 million into this unholy abomination! What the flying fuck were they thinking? And if you've been living under a rock recently, this movie has become one of the most hated things in the entire world way before it was ever released.
What is this shit? What's going on? Why don't they like it? We spent $250 million on this.
I'm not gonna go too deep into it because most of you already know, but long story short, Rachel Zegler has not been making it easy for this movie. And it's mostly the fact that she went on about how the original is very outdated, not well equipped for modern day, she calls the nameless prince a stalker, and above all else, just flat out called the beloved classic film weird. Oh, and Gal Gadot was no better, but she hasn't been as bad as Zegler. And I find it freaking hilarious that we keep acting like this is the first time this has ever happened with one of the live-action Disney princesses, because may I remind you that 3 of them went onto the Oscars and said that animation is only for kids, and only kids watch these movies.
All these characters hold such a special place in our hearts because animated films make up some of our most formative movie experiences as kids.
So many kids watch these movies over and over
and over and over and over and over and over.
I see some parents out there know exactly what we're talking about.
Funny because one of the films nominated that year for Best Animated Feature was in no way a kid's film. This is why you're the live-action Disney princesses that no kid is ever going to identify with or remember after watching the film, because all your movies are soulless, lifeless, forgettable cash grabs that no one is ever going to replace with the original. But thanks to Guillermo del Toro a year later for the kind words on animation. So yeah, between everything with Rachel Zegler and other things, most people decided to boycott this movie, to the point where Disney wouldn't even invite the press to the world premiere of the film. Hey, I wish I could be one of those people, but no matter what I thought, I had to go see the movie because it's one of my jobs. Actually, funny story. Before I went to go see this movie, I had dinner with my mom and my brother, and I said during dinner, I was like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting afterwards, I gotta go watch Snow White. And their response was, you don't have to go see it. You don't have to do anything. It's not that important. I don't get why so many people that I know personally don't understand how this works. If I want this channel to go anywhere, which is what I want more than anything in life, please subscribe, hit the notification bell and all of that. But if I want this channel to go anywhere, I can't only go see movies I want to see because I never know what movies, topics, or videos are going to pop off. Because like a couple weeks ago, I reviewed that Plankton movie and I was like, I don't know how this is going to do. And it passed 1,000 views within less than 24 hours, which is rare for my channel. But I guess the barely good news for this movie was that the initial response coming out of press screenings seemed to be an overwhelming, it's fine, I guess. But now I haven't seen the film in all its horror, I mean wonder, I can safely say that Snow White 2025 is without a doubt 100% it's fine, I guess. It's pretty bad, but I guess it could have been worse. I will start off by saying that, surprisingly, this is neither the worst nor the ugliest Disney live-action remake. No, that title is and will always stay the 2019 soul sucker that was The Lion King. It does not matter how many of these fucking things they make, that will always stay the worst. And with that said, I have a few small things that I liked, but it ain't much. I picked this up from both the trailer and the film's runtime, but I can confirm that this is not at all a full-on remake of the animated classic, and there are a lot of changes. It still stays true to elements from the original, but it's almost a completely different story. But were those changes good? We'll get to that when we get to that. All the costume designs were great, and they stay very true to the animated film, and it's shot very well, and there's a few good practical sets. But we now gotta get to the one thing you all really want to know: how was Rachel Zegler? Okay, so despite all of her controversy surrounding the film, she's actually pretty good in the role and one of the few saving graces of the movie. Kind of like the 2023 remake of The Little Mermaid, they got a lead that can actually sing to her heart's content. And it's not like we didn't know this already, because we did. She was Maria in West Side Story, and she was phenomenal in that film. But there's one thing about her performance that is really keeping me from calling it great, and I might be alone on this, but I never saw Snow White. In the animated movie, Snow White was the sweetest little thing you've ever seen. She was cute, she was likable as can be, very bubbly, and had such a big heart. In this movie, however, she's kind and wants to do what's right for the people of her kingdom, but I never saw the sweet, bubbly girl from the original. I just saw a girl that cosplayed as her and was named Snow White. Which, yeah, if you're wondering how they get around the fact that that's her name because of her skin color, they make up this bullshit story that she was being born during a snowstorm, which, yeah, saying that out loud, it sounds pretty fucking stupid, but I can't really think of another way that you could get around that factoid. And yes, the whole thing about the snowstorm is one of the many things that they've either changed or added to this movie. So for starters, they were not lying when they said there was not going to be a prince in this movie, because he's nowhere to be seen. There isn't even a mention of a prince. Instead, he's replaced with the character of Jonathan, who is still a love interest, but is basically Robin Hood. Yeah, so while Snow White is the main focus, of course, we also got the movie's equivalent of Robin Hood and his merry men. Remember that image that went around with Snow White and the 7 men who were supposed to replace the 7 dwarves? Those are the merry men. I didn't know those people were still in this movie. And anytime it was either them or a completely new scene not from the original, that's when the movie really starts to drag and it really screws with the pacing. Normally, I'm for these Disney remakes having more new scenes that make a completely different story than what we're already familiar with, but I seriously did not care about Snow White hanging out with these bandits or her having to save her kingdom or whatever. I just wanted to see her hang out with the dwarves, and that's it. At least, that's what I like to see in the animated classic, because thanks, Disney! I've been needing a new sleep paralysis demon to haunt all my dreams, and you went and made 7 of them. So, thanks for that. Yeah, you all knew this was coming. I will say that if you found the dwarves horrifying in the trailer alone, you are not ready to witness the nightmare fuel that this movie will unleash upon you. When the film first started, I thought it was going completely fine and was easy enough to get through. But then, I quickly remembered, oh yeah, we have 7 motion captured abortions to get to. And I was not ready. I'm still healing from the nightmares I had of live action Sebastian. So, to put it lightly, yes, they are fucking horrifying to look at. The look of these things are ugly, disgusting, and so freaking disturbing that I can see parents having to take their very young kids out of the theater because they won't stop crying because they are terrified. And you want to know the worst part? We asked for this! The married men were supposed to replace the 7 dwarves, and we said, no, give us the fucking dwarves. And then Disney was just like, fuck you. Now here's a mixture of Alfred E. Newman and Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle. Yes, I did get that from Double Toasted. And you want to know why I used it? Because you hear it once, you cannot unsee it. And in all honesty, you really can't tell that they just had to cram them into this because in the end, they feel completely pointless to the story. The whole thing is that they're supposed to keep Snow White safe from the evil queen, except for that one time that they don't towards the very end that ends up getting her killed. But here, she runs off numerous times and eventually comes across the merry men who are much more skilled than the dwarves and are probably the better option for the job of keeping her safe. Hell, I think the reason this film is only called Snow White is because the dwarves had to share their screen time with the Robin Hood characters. The only one of them that has an arc in this movie is Dopey, and I found it very hard to care. Dopey is upset that he can't talk like the others, and you're supposed to feel bad for him because all the other dwarves give him crap, but I find it hard to care because he's so goddamn scary. Also, I obviously don't have dwarfism, so I really can't take any offense, but I'm like, which one of these is honestly more offensive? Them being referred to as dwarves and Snow White mistaking them for little children, or them being magic creatures who have lived for 274 years and who have magic powers of some kind? The dwarves in this movie are magical creatures with powers of some kind. And aside from gropey Oh no, that... Take two. And aside from Dopey, Grumpy, and Doc, I really could not tell you who was supposed to be who out of the other four. The one that's Happy doesn't even look like Happy. And they are not the only ones with magical powers because I guess for no real reason at all, the Queen also has magical powers that I guess she got from the magic mirror. I don't... Why? Oh wait, I guess that could also transition us into our next topic of discussion. Gal Gadot as the evil queen. I'm sorry, I just gotta ask, was she ever a good actress, or are we really just blinded by her beauty because she is awful in this? Through the entire film, she keeps hamming it up to the point where it feels like she's in a completely different movie from the one we're watching. I never once saw her as the queen from the animated version, this stuck-up bitch with a heart of stone that never once smiled and had to have everything that she wanted. I don't know what I saw here exactly.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
And I'm not sure if the actress from the animated version also played her as the old hag, but here, you can still very much tell that's Gal Gadot as the queen, to the point where I don't get how Snow White could not tell it was her in disguise. Speaking of that scene, I always found it funny how the scary scenes in the original version of the classic Disney films always tend to stay the scarier version because there are still kids nowadays who will watch the original Snow White and are scared of the queen as the old hag. I mean, just the idea of her disguising herself so well is scary. Here though, the transformation is half-assed, not at all scary, and the look isn't even that haunting. I also found it kind of dumb that they add in this whole thing where the queen sends out guards to search for Snow White, and they search the entire forest and cannot find her, but the queen as the old hag can find her stupid fucking easily at the cottage. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think in this version the mirror ever told her, oh, by the way, she's living at the cottage with the dwarves. But I will admit, it was pretty funny that the queen is the reason that Snow White has that stupid fucking Lord Farquaad haircut. Actually, probably my favorite scene in the movie is after she does that, she leans down at Snow White and says, "Some of them may die, but that is a sacrifice you are willing to make." Also, a friend of mine brought this up and I had to mention this, but the whole purpose of the evil queen wanting to be the fairest, most beautiful of them all is completely retconned when you have fucking Gal Gadot playing her. There's no denying that both her and Rachel Zegler are extremely beautiful, but one of them is Gal Gadot. It doesn't make sense in the context of the movie that she'd be jealous of Rachel Zegler, especially with that stupid fucking haircut.
He kind of has a point, dude.
Plus, I blame the magic mirror for all of this. The queen kept asking every day who is the fairest, and despite days on end of him saying it was her, he just one day decided it was Snow White. Fuck you, bitch! Now let me swim! And on top of all of that, Gal Gadot even has a musical number. Now, this might come as a shock to you guys, but she really cannot sing, and it is horribly auto-tuned. Honestly, it would have made sense in the context of the movie if she was more jealous of Snow White's singing instead of her beauty. And speaking of which, since this is an almost completely different story and the movie is 30 minutes longer than the original, that means they had to compile the movie of a bunch of brand new songs. I mean, the film still has 2 of the classics with Whistle While You Work and Hi Ho, but as for the new songs, they're just as forgettable as you would expect. I mean, when the first song that played in the first 5 minutes started, I was all like, oh wow, I am already not remembering this. I think the only one that came out unscathed was Waiting on a Wish. Maybe it's because it's been in all the advertisements, but I actually thought it was a pretty good song. Again, Rachel Zegler, despite what you might think of her, can sing really damn well. But then again, this is not the new Disney classic that Disney is really trying to make it out to be. And while Hi Ho is of course still in here, they kind of butcher it by making it longer and adding in so many forgettable lyrics. And this is yet another case where they redo certain scenes from the original and they aren't effective one bit. In the original, Snow White is told to run into the forest and hide from the queen, and during that scene, there was a lot of imagery that scared people when they were very, very young. Here, she runs into the woods, gets grabbed by the trees, an owl flies out, then she falls into the water and comes across the animals. Now I know, saying that out loud, it sounds pretty much the same, but when you watch the actual movie, it's very anticlimactic. And in the original, when she meets the animals, she tells them that she needs a place to sleep. So they take her to the dwarves' cottage and she immediately starts cleaning the place because it's a mess. In this version, however, she meets the animals, says nothing about needing a place to stay. The animals just take her to the dwarves' cottage, and instead of cleaning the place like in the original, she just goes upstairs and lays in their beds. Again, Rachel Zegler was good in the role, she just didn't feel like Snow White. And once they do the scene where they're cleaning the house, Snow White doesn't do a damn thing and just makes the dwarves clean their own shit. Bitch! You could have helped. The original Snow White would have, but I guess that's just a little too weird. And once we get to the inevitable scene in which Snow White eats the apple and dies, it really doesn't feel effective because, aside from Dopey, she wasn't as close with the dwarves as she was in the original. But during that scene in the original, one thing that was very effective was seeing Grumpy starting to cry. Yes, of course, the other 6 would start crying, but Grumpy, the one who hated her guts for no reason, aside from the fact that she was a girl, it's really heartbreaking to watch. And again, Snow White was such a sweet and likable character that you didn't want to see anything bad happen to her. But as I already said, I didn't see the sweet innocent girl here. I mean, it sucks that she died, but I didn't care as much about this Snow White, and once Grumpy started crying, it wasn't effective because he didn't hate her for any reason. I also found it so goddamn hilarious that instead of bringing her into the house, laying her on the table, and then making a glass gold coffin for her, they just drag her ass out to the forest and lay her on a rock. Ain't that disrespectful? And probably the stupidest fucking change in this movie is in the original, the huntsman cannot bring himself to kill Snow White, so he instead replaces her heart with a pig's heart. But here, this guy's a fucking dumbass and replaces her heart with an apple. And then he gets thrown into the dungeon. Idiot! What the hell did you think was gonna happen? But also I feel like the queen is also responsible for this because she didn't even open the box to check what was inside. And I mean, hey, at least in the original, the huntsman was smart enough to skip town, I think. You actually never do see him after that scene where he's supposed to kill Snow White, do you? Oh my god, I completely forgot about the scene where he's supposed to kill Snow White, but where in the original, she was just horrified. She thought she could trust this guy. Here, she just stands there, he's pointing a knife at her, and she's just like, why? 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 Again, what stupid fucking choices? But probably the biggest reason that a lot of this movie doesn't work is because the story of Snow White is not a story that works as a 2025 big blockbuster. If you go back and rewatch the original, it is such a simple and lighthearted story that, by the end, it really doesn't leave that major of an impact. You of course remember it, but it was never intended to be this grand epic story. I mean, the original is so simple that you could probably explain the entire movie in just 5 little sentences. So when you decide to go and remake it almost a century later by adding in a lot of new elements, it wasn't gonna work either other way. And again, the original was the first ever full-length animated movie. It is one that Disney should have never laid their hands on afterwards. But you know, they don't care because
we've got to have money.
But I do need to make one thing perfectly clear. Despite everything I just said, I am not the target audience for this movie, and there's a very likely chance that neither are you. The target audience for this movie is definitely, without a doubt, little girls, and aside from the 7 deadly sins of roadkill that are in this movie, I think they'll enjoy this movie completely fine. So as I mentioned before, if you're going to complain to me that I am giving my opinion on a movie that is in no way targeted towards me, you gotta remember, I'm a film critic, and so whatever movie I decide to go out and review and watch, I'm going to give my full honest opinion on it, no matter the demographic in age or gender. But honestly, if those were my kids and they wanted to go watch this, I'd be like, oh hell no, we ain't going to watch that. Get your ass in the car. We're going to see Looney Tunes The Day the Earth Blew Up. Which, by the way, is probably the movie you should be seeing this weekend. But in the end, the Snow White remake is pretty bad, but I don't know. It just kind of exists, and it's completely harmless. Despite having a lot to say, it's also one of those films that did not have that big of an impact on me. If you have kids who want to see it, take them to Looney Tunes The Day the Earth Blew Up, because they will definitely have a good time, they'll get some good laughs, and they will also get to see the glorious, wonderful man known as Farmer Jim. And if you take them to see that, they will not be crying in the middle of the night saying that Dopey's gonna come and get me. Mommy! Dopey's under my bed, he's gonna kill me! Oh, sweetie, Dopey's just a cute little innocent cartoon character from a Disney film. Bitch, I don't mean that! Don't mean this fucking thing! So yeah, that's my recommendation. Go see The Day the Earth Blew Up. This wasn't even a review for Snow White. This was secretly a second review for the Looney Tunes movie. And also, why Farmer Jim is so goated. I fucking love Farmer Jim, man. He raised Porky and Daffy so well, and then he eventually had to leave them by waddling away, and he looked back at them like, boys, make sure to take care of your home. And then Porky and Daffy cried because they lost Farmer Jim, and it sucked because I love you, Farmer Jim! I should do a top 10 list on why Farmer Jim is so goated. But as for that Snow White movie coming out this weekend that I've neither seen nor reviewed yet, I'll give it a C-, but that's mostly because I also gave Moana 2 a C-, and I'm still debating on which one is worse. Probably Moana 2 because I felt scammed watching that. But as for Farmer Jim, A+, man. Oh my god, just Farmer Jim. Glorious, wonderful man. Just A+ all around. Play the damn music. But hey, if you go see Snow White this weekend, let me know how it is. Like, I've heard it's pretty bad, but it's also not the worst thing out there.
I'm reviewing movies and shit, and today we're doing Minecraft.
How else was I supposed to start off this video? Oh, I know.
Flint and steel, chick and jockey, I am steel.
A Minecraft movie is the long-awaited what-the-fuck masterpiece all of us have been waiting for since last September when Jack Black muttered the words,
I
am Steve.
Oh, movie? Where have you been all my life? And as the prophecy foretold, a Minecraft movie is so destined to be absolute peak cinema that no movie would ever top it as the biggest film in all of history. But you may be asking, dear viewer, to what is a Minecraft movie all about? Well, let me tell you. The film is about Steve and how he hates his boring adult life. Already relatable. But Steve quickly remembers his days as a child when he yearned for the mines. So he decides to go back to the mines where he comes across the overworld. A wonderland where anything you can imagine is possible, as long as what you imagine can be built out of blocks. Yes, blocks, I tell you, blocks. One day, with a little help from some blinking steel, Steve and his dog Dennis come across the Nether, a place with no joy or creativity at all. Steve gets captured while Dennis escapes to the real world, which leads us to Garrett the Garbage Man Garrison, played by Aquaman himself, Jason Momoa. And after all of that happens, so does a bunch of other stuff, including, but not limited to, Jennifer Coolidge quite possibly banging a villager. Huh. Okay, I'm just gonna let you guys know right off the bat, if you actually clicked on this video for a serious, in-depth analysis look review of a Minecraft movie, in which I talk like this and have my hands like this and be like, let me tell you the importance of a Minecraft movie, Okay, that I'm probably going to say, but I'm not going to be like, let me tell you why the Minecraft movie is just so terrible and one of the worst things humanity has ever released. Get out of here if you think you're getting that review. So when it comes to Minecraft the game and whatnot, I know a lot about it, but I've never really played it that much. I gambled with it once or twice as a little kid, but it never really grabbed me as much as a lot of other people. I mean, the idea of getting to build your own little world and stop evils in the night is a really cool idea, but maybe the thing that turned me away was that I couldn't actually build this stuff in real life, like how you would with Legos, despite there being actual Lego sets of Minecraft. But hey, thanks to some friends and definitely my brother, I'm very familiar with this world, these characters, creatures, and how the game works and whatnot. But like most people, when I saw the trailer for a Minecraft movie, specifically the teaser, I literally could not believe that this was real. The director of Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre is making a live-action Minecraft movie with Jack Black playing the role of Steve. This sounds like a parody you'd be seeing on, well, Jack Black's upcoming SNL episode. But here's what really kept grabbing my attention. As more and more clips and trailers kept coming out for this film, the more and more this movie, that wasn't even released yet, kept getting memed to death, which meant the more and more me and everyone else kept getting so excited to witness just an utter freaking shit show. But as we got closer to the film's release, I was questioning, could this movie actually really surprise us, or is this really the utter shit show that we're all expecting? And no matter what we thought, we were all just expecting it to be the biggest of all cinema that no other film would be able to top. At least, that is what is foretold in the prophecy that came with my A Minecraft Movie Adult Happy Meal. I got Zombie Hamburglar. Isn't he cool? I love this thing. It's awesome. I will stop you, Zombie Hamburglar. Oh, those seem like fighting words. Why don't I crunch a loaf with a little bit of frigid steel? Don't judge me. Oh, Zombie Hamburglar, you taste like a double Big Mac with quarter pounder cheese. So I went to go see the movie Thursday night at 8 o'clock, and by God, was that probably the best choice that I made the entire day, because while it wasn't packed, as I was going down the hallway to my theater, I see at the corner of my eye this giant ass group of like college guys who are like dressed in Minecraft stuff, have Minecraft toys, some were wearing suits, and they were all there for the same reason I was, to experience absolute cinema. I prayed for a rowdy ass audience to show up to the screening, and God delivered in the form of those guys. If any of them are watching, you guys were fucking awesome. And hell, after the movie was over, they had this like giant group picture and told me to jump in with them. Normally when I go to the movies, I want people to shut the hell up during the actual movie, but as for this film, I didn't care. It was well deserved. But as for the film itself, you will be seeing a lot of reviews that say, oh, it's not very good, this movie's utter trash, and not worth your time and money. This, dear viewer, is not one of those reviews because, oh my God. Let me just say that this is hands down one of the most gloriously stupid movies I've ever seen in my entire life. But I don't know if it was a mixture of the audience I saw with or the film itself, but I loved every fucking second of this thing. I don't know what I just watched, but I had an absolute freaking ball. It was beautiful. No notes, just wow. 10 out of 10, man. Honest to God, I think one of the smartest moves they made with this film was calling it a Minecraft movie. I say that because if you're going in expecting the Minecraft movie, a movie that pays nothing but respect to the source material and is a faithful adaptation of what people have come to know and love, this ain't it, Chief. Now if you go in wanting a Minecraft movie, the utter shit show that was advertised in all the trailers, you are going to have the time of your goddamn life. Especially if you were lucky enough to have almost the exact same audience I had. I know for a fact that this movie is pretty goddamn bad, but I don't care. I want to bathe in all its stupidity and awfulness. Oh, yeah. In all seriousness, I kind of love this movie. And really, I honestly have no idea how to do this review because I have positives, I have negatives, but even my negatives are kind of positives. A couple weeks ago, I said in my Snow White review that Gal Gadot was really hamming it up in her performance to the point where it felt like she was in a completely different movie from the one we were watching. When it comes to Jack Black in Minecraft though, he is doing the exact same thing, but knows exactly what kind of movie he is freaking in. Just like me with this movie, he's having just the time of his goddamn life. A lot of people have complained, oh, Jack Black ain't Minecraft, Steve. He don't fit in this world. Okay, first of all, as to my knowledge of Minecraft and the character of Steve, he really doesn't have that much of a character in the games to begin with. And second, the movie already establishes that this world makes absolutely no goddamn sense. So mix together Jack Black's Jack Blackness in this movie that is complete utter nonsense, and you've got a recipe for pure entertainment. Aside from every line from him being the most quotable thing to come out of anyone's mouth, I feel like half of the stuff he says and does in this movie is very much improvised. You've quite possibly seen that scene online where Steve mixes hot lava and chicken, but guys, it don't stop there, because immediately after he mixes hot lava with chicken, he goes into a song about it, like, la 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 lava, chicken, Steve lava chicken, yeah, tasty as hell, ooh, mamacita, yeah, I'm running like that. I don't even know what I said at that last part, but it was pretty close. I know I joke around a lot, but I swear to God, that is an actual thing that happens in the movie. The song's even in the soundtrack, and it's not even close to the last time that Jack Black starts singing out of nowhere. I love this movie. Just, how can you hate this? How can you actually hate a movie in which Jack Black in the opening is dancing with pandas? You know exactly where I'm going with that. Along with Jack Black, Jason Momoa is the other big scene stealer, and the two of them really work well off of each other really damn well. A little too well at points. There is actually a scene where they start flying in the air together, and they get to be a little handsy. They play a little grab ass. Jack Black is pulling Jason Momoa's hair at one point. And I'm not even making this up, they even get into the 69 position at one point. Rabble, rabble. I swear with every fiber in my body, I am not making a word of this up. One thing I was so afraid of going in was that most of the lines of dialogue that we've been quoting from all the trailers were not actually going to be in the movie, because that tends to happen every once in a while. But I am so happy to report that every stupid line that we've made fun of online is 100% in the movie. Flinting steel. I am Steve. I yearned for the mines. And our absolute favorite, Chicken Jockey. Look, you should never under any circumstance record a theater screen, but I just knew that my theater was going to be in an absolute uproar when that scene came on. So I had to record there and my reaction. So enjoy.
Chicken Jockey! Yes! Oh.
I also knew that was going to happen because right before the previews even started, one of the college guys got up and told the whole auditorium, when I say chicken, you say jockey! Chicken, jockey, chicken, jockey, chicken, jockey! And God, I just loved this whole theater experience. It was awesome. And I so regret not getting video of that. By the way, yes, this is one of the popcorn buckets for the movie. The fucking Chicken Jockey. I love this. This might be my new favorite popcorn bucket. But aside from Jack Black and Jason Momoa, all the other characters range from very weak to absolutely forgettable. Along for the ride is also this brother and sister duo and Danielle Brooks from the recent Color Purple musical, and they really have no purpose to be here. Jason Momoa at least had an arc to where he had to raise money because he's broke as hell, but the only thing I really remember about the brother and sister duo is, are you ready for this? Their mommy is dead, and the sister has to take care of the little brother. So they're like the boring versions of Nani and Lilo from Lilo and Stitch. And you could have completely cut Danielle Brooks out of this movie and not missed a goddamn thing. I don't think she really did much in this movie to begin with. As you can tell, a lot of this movie is shot with a lot of green screen, and some of it is a lot better in some scenes than others. Sometimes it can be distracting, but it honestly didn't bother me as much as I thought it would. Oh fuck, I nearly forgot. You see this in the trailer, but Jennifer Coolidge also has this barely even subplot where she has a romantic relationship with a villager that escapes to the real world. And if you've seen a little independent film called American Pie, You all know where that ends up. But randomly throughout the movie, usually after a big action scene or something, they will just cut back to that and it is so freaking pointless. It's pretty funny, but it's pointless. But let's just be honest with ourselves, even if this was completely animated like a lot of people wanted it to be, I just don't think that this is a game that translates very well to film. As to my knowledge of the original game, there's little to no story and it's just building and protecting your world. There's not many ideas there for a 90-minute to almost 2-hour movie. You could possibly do an animated TV series or an adaptation of the story mode game, but I don't think a movie was honestly the best option. Speaking of which, I said before that the movie is just complete utter nonsense, and while I love it for that, it really seemed like they struggled hard to come up with any cohesive story for this. Basically, our heroes had to save the overworld from the made-up, not from the game's bad guy, who quite possibly has the worst motive for being the bad guy ever. Our villain hates creativity because, again, I swear to God I'm not making this up, because she lost, Nether's got talent. I could not make this shit up if I wanted to. I swear. She lost, Nether's got talent. There's also this really dumb plot convenience thing in which the villain convinces Steve that they're holding his dog hostage, even though we know the dog is completely fine and whatever. By the way, if you know nothing about Minecraft going in and are afraid that you won't be able to follow it, don't worry because half the movie basically describes every element of the game that by the end of it, you should know how to play the game itself. And not gonna lie, the movie kinda did a good job at doing that because now I kinda wanna give the game another shot. But it's like as if they were writing the script and were just like, guys, it's a Minecraft movie. Who really cares about story and characters with this? Which, yeah. Who really is going to a Minecraft movie for story and characters? I'm not. You know what I went to see this movie for? A dumb, turn off your brain, rowdy ass theater experience watching some absolute peak trash cinema. Which, let's be honest, some of us just really need right now. Not gonna lie to you guys, if you saw my recent channel update video, you may have been able to put together that I've had a rough last 2 weeks due to working at Walmart. It's taken a lot out of me. It's put me down in the dumps a little bit. And it almost made me want to stop doing what I love most for a while. This. So getting to experience this movie the exact way that I wanted to experience it really brightened my day and really reminded me why I love watching bad movies sometimes. I'm always down to watch a good to even great movie anytime, but sometimes you just want to forget about the world and watch some utter trash that you know isn't good, but it just puts the biggest smile on your face while you watch an utter dumpster fire, and it might even make you laugh your ass off. This was that movie for me. That is the best way that I can describe a Minecraft movie. I went in expecting it to be bad, but I ended up getting one of the most mind-numbingly dumb movies I have seen in the last year, and I just loved every minute of it. A lot of critics will tell you it's just plain bad and not worth going to a theater to see, but I'm not most critics. I am Trev. And I'm actually going to be one of the few people to encourage you to go see this in the craziest, wildest, most unhinged theater you can this weekend because you will have the time of your goddamn life. Bring your closest friends, dress up in your best suit and tie, bring all your dumb Minecraft merch, and witness the utter madness unfold. I will say though that if you're my age and want the experience I got, make sure you go to a screening after 8 p.m. so you're not in an auditorium filled with kids because that's where all the fun screenings are. I cannot in good conscience call this a good movie, but I can easily call it one of the most entertaining movies of the year so far, and I couldn't get enough of it. It's dumb, it's stupid, so chaotic, doesn't make a lick of sense, but that's all the reasons I love it. I love the fuck out of this stupid fucking movie. I'm recording this the Friday morning after seeing it, and despite whether or not this review is out on the same day or not, I'm going to see it again tonight. If you know how to have fun with a bad movie, this is an absolute must-watch, and I hope you have as much fun as I did watching this masterpiece of absolute cinema! I don't even really know what to grade this. I guess for my actual grade, it's like a C at best. But for my theatrical experience, my level of entertainment, and chicken jockeys worldwide, a Minecraft movie gets an A+. Play the goddamn music. Now, if you come out of this movie saying that it was awful and a disgrace to the Minecraft name, I fully understand. But if you come out of this movie saying that you love it because you had a sheer absolute blast with it, come here, buddy. Oh, I love you so much. Yes, you get it. You were there for the same reason I was. I love you, man. You're just come here. Oh, I love you so much. You're so great. I love you. But in all honesty, I cannot wait for the day that we decide to do this again, where a trailer for a movie, a really bad movie comes out, and we just meme it to death. But on opening weekend, we all show up for the same exact reason. Absolute cinema! But I now know how I must end this review of a Minecraft movie with me, Trev, of Trev's Movies, chugging a whole entire little carton of Nether Flame Sauce. I'm so crazy, my butthole is not gonna know what hit it. Alright, let's do this. Ew, don't like it. Holy fuck, that's spicy. Got a little bit more. I don't like it. Oh, that's terrible. Fucking subscribe and everything. I'm gonna wash my mouth out. Ew. Never tastes like butthole.
この街に来て出会った思いを届けられる人たち違う世界のミクか呼びかけていた届けたい人たちにでも私の歌は誰にも届かない
Colorful Stage the Movie, A Miku Who Can't Sing, is the newest film to be released by G-Kids and is based off the popular mobile app game of the same name. I seriously did not know that until I saw the trailer for this movie. You guys might kind of hate me by the end of this, but keep in mind, we're just here to have fun. And in this movie, Shibuya T... I'm pretty positive that's not how you pronounce it, but that's how we're going to because I don't know. We're just going to pronounce it that way. Fuck off. And in this movie, Shibuya teen musician Ichika meets Hatsune Miku after hearing her song in a store. The pair work together to help Miku forge emotional connections through music. Hey, you be thankful that they have the plot synopsis on IMDb like usual because if you were to just come up to me and ask me to explain the plot of this movie right off the spot, I would just look at you and be like, you're on your own, pal. So, Hatsune Miku, Colorful Stage. I've heard of that. That's a thing that exists. I like bananas. Okay, so yeah, let's get one thing perfectly clear before we get into this movie. My knowledge of both Hatsune Miku and Colorful Stage is almost non-existent. I had, of course, heard of Hatsune Miku before and knew what she looked like, but I never really had an idea of who she was, what she was, or just the fact alone that she came from a video game of some sort. And actually, the way I found out about her was pretty damn funny, because one day I was just walking outside the theater I work at, and I walked past a car that has a sticker of Garfield with blue hair, and he was dressed like Hatsune Miku, but I didn't know who it was at the point. So I went inside and was like talking to one of my managers and one of my coworkers, and I was all like, hey, there's this car outside with a sticker of Garfield dressed like a gamer girl. Again, I didn't know who this was at that point. So then my manager went outside and looked at the same sticker and came back inside and told me who he was dressed as, and I just looked at her like, who? So clearly, I am very much the target audience for this movie. But when I saw the trailer for this movie, I was intrigued at best. I mean, it's a new film from G-Kids, I love supporting their movies, and it's based on an already beloved character, and I thought it would be one of those anime movies where, even if you don't know the property, you would still be able to follow it fine enough. So I went to go see the movie Thursday night, and let me tell you, there are a lot more people in that auditorium than I thought there was going to be, including some cosplayers, because, yeah, what did you expect? And according to a friend of mine that works at the theater I saw this at, this sold the most tickets for any movie showing that day. But Sinners is right there, guys! It's fucking amazing! I love it! Why am I not talking about Sinners? Oh, that's right, because everyone else is going to be talking about Sinners. So as a newcomer to all of this, you're probably wondering how this all turned out for me. Well, I gotta ask one very important question that I need answered immediately. Is this what it was like going to watch the Minecraft movie without any context to the games whatsoever? I'm just gonna let you guys know right now that despite this video being called a movie review, I do not know how much of an actual review this is going to be. In my many years of watching movies and my 2 years of reviewing movies, I have never come across a film that I couldn't in any way, shape, or form explain what happened, or at least something that happened in the entirety of the film's runtime until now. Normally when I say, what the hell did I just watch? I really do mean that, but at the same time, it usually comes with an opinion of some sort. Not this time! This is one of the rarest of rare occasions in which I watched a movie and had no clue at all what on God's green earth I was watching because I couldn't figure out what was going on to save my life! Normally when I go see an anime movie based off a show or something I've never seen before, I can figure out very quickly what's going on, maybe even have a good time with it. When it comes to the Colorful Stage movie though, it actually got to a point where I just had to give up on paying attention because I was so freaking lost and I just accepted my fate that I was watching this. For a majority of this film's runtime, I just sat there brain dead and started staring off into space while some pretty colors flew in front of my face. I'm not even kidding with you guys, it actually got to a point to where I started just laughing ever so quietly to myself because I was so confused to where that's all I could do. The best way I can describe my experience with this movie is like a day of school. I have no idea what anyone is talking about, I do not care, and I just cannot wait for this to be over with because my head hurts. Okay, before you all go off on me, do not take a single thing I say in this video seriously at all because I am just struggling to explain a movie that I know nothing about, couldn't understand one bit, and I'm just a jackass being another jackass. So without spoiling a single thing, I'm going to try my damnedest to explain some of what I saw and try to get an idea of what I think happened here. So take away the plot I explained earlier, and what I got from this is basically, you got this girl, yes I know, which one? Half the cast is female, this one, I hope that's the right girl, I think so. She's the main one, she is totally the main one, I am positive on that. So anyway, this girl is a songwriter, singer person, and for some reason, I don't know how, she keeps running into Hatsune Miku, who by the way, is not a real person or anything. So what she is, or seems to be, is this little AI girl, or something, and she will constantly keep popping out of the main girl's phone to interact with her, or, yeah, she pops out of the phone and is like, "Hi, I'm Hatsune Miku, what's your name?" Okay, that's not exactly what she did. I'm trying, guys, I'm really trying here. And yes, this whole thing of her popping out of people's phones happens constantly throughout the movie to the point where the main girl's friends and some other people catch wind of this. Honest to God, I was really just waiting for a scene in which some guy is just sitting on the toilet there and all of a sudden, like he's just holding his phone, like checking Facebook or something, and it's just like, oh my God, what the fuck? Ah! Hi, don't eat me. And the funniest thing about this aspect of the film is that everyone just seems to be cool with a girl just popping out of their phone out of the blue. Not only has she probably seen some shit by doing this, but you're telling me there is not one son of a bitch who saw this girl pop out of their phone and they immediately chucked it across the room out of straight terror? There is honestly a great setup here for like a low budget horror film or something, especially in one scene where someone throws their phone out of anger, breaking it, and she can still crawl out of the phone. Again, this made no goddamn sense to me whatsoever. I gotta emphasize that. Made no sense to me. But aside from the creepy phone thing, we also find out that the title of this movie is kind of BS because she actually can sing, it's just that she can't gain the audience that she wants. Damn, why does that sound familiar? So from what I've gathered, she gets the main girl and her friends to help her learn to sing and gain a following. Okay. Now this is all starting to make sense to me. Oh wait, no it's not, because immediately as I was barely starting to make sense of all of this, everyone in the real world just gets sucked into all their computers. What drugs did I take before this fucking movie? And I'm not even kidding, when that scene happened, when they all got sucked into their computers, I accidentally said out loud, "What the fuck?" So when they do get sucked into their computers, there's this thing in the movie called a Seikai, and it's a little virtual world where you can travel to different kinds of stages. And when I say stages, I mean like a stage where you might have like a concert or something, not like a level or whatever. I think. Do not quote me on that. And FYI, Seikai is the Japanese term for the word stage. I did not find this out until after the movie, because during the movie, every time they said that, I was all like, what the fuck is a Seikai? You are not explaining this! And they constantly kept saying it, and I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about! Oh, and then, after they get sucked into the computer world, for some reason, no, I know the reason, I just can't get into spoilers, but they gotta put on a concert for some reason. Okay, so basically that is all I can say without spoiling anything about this movie and making myself to sound like a complete asshole who just has no idea what the hell he's talking about. Because I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about! Seriously, take everything I've said here with a pinch of salt. But despite not understanding any of this, there's actually 2 things I did like. This comes as a no-brainer, but the animation is beautiful, and it's a gorgeous movie to look at on the big screen, and the big saving grace of the film for me personally was the ending where they do put on the concert. I enjoyed the music, the animation was very fluent, and it did wake me up from my brain-dead coma. If only I could hear half of it, though. Every time I go to this specific theater that I saw this movie at, in Auditorium 13, the speakers behind the screens are always broken. And they have been broken since like late 2022 as to my knowledge. Because I remember seeing, I think it was the menu, and noticed it rather quickly. And I mentioned it to him then, and it's been almost 3 years now, and they still have not fixed it. So yeah, during the scene, during the concert, it would always switch back and forth between the music is muffled or the singing and lyrics are muffled. And despite this being a video of me just rambling and goofing around, I am willing to give this movie another shot if 2 things happen. That being that someone or a bunch of people explain everything to me, Hatsune Miku, in colorful stage, and they release a dubbed version once the film hits Blu-ray, because I think watching the subbed version was part of my problem. The 2 times, including this time, I've went to watch an anime movie in the subbed version, based off something I don't have any context to, I found it harder to understand what was going on when I had to read it, especially when something did not make sense to me. So word of advice, if you are doing that exact same thing, always go for the dubbed version, man. Which, in this case, I had no control over because there was only the subbed version. But to be honest, the moment I post this video, I'm going to get bombarded with 2 different types of comments. People mad at me for even talking about this when I have no context of what I'm talking about, and people do me a favor and explaining all of this to me. And for that, I say unto thee, go right ahead, man, because you tell me a lot about this, just give it a month, and I will know everything colorful stage and Hatsune Miku. It was done once before, it could be done again. Now, as for one legit negative I had as a newcomer, I thought this movie had way too many characters. It got to a point to where I couldn't remember a single one of their names, and they really started to all blend together for me. On a side note, since we always jump back and forth from the real world and the virtual world, the only time I could ever tell who is actually from the virtual world is anytime someone talked like this. Also, since I know nothing about this property, don't even ask if I've caught a single reference or anything, because I didn't. I mean, again, I know who Hatsune Miku is, but that's it. Actually, I take back what I said earlier about the whole thing with context with the Minecraft movie. This is more like if I went to go see Neza 2 without even thinking twice about watching the first one beforehand. Now you might be wondering if I have a legit opinion on this movie of any kind, and to that I say, don't ask me that. I honestly do not know if what I just watched is either good, bad, or somewhere in between. But based off the audience I saw this with, despite being dead fucking quiet through most of it, by the end of it, they seem to absolutely adore this film. And we haven't even talked about the best part about this whole experience watching this movie for me. So right before the movie started, a little thing came up saying, hey, after the movie's over, stay tuned for something special. And what was that special thing, you might ask? A mini fucking Hatsune Miku concert. Oh my god. I was going to be in bright and colorful hell. And it's not like the songs were bad or anything. From what I heard of them, because I kept zoning out, they seemed pretty good. But it got to a point where the audience, despite, again, being quiet through a majority of this, started losing their goddamn fucking minds to the point where I felt like the most out-of-place motherfucker in the theater. And yes, I did record a little small reaction of me in that theater wondering why the fuck I hadn't got up and left yet. So, enjoy this. And on top of that, right before it started, a little voice comes on saying, "Hi, I'm Hatsune Miku. Did you enjoy my movie?" Great! Would you like to hear some of my songs in the form of a concert? Awesome! Here we go! Singing song, I don't know what they sang! And yes, the audience very much reacted to all of her questions and answered every single one of them as if we were all a bunch of grown-ass adults watching an episode of Dora the Explorer. I have no room to talk. And they even started cheering and shouting as it started, as if Jack Black just yelled out, "Chicken Jockey!" And yes, I may have leaned down in my seat and said, "Chicken Jockey," as they were cheering. No regrets for doing that. So, when it comes to a Miku who can't sing, this is one I can really only recommend to fans because, as a newcomer, I was completely confused with every second of this. But as a newcomer, I can say that the movie has some pretty colors, the songs were enjoyable, I liked looking at it, and the colors were flying, which made them even more purta. Guys, I got nothing. I really don't have the slightest idea of what I just watched, and I probably shouldn't have saw it to begin with. But hey, what I can recommend is that you go see Sinners because it's fucking phenomenal. I love that movie. I honest to God really want to go see it again. As for Hatsune Miku, I am not going to grade this one at all because it just does not seem fair whatsoever. Look, if someone is just willing to explain all this to me and it really starts to make sense, I am willing to give this movie another shot when I get the chance.
Anthony Mackie was the Falcon. Then he was on Twisted Metal. And now, Anthony Mackie is a shoe!
A foot! He put his foot inside me!
Ugh, I like him.
And he's about to find out that being a shoe is just as soulless as you'd expect.
It's a dream. Just a dream. A very bad dream.
From the writer of Treasure Planet, but the director of Doug Goose. Wait, seriously? That's the only movie he's done as a director? Same goes for the Treasure Planet guy? And he also wrote Princess and the Frog? He also wrote this fucking film? And this is Anthony Mackie's first voice acting role? How the fuck did we let this happen? Wait, are we still rolling? Oh fuck! Anthony Mackie is the shoe! Rated PG-13.
My shoes! We're being kidnapped!
Where's the other one?
I've got to find that shoe!
Sneaks is out in theaters, right? Actually, that might be a lie because by the time you're seeing this, I think most theaters dropped it before this weekend. Gee, I wonder why. Okay, let's try that again. Sneaks was out in theaters for about a week and is about sentient talking shoes. And we thought emojis were the lowest we can go with animated films. It still is, but this is coming in at a close second. But the movie is actually about a designer sneaker named Ty. I'm done. Alright. What was I saying? Oh yeah. After his sister is stolen by a shady collector, Ty, really? I was like, fucking really? You couldn't have named him like Larry or Steve or something like that. I would have even taken Josiah. But no, you named him Ty. Get it? So with his sister kidnapped, okay, I'm so sorry I keep cutting away from explaining the plot of this, but I swear to God I did not come up with that. They actually say in the movie, kidnapped. It's even in the trailer.
We're being kidnapped!
Get it? You get it? Alright, we gotta fucking finish this. Let's get this over with. So with his sister kidnapped, Ty must venture into New York City to find and rescue his soulmate. I know what you guys were going for with that pun, but Bro! That's your sister! Yeah, despite this movie taking place in New York, I'm just going to assume those two shoes were created in Alabama. Okay, so before we get into it, let me clarify one more time that this is an actual real animated movie that was dumped into theaters last weekend. I didn't find this on Tubi or something. Someone actually decided that this movie, Sneaks, needed to play in over 1,500 theaters over Easter weekend. I am legit sorry for any child who is for some reason watching this that was dragged to this movie by their parents and hadn't seen the Minecraft movie yet. Or even Sinners. Take your kids to fucking Sinners. Oh, and to 100% prove that this was in theaters, one sec. Okay, here we go. Okay, yep. This is a real movie poster from the theater. Yep, that's it. Sneaks, right there. This movie's real. It was in theaters. This poster was hanging outside the theater. What the fuck are we doing? So when I saw the trailer for this, I'm pretty sure I had the same reaction as everyone else. Not only does this look like a Pixar knockoff, but it looks like a Disney or even DreamWorks parody that you'd see on The Simpsons.
From DreamWorks, Cars, with Eddie Murphy as the Jack of Clubs.
You don't understand, officer. I thought that king was the queen.
But originally, I had no plans to either review this movie or even go see it. Until, I don't know, I just got kind of a little curious about if it was anything worth it. Probably not. And also, I didn't have many other options for reviews this week because I saw the account too like a week ago and I didn't have much to say about it then. I saw The Legend of Ochi the other night, but didn't have time to write a review on it. Don't give a fuck about Until Dawn. Revenge of the Sith. I mean, I love that movie, but is there anything new I could really say about Revenge of the Sith? Or anything Star Wars at this point? No, not really. But since I was so on the fence about maybe going to see this movie or not and maybe review it, I don't know, I decided to put up a poll the other day asking you guys if you'd like to see a review of this movie from me or not. And shocker, an overwhelming majority of you said yes. So since the movie was already being pulled from theaters this weekend, I had to make it a top priority to go see this movie at 10:40 a.m. Thursday morning. And I really wish I was fucking with you guys when I say this, but Thursday morning, keep that in mind, I get to the theater and the parking lot is fucking packed. And I was all like, what the hell? It's Thursday, right? Yeah, but I get in there and I actually had to wait in line with a bunch of parents and their kids on a Thursday fucking morning. And my first thought in mind was, okay, maybe Minecraft is still selling out. But no, I get into my theater and I almost couldn't find a seat because the movie was on the verge of selling out. I actually had to sit in the front fucking row for fucking Sneaks. I was never in a million goddamn years expecting to go to a sold out screening of a movie like Sneaks of all things. I mean, I even had to take video proof. Look at this.
Agent Cobra Bubbles, we have a blue dog to catch.
Got your ass. No, seriously, I was the only son of a bitch in that theater. Actually, I was only one of 4 cars in the parking lot, and 2 of them were the manager and the employee. I also may have saw this at the theater I work at, so it's not like I got any dirty looks going into this because they knew why I was there. By the way, you may have saw that the trailer that was playing in that video was for the live-action Lilo and Stitch. I fucking hate to admit this, but I'm actually kind of looking forward to that. Like a lot.
I know! Don't judge me!
So as you guys know, last week I went to see the colorful stage Hatsune Miku movie, and if you saw that review, you'll know that I had no freaking clue what was going on in that movie, to the point where I actually said that I probably should have went to go see the Talking Shoe movie instead. But now that I've actually seen Sneaks, will I regret saying that a week later? Well, I'll say this, compared to Hatsune Miku, I could actually follow this one. But as for the film itself, you guys might be pretty shocked to hear this. I'm shocked to hear this, but when it comes to Sneaks, the animated talking shoe movie, it's actually not as bad as I expected. Oh, it's not good, but I've seen worse when it comes to animated kids movies. as you guys should know. So let me start off by asking this. How many movies do you guys think have been in theaters recently, like super freaking recently, that star Lawrence Fishburne? If you said one and are referring to The Amateur, you're dead fucking wrong. I don't know what happened here, but you'd look at this movie and think, at best, there'd be like maybe one or two, maybe even three well-known names in this, but it'd be someone you hadn't seen in a long while. But no, I don't know what kind of blood oath or deal with the devil was made here, but listen to who they got for this. I already mentioned Anthony Mackie in the opening, but there's also Martin Lawrence, Lawrence Fishburne, and even Keith freaking David. Yes, that Keith David. What the actual fuck? What the hell happened, Keith? Did Hazbin Hotel not pay you good enough? Come on, man. You know you're better than this. And hey, while we're at it, why don't we also just throw in Manny from Modern Family? He's not doing anything right now. And also, Chris Paul. You will remember that Chris Paul is in this movie because they mentioned him a lot. Also, Mustard is in this movie with a few original songs that he made for the film. I'm gonna act like I know who that is. Okay, so despite joking about the names they got here, the voice acting is actually one of the few positives that I have about the movie. Honestly, like halfway through the movie, I really started to question if at first they were told that this was gonna be like a Pixar or a DreamWorks movie, but then once they found out what it actually was, it was too late to back out. So yeah, for what they were given, the actors all did a really good job here and seemed to give it their all when they really didn't have to. I'm not saying give a bad voice acting performance, but you really do not need to do this good for the movie about talking shoes, for Christ's sakes. But as for the film's story, it's nothing you haven't seen before. You are most likely going to see a lot of comparisons to Toy Story and just Pixar in general, and while that is true, it's more a mixture of both Toy Story and the R-rated comedy Strays from a couple years ago. Actually, it's more the idea of Toy Story where it's talking inanimate objects and the story of Strays in which this guy with street smarts teaches this newbie about what he knows. And then it's also the last half of Toy Story where the inanimate objects have to get back home to their owner. Also, while we're making Pixar comparisons, every time I looked at Anthony Mackie's shoe, I could not help but think he looks like the shoe version of Lightning McQueen for some reason, where like the eyes are in the back but the mouth is more out front. And don't think we're even close to being done with all the Toy Story comparisons. There's more to come with that. Now, when it comes to the film's animation, it's honestly very weird to explain. Because on the surface, it looks like any normal CG animated movie, but throughout, the characters in animation will move like it's trying to imitate the style of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Sometimes it'll move normally and not look like anything special, but then every once in a while, it'll just do that Puss in Boots style where it looks like they're skipping frames or something, and every time it happens, it's kind of jarring. There's also a few times where it looks like they put more work into the design of the main characters than they did any of the background characters, because there's a few times where they look soulless, especially the background humans. And every once in a while in the movie, there will be a rat that pops out, and those things are legit fucking terrifying because of how awful they look. Actually, I just thought of something while I was talking about the animation. This is less a copy of Toy Story, but more specifically, Toy Story 2. I mean, think about it. There's talking inanimate objects. Someone steals them because they're worth a pretty penny. The guy that stole them plans to sell them to someone else, and the main inanimate object tries to get home before that happens. And to top it all off, Sneaks even has its own When She Loved Me scene. I swear to God I'm not making that up. This movie actually tries to make you have sympathy for a fucking talking shoe because there's actually a scene in which Martin Lawrence's shoe has a backstory in which he was the shoes of this famous basketball player and he ended up slipping off the guy's foot, making him fail at the game. I know, spoilers, but do you really care about plot details for the fucking talking shoe movie? This also comes right after, hands down, the worst third act breakup I've seen in years, and it comes right out of left field. Martin Lawrence's shoe admits to Anthony Mackie's shoe that the entire time he was just trying to steal from him, and Anthony Mackie's shoe has a reaction like, "What? You tried to steal from me this entire time? Oh my God! Why did you do that? Oh my God! I fucking hate you, you stupid black shoe! That sounded so racist! I'm leaving! Fuck you! It's a fucking shoe. Boo fucking who. Fuck, that rhymed! As for the humor, it is both exactly and not exactly what you'd expect. Yeah, of course there are shoe puns, but surprisingly, there are not as many of them as you'd expect. And, I'm actually weirdly kind of disappointed by that, which is weird because usually these fucking puns would piss me off. Every once in a while, they'd make the obvious ones, but there were so many missed opportunities that it got to a point where I was making more stupid puns than the actual movie itself. I already mentioned the kidnapped one, but there's also these like 2 shoes that transport other shoes via skateboard, and there's one part where they're going downhill, and I'm hoping I heard this right. I'm pretty sure I heard this right. They actually say, "Hold on, we're going downhill." Instead of, "That's my boy," Martin Lawrence shoe says to Anthony Mackie's shoe, "That's my shoe," which that could be taken like a totally different way. And yes, those are completely fucking stupid, but there are so many times where they just had the obvious one sitting right in front of them and they didn't even bother to use them. There's this one shoe that's obsessed with William Shakespeare, and while he does name off a bunch of shoe-based Shakespeare titles, the obvious one he did not say was Romeo and Juliet. Are you fucking kidding me? It was right fucking there! Romeo and Juliet! Come on! Are you fucking kicking me? There's another one! I will say this though, he did mention Julius Sneaker. You know, maybe it's because the movie actually made the pun and I didn't, but I hate that. I hate that so much. I'm kind of narcissistic between someone in a movie making a pun and me making a pun, I guess. I don't know, it just feels worse when the movie actually does it. My entire thought process on these shoe puns is really complicated. There's a scene where they put on a musical number and someone says, "It's showtime!" It's showtime! Come on! Really? Go! Oh my god! And probably the funniest one I made that they absolutely could not have used in the movie was when they were trying to escape via a trash chute and one of the shoes says, "Just shoot me now." First off, that is actually a pretty dark thing to say for a G-rated kids movie that I am very aware is rated PG for some stupid fucking reason. Second, I obviously get the pun that he was going for. But third, the first thing that came to my mind when he said that was, so he's having thoughts of suicide. That's horrible, but that's pretty good. Come on. Suicide. But I will say, the only slight legit chuckle I got out of this movie is when the Shakespeare shoe gets caught by a rat and all the other shoes that are there are just like, we really did not give a fuck about him. We can all be happy that he's dead, right? But honestly, the only times I really started laughing like legitimately was when I would make the occasional stupid pun to myself, or when it really started to kick me that what I was watching was just so fucking retarded. I know I shouldn't say that word, but it's a talking fucking shoe movie. Come on! And we haven't even talked about the villain yet. No, not him. Honestly, before I started recording, I could not find a picture of this guy, but all you need to know is that he is some guy named the Forger who likes to destroy shoes. Yes, like Sid from Toy Story. So first off, we never actually do see this guy's face because through the entire movie, he's just wearing one of those weird, like, lens things that you would see at an eye doctor. But also, with his name being the Forger, all I could think of was, did Lloyd just get tired of dealing with Anya that he was like, fuck this spy bullshit, I'm just gonna go murder shoes? No, seriously. There is actual legit shoe death in this movie, and one scene where the Forger almost commits mass genocide with a bunch of shoes because, if you haven't put together, the shoes are fucking alive. Not gonna lie, it was also pretty fucked up to watch a shoe that was split in half slowly die in front of us. And yes, the movie even ends with all the shoes coming to life in front of the Forger to stop him. Just like Toy Story! As for any other negatives, the pacing was pretty slow. Not agonizingly slow, but there were numerous points towards the end where the movie could have wrapped up, but it just kept going. Also, there's one or two things on this whole living, talking shoe thing that make absolutely no goddamn sense because there's one scene where Anthony Mackie's shoe just throws up a random sock, and It's not like he had a sock stuffed inside of him or anything. He just threw up a random sock with no explanation on how that works. Maybe it's because him and Martin Lawrence are traveling in a duffel bag? I don't know. Speaking of Martin Lawrence, I know you've only really been in the last 2 Bad Boys films in the past few years, but even you're better than this, man. I mean, come on. You were Boog from Open Season. He was the bear. His best friend was Elliot the deer, voiced by Ashton Kutcher. Ugh. Hey, wait a minute. It just kicked me that Anthony Mackie in this movie is playing a white shoe. As a white male who identifies solely as a helicopter, I find that so highly offensive. Yeah, you heard me. Highly offensive. I, as a helicopter, am always up in the air. When people say, get to the chopper, they should be saying, get to the Trevor. Martin Lawrence at least had the decency to play a black shoe. Stay in your lane. I was supposed to say stay in your lane, but first off, that's too far, but goddamn, I couldn't give a straight face. But as for the highly offensive overtones in this movie, I would like you to send out hashtag cancel Sneaks movie. But if there's anything nice I can say about this movie, aside from the voice acting, I will say that I'd rather rewatch this any day. No, scratch that. I'd rather rewatch this 10 more times in my lifetime before I ever rewatch something like the Garfield movie or Baby Shark's Big Movie ever again, because those were way much harder to sit through than this. Also, fun fact, Sneaks somehow managed to make slightly more money in its opening weekend than the Ryan's World movie did last summer. How sad is that? So yeah, Sneaks is not a good movie, but I'm just glad that it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, or as it could have been. This is one that I can only recommend to the youngest of kids because there isn't anything here for adults, and every other kid over the age of 5 wants to go see the movie where 2 guys 69 in the air with pigs. I still can't believe that happened. And while this video is probably going to come out to being longer than I expected, I will say there is more material in this movie for something like a watching and talking than there is for a regular review of mine. So, who knows? Maybe one day I'll do a watching and talking on this. If I ever get to do another one of those. I have like 3 of them sitting on the back burner right now because I have no time to make them because Walmart. But anyway, I'm going to give Sneaks a D+. Actually, that's probably why I'm not being too harsh on this movie, because Walmart has been crushing my spirits so freaking much recently that any little distraction like this will slightly entertain me, I guess. But it didn't do much. And the last thing I gotta mention is that I am fully aware this is a movie about talking shoes, but in the opening credits for this movie, we follow this guy who is like spraying graffiti everywhere, but the camera constantly keeps focusing solely on his feet. Again, I know this is about talking shoes, but it got to the point where I really started to question if one of the creators of this film has a really bad foot fetish. Maybe that was one of the inspirations for this film.
I know this is all really intense, but I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm really sorry about this. I really am.
Hurry Up Tomorrow is a new film from Lionsgate, and keep that in mind. Make sure you remember that because, oh my god. And is centered around The Weeknd and his new album. And no, that's not the plot. That is literally one of the few reasons as to why this movie even exists. Hurry Up Tomorrow is even the name of the album. What this movie is actually about is a musician plagued by insomnia who is played by The Weeknd. So yeah, it's not even that it just so happens that he's playing a musician, he's playing a fictitious version of himself. Why does that feel like it's trying to tell me something about the movie? Wait a minute. It stars The Weeknd, playing The Weeknd. Is he one of the writers? Oh! Yep, that's right. We've got a personal story here today, folks. Be very afraid. But anyway, he deals with insomnia and is pulled into an odyssey with a stranger who begins to unravel the very core of his existence. So I would like to clarify right now that at the time I'm recording this, there are a lot of other bigger videos I would love to be working on right now, and recently, I have been very picky on which movies I choose to review. If I have a big interest in reviewing something new that I saw, I'm going to review it. However, for this month, the only movie I really had any intention of reviewing was the live-action Lilo and Stitch. So just the fact that I'm taking time out of my already busy schedule to talk about this movie means that something is up. So when it comes to the singer known as The Weeknd, he's honestly been a singer that I have had almost no opinion on. Honestly, he's one of those singers where I'd always question if I've ever heard any of his music or not. But then you start playing something like his song Blinding Lights, I'd be like, yes, I have heard this before. The moment you played this music, I know that song. But here's how much I'm actually very familiar with him. I didn't know that was his song until seeing this movie. And on top of that, and you really gotta keep this in mind, I am not at all familiar with his style, so I don't exactly know if this movie is a good representation of that or not. But to, let's just say what it is, advertise the release of his new album, we have Hurry Up Tomorrow, the movie. I think I need to put quotes around that. I mean, it's not exactly based off his album, it's just kind of named after the album. Kind of like how Pink Floyd The Wall, the movie, is named after the album. Or, wait. I don't know my music history. Did Pink Floyd The Wall movie come out before the album, or is it to tie in with it? I don't know. So I actually did see a trailer for this about a couple months ago, and I will say, while I was watching the trailer, the entire time, I could not at all tell you what this movie was going to be about, which sometimes I love, sometimes I don't. I mean, recently with Sinners, it didn't really exactly tell you that there were vampires, but there's vampires, and yeah, we knew, but it was like, I don't know, it's kind of fun to guess what is going to happen and whatnot. And then I saw the poster because I hung it up at the theater I work at, and I'm not fucking with you when I say this. I stared at that thing for a damn good minute like, what the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Like, seriously, I could not comprehend what this was supposed to be. Also, I only saw the trailer once and barely remembered it, so technically going into this movie, I went in blind. But now that I've seen the movie, I can safely say one thing. That poster, hands down, is the greatest representation of a movie I've ever seen in my entire life. The entire time I was staring at that poster, I couldn't tell you what the fuck I was looking at. The entire time watching this movie, I couldn't tell you what the flying fuck I was watching. And I do not mean that at all in the same way of when I said it for Hatsune Miku. I mean it more as, what the everlasting fuck was your intention? And what were you trying to go for? I have no idea what the fans are going to say about this, but as someone who, I guess, likes The Weeknd fine and his music fine enough, I can safely say this is the worst movie I've seen this year so far. There's no comparison! Oh my god! Let me just start off by saying this, and this is not at all my big issue with the movie, but guys, I gotta make this clear. The Weeknd is not an actor! This might be the most true statement I've ever said in my entire life. Just because someone is talented at doing one thing does not mean they're talented at doing another. And just like The Idol, he's pretty damn bad in this, especially whenever he has to have a moment where he screams or something like that. So let me tell you something. I saw this movie Wednesday night. It is Thursday night now when I'm recording this, and I am so glad I waited to, because there is a clip going around online right now of his acting in the movie. Watch this bullshit.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? I have to go right now. I'm getting calls. I have to catch a flight. I'm on a tour. I'm trying to be fucking nice. You see I'm trying to be nice right now, right? You're forcing me to be bad, but I'm actually doing a good thing.
I'm not even kidding. I got up to use the bathroom during that scene, and I came back and saw that and just started dying laughing. And I'm like, well, that's the only emotion I'm gonna get out of this movie besides angry. And you wanna know what the opening shot of this movie is? It is that for literally a goddamn minute. I got my flash on and it's like burning my fucking eye. I need to stop this now. But I'm gonna keep it going. Okay, done. Fuck, damn it. Jenna Ortega's also in this, and she's, honest to God, I don't think she has a single word of dialogue till like 45 minutes into this piece of shit. I also had no idea what the hell was up with her character through this entire thing, because I was just all like, what was this? What was this fucking movie, guys? Who else is in this? Oh, that one guy's in this movie. You know, that one guy. He shows up in like goddamn everything, but you never really bothered to learn his name. At least I didn't. Him, whatever his name is. This is his name. I seriously don't know what is on screen right now because I don't know this guy's name. I'm sorry. Look, I'm going to be very honest with you guys. I really did not give a flying fuck about reviewing this one. Not even a second fuck. Like, I gave no fucks about reviewing this one. So today, or I guess midnight, it's midnight right now. So tonight at midnight, or whenever the fuck you're watching this, you're getting half-assed does not give a fuck Trev. You're welcome. You can thank the Hurry Up Tomorrow movie for that. I said in the beginning that I wasn't all too familiar with The Weeknd's style, but if this is a good representation of that, then call me a downright hater, because it did not take long at all for this movie to become super fucking nauseating. Before the movie started, there was an epilepsy warning, and yeah, I might not have epilepsy or anything like that, but it immediately got to a point where I had to stop looking at the screen and close my eyes because it really did get to be way too much. And it did not help that I had to watch this in the RPX theater. I think between this and Dogman, I have never regretted watching a movie in that theater as much as I did here. So fair warning, if you do not do good with flashing lights and whatnot, do not under any circumstances go see this one in theaters. And honestly, personally, I can't give you any reason to go see this bullshit in theaters. And if that wasn't nauseating enough, this movie has so much goddamn shaky cam. And normally, shaky cam, flashing lights, and all stuff like that usually doesn't get to me, but somehow this movie managed to pull that off because I felt sick by the end of this. Speaking of RPX, I don't know if it was the movie, the theater, or maybe they updated the speakers at this theater, but this movie is so goddamn loud. On top of closing my eyes for the flashing lights, I was almost on the verge of having to cover my ears a few times. The more I think about it, the more I realize that this might just be one of the worst theater experiences I've ever had because of the movie. Actually, it might be a first because of the movie. Okay, so it's loud and nauseating as fuck. What else is there? Well, honestly, I'm very dumbfounded that Lionsgate is the ones to distribute this. Halfway through the movie, I legit forgot 100% that this was a movie from Lionsgate because everything from the littlest detail looks, feels, and acts like it was from an A24 movie. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I really do feel like that the only reasons that Lionsgate decided to distribute this movie was because it has The Weeknd and Jenna Ortega. Those are two really big names right now, especially Jenna Ortega. So they're like, let's see what the hell this even is. And I couldn't tell you what the hell this even is. And what's funny about this is that Jenna Ortega was just in Death of a Unicorn, an actual A24 film, and actually, the more I think about it, this is not at all shocking that the movie turned out like this because the director of this movie, his one big directing credit that I know of is A24's It Comes at Night. Now, there's nothing wrong with it resembling an A24 film. It's just the fact that it resembles a terrible and boring A24 film, where the entire time you're watching it, you just want it to end, and no one in the making of this movie had the balls to say, no, stop it, bad, no. Actually, with that in mind, I guess the title did get one thing right. I constantly ask for this movie to hurry up. Speaking of which, towards the end, out of nowhere, it just straight up turns into a horror movie with like a scary elevator, scary girl just like eating something, or then she's eating something, she starts screaming. There's one shot that's directly out of The Shining, and then the whole last half is just misery. I mean, hey, with the amount of Stephen King movies coming out this year, I guess this movie just wanted to throw its hat into the ring. And if you're wondering, the only slight positive I have about this movie is that the soundtrack was good. But what ultimately keeps ruining that positive for me is I cannot stop thinking about the fact that if those songs were removed, this movie would just be a big old pile of nothing that would be forgotten in a week. The only other thing, I guess, is that throughout the movie, Jenna Ortega just randomly drags around this can of gas, and like, it got a laugh out of me, not because she was dragging it around everywhere, but because at the end, she just randomly pulls it out of nowhere. Like, Where did that come from? You just had it sitting in a hotel room? Is it that important to you? Is it your comfort thing? I don't know. What do you guys want from me? I wrote this damn script at 1:30 in the morning. I was tired. But hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong about all of this. Maybe this is exactly what the fans want, and there's just a big piece of this puzzle that I am missing. Personally, I don't get anything in this movie, but if you're a fan and loved it, I'm glad you enjoyed something that I really couldn't. But I will say that I was texting someone after this movie was over who I knew was a big fan of The Weeknd and was going to see this movie on the same night. And since he had knowledge of The Weeknd and what his style was like, I was texting him like, hey, what did you think of that? And I guess after he got out, he texted me in all caps, what the fuck was that? So, yeah, honestly, I don't know whatsoever how fans are going to respond to this movie, or even my review for that matter. Okay, so I had to turn off the camera for a minute to go check on something, but in the midst of that, I looked and saw on Rotten Tomatoes, this movie only has a whopping 16% from critics. Okay, so the movie is shit. Thanks for letting me know. Honest to God, I really don't have any actual real final thoughts of any kind or whatever. If you're not a fan of The Weeknd, don't go see this. You have better things to do with your life. If you are a fan and you do go see this, however, please let me know immediately what your thoughts are and if this is actually good to you and if I'm just missing something. As for me, however, I'm gonna give Hurry the Fuck Up, I wanna get my ass out of here, a D-. Fucking hated this movie and I never wanna watch it again. If you go into the comments and complain that I'm wrong, I understand. Actually, no, I don't, because clearly, according to this, I am right. But again, I understand if you're mad at me and just hate the fact that I hate on this movie that you just don't understand or whatever. Okay. Doesn't bother me one bit. And I really am sorry if this video feels kind of half-assed and not as well thought out as some of my more recent reviews. Guys, I'm just tired and really had no interest in reviewing this one. It was just, it's so goddamn bad I have to talk about it. Oh, by the way, the screening I went to was some kind of fan event screening of some kind, and before the movie started, there is a music video from The Weeknd singing one of the songs from this album, and for a moment, I was legit convinced that this was actually part of the movie. It was not. As for Lionsgate, though, at this point, they better pray to God that Ballerina brings in a pretty penny. Lilo pushes Myrtle off a stage. Okay, yeah, she didn't beat the everlasting bloody fuck out of her Mortal Kombat style like I wanted her to, but hey, you know what? I'll take it. Automatic 10 out of 10 right there. I nearly applauded. Okay, I did applaud. Really fucking hard. Like, it was my chicken jockey moment. Lilo pushed Myrtle off a stage and I was all like, oh my god. Yeah! 10 out of 10 right there! Big thy ass, Lilo! And you guys know that we're talking about the live-action Lilo and Stitch remake today, just from the way that I'm dressed, because in the last video, I wore the sunglasses on my head. Now they're on my face. Through the entire video. And also, I shaved. I did not shave in that last video, so you know what? Totally different. Also, I may not be wearing pants. Seriously, I'm not wearing pants. It's like 10:30 at night. I was all like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just jump in front of the camera. No one's gonna see down there.
Huh? La Crista!
What hideous planet is caught in your crosshairs?
A shooting star! I wish for a friend. Like a best friend.
What the hell?
Lilo and Stitch comes to us from Marcel the Shell director Dean Fleischer Camp and is the live-action remake of the now Disney classic about an alien experiment that poses as a lonely Hawaiian girl's dog to escape capture from its creator. You guys want to know something? That is the first time in God knows how long I was able to describe the plot of a movie without having to go look up the synopsis on IMDb. I just know this movie that goddamn well, and if you were to come up to me and ask, I could probably explain the entirety of the original front to back. So with that said, and the fact that I just did a 30-minute watching and talking on it, I don't think it's a secret that I just adore the original. I would go into detail as to why I love it so much, but again, 30-minute video, man. Go check it out. I'm actually really proud of that one. But I will say that I love this movie so much that even to this day, I still have this Stitch toy that I got at Disney World when I was like 5 years old. And my favorite thing about it is that it is intentionally supposed to bite you. Name another kid's toy that does that. But now because of money and our love for stuff that makes us nostalgic, we have yet another Disney live action remake that no one ever asked for.
Stitch is back, alright.
But hey, some good news as of this moment. Due to Snow White bombing like crazy, shocker, they put all future Disney remakes on hold. Thank God. I don't want to see TikTok Hercules. That actually might be a thing. But that might not be lasting long because just as people are starting to realize that these remakes are shit, we all decided, hey, this one don't look bad and we're hyped. Well, what the fuck, guys? I thought we were all in agreement with these. Well, while you guys were getting excited to be spoon-fed your nostalgia, so was I. Wait, what? Damn it, Disney! Fuck! You got me! Yep, you heard right. I, Trev, of Trev's Movies, was actually excited for a Disney live-action remake in this day and age. I have mentioned this a couple times, but yeah, not a fan of these. But I can't say no to that face. By the way, I just got this today, and this is my new favorite popcorn bucket. I love it. It's so fuzzy. It is actually fuzzy, guys, and I love it. Ultimately, though, I think the real reason I was excited for this one was because I do love the original so much, and it honestly just looks so freaking cute. But on top of that, Snow White was just so bad, and then How to Train Your Dragon looks just so soulless and uninspired, to the point where Lilo and Stitch just look so much fun by comparison. Again, I don't care what they say! I am not looking forward to How to Train Your Dragon whatsoever. But nothing is going to stop me from getting that popcorn bucket. That is adorable. Speaking of which, I think that is the best way to describe this new version of Lilo and Stitch. It is just downright adorable. No matter what I say about the rest of the movie, Maya Kaluuya is not just the big scene stealer, but she is what ultimately made this movie because she is Lilo. Yes, Stitch is very much Stitch, and we'll get more into him in a moment, but out of all the major casting in every Disney remake that has ever been made, she is damn near on par with her animated counterpart, to the point where it feels like she studied this character. And man, even if her character wasn't all that great, you would still feel very bad for her in the context of the movie for her being alone, because she's just so freaking adorable in the sweetest little thing. And I'm sorry, but the scene where she finds Stitch in the kennel, that is already the feel-good moment of the year. It was just so freaking heartwarming. But yeah, we already kind of expected her to be great, so how's the rest of the movie? What's it like? Well, I'll say this, as a Disney remake, it's automatically one of the better ones, but compared to the original, it's not even close to being better, but that's almost common sense at this point. But by the end of the movie, I was able to say that I had fun and really enjoyed myself. I'm going to be honest with you guys, this video is obviously going to turn out to be much longer than I expected, but I really do not have as big a gripes with this remake as I tend to have with every other Disney remake. I didn't think I was going to be saying that either. Now don't get me wrong, like every Disney remake, it's flawed, but in the case of this one, you're already aware of some of the biggest changes they've made. But before I mention any of that, I'm going to give out my positives because I have more than I expected. First off, I really have to praise everyone who worked on the CGI. It's clear that the filmmakers knew how much the original and these characters meant to people, so they wanted to make them look as accurate as possible, and because of that, Stitch, Jumba, Pleakley, and the Grand Councilwoman all look incredible, and my favorite aspect about them is that, are you ready for this? They emote! There are a lot of times in these remakes where the very cartoony characters might sound happy, sad, or even angry, but they clearly are not expressing that on their face. But for this movie, these have got to be the most expressive CG characters in any Disney remake, and the amount of hard work these artists put in paid off so damn well. Anytime Stitch feels sad, you actually get emotions out of how he's feeling because you see the sadness on his face. And just like his animated counterpart, he's just as cute. Speaking of Stitch, he did not change an ounce from the animated movie. And that is of course a good thing because he still feels and acts like the same Stitch we've all known and loved for years, and he's just as likable, funny, cute, and fluffy as he's always been. I've always been for them changing a few things in Disney remakes, but there's honestly nothing you can change here because with this character, if you were to change Stitch, the movie would automatically be ruined. One thing that I've always heard people praise about the original, including myself, was the relationship between Lilo and her sister Nani, which is handled so well that it's a lot of people's favorite aspect of that film. And here, it's still done pretty well, and even in live action, I still believe them as sisters, and the two actresses are very believable in these roles and work very well off of each other. I even like the little add-on of Lilo slowly accepting Nani as her mother figure, to the point where she even says, "I like you as a mother just as much as I love you as a sister." And that's just really sweet. Next to this being the Disney remake that has the best looking CG characters, it's also arguably the best looking Disney remake as well. But let's be honest, there isn't much competition when A, your movie takes place in Hawaii of all places, and B, a lot of the other Disney remakes look kind of ugly. With that said, Hawaii does look beautiful, and the movie easily does a good job of making me want to go visit there someday, just from looking at only a few key shots of the film. If it took place literally anywhere else, I think this movie would have the disadvantage of not being animated, just because the original had those beautiful watercolor backgrounds. And if you were afraid that the movie was not going to have its classic soundtrack, don't worry, all the songs you associate with Lilo and Stitch are all here. While they do have the same composer but different singers, I will say the Hawaiian roller coaster ride and the opening song are pretty on par with each other. And yes, not only did I get hyped, but I did get goosebumps as that opening song started to play. But when it comes to the new rendition of Elvis Presley's Burning Love, it is a major downgrade. Apparently the next step is to go from Winona Judd to the Disney Channel original movie rendition sung by kids. And in my opinion, while it isn't bad, compared to the Winona Judd version, it's a hunga shit! And above all else, this is one of the only Disney remakes that actually has heart. I'm going to repeat that. We have actually somehow, in this day and age, gotten a Disney live action remake that actually has some heart behind it, and it didn't feel soulless at all. And this kind of seems like a no-brainer, but this is easily the funniest Disney remake, and there's really no bar for that, so it doesn't have much competition to begin with. But still, it is really funny, and most of that has to do with the chemistry between Lilo and Stitch, who still really feel like the animated characters from the movie, as previously stated. And I never thought I'd see the day, guys. Not only did they give more focus to little robot guy, but he has dialogue. Little robot guy for president. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, what does not work about this movie? Because, well, it's a Disney remake, so of course there's a lot that they changed that honestly does not work. So, gee, I wonder what or whom I should talk about first. Shut up! No, wait! They'll do. So if you're unaware, one of the biggest quote-unquote controversies surrounding this movie was how they were going to be portraying the characters of Jumba and Pleakley. In the original, there's this bit in which they disguise themselves from looking like aliens, and they put on the most obvious disguises. But as a lot of you know by now, throughout most of the movie, they're in full human disguises, and they were played by Zach Galifianakis and Billy Magnussen, and throughout most of the movie, we see them as Zach Galifianakis and Billy Magnussen. And while I would prefer for them to be in goofy disguises, the director did come out and say, he tried. He tried to put them in the goofy disguises, but it just wasn't going to work due to the budget. So that's why throughout a majority of the movie, Jumba and Pleakley are seen as humans. But as for this choice, it's very much a mixed bag for me because I prefer Pleakley in his alien form, but I more prefer Jumba in his human form than his alien form because, I'm sorry, Zach Galifianakis' voice does not match that character. One of the most well-known things about Jumba in the animated movies and shows is his Russian accent, and it's basically a staple of that character.
He can see in the dark and move objects 3,000 times his size. His only instinct to destroy everything he touches.
Here though, when he's regular Zach Galifianakis, it's just Zach Galifianakis, so whatever. But when he's in his alien form, he looks and sounds like a whiny dweeb that lives in his mom's basement. I'm sorry, that voice does not match that character.
626 is unstoppable, indestructible, and smarter than 100 supercomputers.
I tried to get used to it, but I'm sorry, I just couldn't. Speaking of the CGI and the budget, you can very much tell that not only did they want to save money with this one, but they wanted to put most of it to the CGI for Stitch. I mostly say that because the opening to this movie where they introduce all the aliens is so rushed that you'll blink and be like, I'm sorry, what just happened? It's as if they were making the movie and someone just come in and was like, guys, we gotta make this a little bit quicker, we're starting to lose money. And yes, I am fully aware that this is one of the cheaper Disney remakes and it's somewhere around $100 million, but hey, maybe next time, don't go spend $270 million on a movie that's already dead on fucking arrival. But also, the more I think about it, I'm kind of fine with that choice in some ways because some of the originals opening was more focused on Captain Gantu, so he could be more of a threatening presence later on. But since he's not in this one, there's not much to say besides Stitch escapes and Jumbo and Pleakley have to go after him. Wait a minute, hold on, whoa, stop, wait a minute! Did you just say that Captain Gantu, one of the biggest staples of the Lilo and Stitch franchise and the main villain, is not present in this remake? Yep. Right off the bat, I will say, I find it kind of funny that people now just figured out about this week because I figured it out like a month ago just from a key shot from one of the trailers and also the fact that his name does not pop up under any of the actors on IMDb. And when I first heard that this was official and that he wasn't going to be in the remake, I thought, okay, I like this character and all, but I guess that's a change. And again, for the budget that they had and the fact that that character is just so freaking huge, it makes sense, I guess. So with that character's absence, we now have a big gap of how are you supposed to do the ending? And on top of that, who's the main villain? Well, recently, people were speculating that it was going to be Cobra Bubbles because in the original, he was a social worker throughout and then revealed to be a former CIA agent at the end. In this version, however, it's the opposite, where he's a CIA agent looking for Stitch who goes undercover as a social worker. But to keep it short and simple, no, he is not the villain, and honestly, his character is really freaking pointless in this, but we'll get more into that in a second. So if it isn't Cobra and Gantu isn't present, who's the villain? I honestly cannot tell you guys because it's a major spoiler. And honestly, I didn't even put together that this character was going to be the villain until we got towards the end of the movie. I mean, before going in and even during the movie, I was just like, okay, most of this is playing out exactly the same, but without Gantu, how do you do that climax? And to tiptoe around it, all I can really say is that it feels like they only made this character the villain just because the movie needed a climax. And with that choice, Gantu's presence really does feel missed here as the villain because he felt like a legit threat by the end. Unlike Jumbo and Pleakley, who turned around to liking Stitch towards the end, Gantu just wanted to get rid of him because he saw him as a nuisance and an abomination.
Oh, so cute and fluffy!
And on top of that, he's fucking gigantic, and Kevin Michael Richardson's voice did bring a threatening presence to that character. And what they did with the villain here actually ruins the continuity of everything else Lilo and Stitch to where it is my biggest issue with the movie. Honestly, I can't say I hate it, but man, I really don't like it to the point where it really brought the movie down a few points for me. I am predicting this now. I don't know when this review is coming out, but I saw the movie Tuesday night. It is now late Wednesday night when I'm recording this, so I'm recording this the Thursday before all the early screenings start, but my prediction is that this aspect of the movie is going to become the big talking point online this weekend. There's also just a few add-on characters that they have here that really have no purpose, but they're just whatever. In this new version, we have David's mother. Okay, but on top of that, Cobra Bubbles is not the social worker, so instead of him, they got Tia Carrere, Nani's original voice actor, to play that role. And yes, while that is a cool little Easter egg, that just makes Cobra's role in the story even more pointless and unneeded. Sometimes it feels like he's only in this just because they already had to give up Gantu, so they didn't want to get rid of two pivotal characters. And this is yet another case in which the movie somehow plays out exactly like the original, but is somehow longer? True, I did not feel the runtime because of that, but that really never makes any sense to me. Except with Snow White, because that was almost a completely different movie from the original. And while I can't at all say that they butcher it, they do kind of mess up the Aloha Oi scene between Nani and Lilo. In the original, Nani quietly sings this song to Lilo with no music in the background of any kind, and by making that choice, it makes it one of the most emotional scenes in the movie. Here, however, they do add ukulele music this time, and while it's not as effective as it was in the original, it's fine enough. The only problem is that this moment is kind of undermined by the fact that they sing Hello Oi 2 times before this scene ever happens. And yeah, while the other 2 times are more just for fun, the momentum of that scene is kinda ruined when the sustenance is removed from you already doing it. But really, I think this is one of the rare occasions where I don't have as many problems with a lot of the changes that they made in this remake. I still stand by the fact that Cobra is pointless, and I still don't like the choice of who the villain is, but as for all the others, they're not that major of changes, and none of them ruin the movie for me. But I'm sorry, the villain, man, I really cannot get over it, and I really don't see a lot of fans being happy with it. But despite my issues that I always expect from a Disney remake, I can safely say that this is one that I actually enjoyed watching. Lilo & Stitch 2025 is by no means a great movie, and it is nowhere near as good as the original, but for what it is and what I expected from it, I think it gets the job done just right. It's got some great performances from some perfect casting, great CGI that stays true to the look of the original, and it's all around so freaking cute and a lot of fun. While it's not going to change your life or anything, I think this is the perfect movie to take the family to over Memorial Day weekend. And the best way I can describe this movie is that, while it is broken, it's still good. Yeah, still good. I'm going to give Lilo & Stitch 2025 a B. And if you're even slightly curious, no, they did not add in the Pudge death scene. And hell, Lilo feeding Pudge doesn't even feel like that big of a deal here because we never actually do find out how the parents died, and it feels like Pudge is only here because that's a thing people really like from the original. Well, people seem to have opinions about this movie. So for those unaware, last weekend was the release of the highly anticipated remake of one of Disney's beloved classics, Lilo & Stitch. Yes, I did just say that there was a highly anticipated Disney remake. If you're watching this in the future and the Disney remakes are just as shitty as they are now, you may be shocked to hear that a lot of us, including myself, were actually kind of excited for this one. Again, if you're watching this in the future, I think most of that has to do with the fact that the trailer for this movie was actually decent to kind of good. It looked cute, and let's just be honest with ourselves, we are all obsessed with this little blue fur ball. And yes, that includes myself because not only did I go out and buy one collectible Stitch popcorn bucket, but I ended up buying a completely different one as well. Guys, look at this. It's a little plushie holding this bowl. It is so cute. I had to have it. Plus, the night was winding down. It was the last one they had, so I was all like, screw it, I'm gonna buy it. And look at this. He has a little tuft of hair. Isn't that cute? Look at it, it's so cute. It's so fuzzy. I love it. Hell, in the time it took me to talk about that bucket, they probably made 50 more items to put Stitch's face on. There's a Stitch toilet seat now, isn't there? Yeah, I'm not even shocked by that, guys. Wait a minute. Ew! It looks like the hole is his mouth! Wait a minute! Are we supposed to sit on Stitch's face? Damn freaky! But once the film finally released, people's opinions were very much split, and as to my knowledge, a damn good majority of them seemed to be negative, with a lot of people saying that it missed the point of what made the original so special. I'm sorry, but have you never seen a Disney remake before? That is almost common fucking sense at this point. As for my thoughts on the film, for those who didn't see my review, to keep it short and simple, while I didn't think it was great or anything, and nowhere near as good as the original, I thought it was enjoyable for what it was, while still being very flawed as hell. But despite the fact that I saw the movie a couple days before its initial release, I saw some of the reactions to this film coming a mile away. And that's mostly what we're here to talk about today. Yep, despite being based on an already well-known movie, this is gonna be a spoiler talk for the live-action remake of Lilo & Stitch. Yeah, I honestly can't believe that I'm saying that there are spoilers to this movie of all things, but there are a few major changes from the original, especially when it comes to the ending, which I know a lot of you are not happy about. And to make sure my opinion didn't change or anything, I did decide to go see the movie again since, well, it had been like a week and a half since I first saw it, and I wanted to know if my opinion changed or not. And I'll just say this right up front, having seen the movie twice now, there is still a lot of things I really need to talk about, especially with that third act, and something you guys probably didn't pick up on involving said third act. So if you haven't gotten a chance to see the new Lilo and Stitch and have an interest in seeing it with no spoilers, or you haven't been on the internet for the past week, you have been warned. And I will say that any positive I had in my original review still remains positive after the second viewing. With that said, why did you have to go and do Jumbo like that, man? So I mentioned this in my first review, but the entire time I was watching the first half of this movie, I really couldn't figure out how they were going to do the ending without Captain Gantu. And once we get to the scene where Jumbo is destroying the house, it's not exactly revealed, but just kinda like plays out to where he is the villain. And I really do mean it when I say that I did not pick up at all that this is where they were going until we got to that scene. Even when Jumbo and Pleakley were relieved of their duties and Jumbo says that he's gonna do it his way, it still did not click with me that he was our bad guy because that all happens in the original as well. It did start to click with me, however, when he was destroying the house and I started to realize that, man, he's acting a lot more dickish and just straight mean here. And I was like, oh no. And even after the second viewing, I still hated this choice like most of you, and my big reason for that is that Jumbo, even in the original film, would not do half the stuff this Jumbo does, and just like I said in my original review, this really, not even really ruins, but just destroys the continuity of everything else Lilo and Stitch. So when it comes to Jumbo in the original movie, he was tasked with capturing or even taking out Stitch any way he could. Which in the case of that last one, he can't really do because, well, Stitch is indestructible. But despite his duties, he still cared for Stitch because he was one of his 626 creations, and you can definitely see that in some parts of Stitch has a glitch. And on top of that, while he was destroying her house and everything, he never had any intention of hurting Lilo. Even when she was beating on him, he just pushed her out of the way, not wanting to get her hurt. Even later when Nani runs into Jumbo and Pleakley and she's asking where's Lilo, he still feels bad because he didn't want to hurt her because he had no intention of hurting her. He just wanted his creation back because he got sick of hunting him down. And then, the movie even wraps up with him and Pleakley moving in with Nani and Lilo and giving them Christmas presents dressed as Santa. And then in other Lilo and Stitch projects like the sequel or the TV series, there are times that they'll refer to him as Uncle Jumbo. Now everything I just said about Jumbo and everything else Lilo and Stitch is completely butchered in this new version. This new version of Jumbo does not care an ounce about Stitch despite the fact that he created him, and once him and Pleakley are fired, he doesn't care who gets hurt at this point, including Lilo, and he just straight up becomes the villain. And since I knew about all this going into my second viewing, I of course decided to pay a lot closer attention to this character, and from everything I saw, he was not the same Jumbo from the original from the beginning. In the original, even when him and Pleakley were searching for Stitch, Jumbo was still a little jokey here and there, and even grew a friendship with Pleakley as the film went on. This new Jumbo, however, found Pleakley to be kind of a nuisance, and all around just wanted to destroy his own creation, and was annoyed with everything in the process for no reason. Not only is that not the Uncle Jumbo that we all know and love, but to quote himself,
"This is low even for you!"
And what also hurts about this is that once they were revealing what all the aliens in this movie were going to look like, I was like, man, I'm really excited to see Jumbo. I want to know what Jumbo's going to look like. And I saw him, I was all like, that's Jumbo. That is the Jumbo I know. And then he's the villain, and also Zach Galifianakis' voice does not match the character, and you blew it! You goddamn blew it! This is low even for you! Bah! There's another aspect involving Jumbo being the villain that I really need to talk about, but to talk about that, we also gotta mention the other aspect of this movie that people are just completely hating on, Nani giving up Lilo in the end. I'm just gonna say this right off the bat, I don't know if it's people who have actually seen the movie or people who have not seen the movie yet and are just going based off of what others are saying online or a mixture, but everyone is blowing this scene out of goddamn proportions. For those somehow unfamiliar with Lilo and Stitch, the whole message of the film is about family, but most importantly, Ohana, and how nobody gets left behind or forgotten. And in the original, it ends with Lilo, Nani, and Stitch staying together as one big happy family. But at the end of this remake, Nani ends up giving Lilo over to the state in the foster care system so she can go over to the mainland to study marine biology, despite the University of Hawaii having a good program for that is much cheaper. Oh, that's not something they say in the movie, that's actually true, Google it. And I know what I just said sounds really fucked up, but anytime I've heard someone talk about this online, there are a lot of key aspects that they leave out. First off, Nani in no way just handed Lilo over to the state all willy-nilly just so she can go to college. she actually fought to keep custody of Lilo and stay with her, but due to the fact that she really couldn't take care of Lilo, and even herself for that matter, especially with her house being burned down and a hospital bill that she couldn't pay because they don't have health care, she wasn't thinking about herself, but what was best for her sister because she couldn't provide for her. Second, the state was probably going to hand over Lilo to some people she didn't know, but then the neighbor lady talked with the social worker, and her and David are going to take care of Lilo as her guardians with Nani's approval. And despite being in a new home, Lilo is staying with people that she knows, Nani can come visit anytime she wants, and since their house is being rebuilt, now Lilo has a place to stay. As for the college thing, Nani told Lilo that she was going to stay with her no matter what because she was her responsibility, but Lilo reminds her that their parents wanted her to pursue her dreams. So yes, Nani does go off to college, but she does it so she can make a better life for herself, but most importantly Lilo, and so she can make her parents proud in the process. So while it would have been better if Nani stayed in Hawaii with Lilo to find a way to provide for her, even if it involved asking for some help, in some ways, this was the better option. Again, Lilo goes to stay with, let's be honest, people she's probably known for years, seeing how she's only 6 years old, and not just some randos that she just never met. Now I will say, the only thing that kind of ruins my defense of this whole scene is that in the original, when Cobra came to take Lilo away when the house blew up, Nani did try to stop him from taking her, and she's like, no, she needs me, I'm the only one that understands her. And in here, she really didn't try. Well, shit, I guess no matter what I say, people are still gonna be kind of mad at this. But honestly, if you look at this Lilo and Nani over the animated Lilo and Nani, it seems like live action Lilo and Nani had more problems than the animated ones. But with all of that, a lot of people are saying that this misses the whole purpose of Ohana, and it's pretty meaningless in this version. What if I was to tell you that this is not even the first time that something like this has happened in a Lilo and Stitch property? And it involved Lilo giving up Stitch? Let me explain. So some of you might not be familiar with this, but there is a Lilo and Stitch Japanese anime called Stitch, which was a sequel series to the Disney Channel series. In this anime, Stitch is upset because Lilo abandons him for a boyfriend, so he decides to run away. This then leads him to Japan, where he finds another little girl named Yuna, and they all have a bunch of adventures and whatnot. Guys, give me a break. I saw one episode of this show and that's it. I don't know what it's really about. But upon doing research for this anime, I did find out that there was an episode in this series titled Lilo, in which Stitch is reunited with Lilo and her daughter that looks exactly like her, and she explains that there was a misunderstanding and she never left Stitch for some dick. But despite making up and being reunited, Lilo tells Stitch that he's found a new family in Japan and he should stay with them. By the way, his new family, just from this clip I saw, still consists of Jumba and Pleakley. I don't know, I haven't seen the show. How the hell did they get there? I kind of want to know. Like, I'm curious, is this a good show or not? But what I'm trying to say here is that this live action remake isn't even close to the first time that some property in this franchise has said fuck Ohana. Also, if anyone tries to tell you that watching grown-up Lilo and Stitch say bye-bye made me very emotional and teary-eyed, they're liars. Fucking liars, man.
Bye-bye, Lilo. Bye. Come on, honey. Bye, Stitch. I'm glad I finally met you.
Excuse me, I need a moment. So, due to my little moment, I accidentally tripped over the plug-in to one of my LED lights, ripping the fucking thing, whatever the hell is, USB plug-in, whatever fucker thing. I tripped over it, ripping it out of the wall and whatever. So, yeah, if my lighting is fucked up for the rest of the video, you know why. I need new lights anyway. But when it comes to everyone's complaints with Jumba as the villain and Nani giving up Lilo, there is one thing or person I have never heard anyone brought up anytime they talk about these two aspects of this movie, that being the Grand Councilwoman. Trust me when I say, she plays a big role in all of this. When it comes to Jumba in the original, before she sent him and Pleakley to Earth to capture Stitch, Jumba was imprisoned, so in return for the capture of Stitch, the Grand Councilwoman was gonna grant him his freedom from prison. But in the remake, however, she doesn't do that! So even if Jumba captured Stitch the moment they got to Earth, he was going to prison no matter what. So without any motivation or any reward, Jumba really had no choice but to become the bad guy, hence why he probably didn't care about Stitch towards the end. Now when it came to Nani giving up Lilo, I actually had to go back to the animated one to figure this one out. Because in between the house blowing up, Cobra taking Lilo escaping, and then the whole chase involving Gantu, I couldn't at all remember what changed Cobra's mind in the end. Well, really? He didn't. What happened was that the Grand Councilwoman not only let Stitch finish his sentence out on Earth, but since Nani and Lilo were the ones keeping an eye on him, she put them under the protection of the alien government, meaning that they could stay together, and Cobra had no say in it. And I know I made it out to sound that Cobra was one of the bad guys in the animated film, but he wasn't, because he wanted to see Nani succeed, and he was relieved in the end that he didn't have to take Lilo away. In this new version, she says Stitch can stay, and that's it. So yeah, if you want to blame anyone in the actual movie for all of this, blame the Grand Councilwoman.
This is all your fault! Screw you, Grand Councilwoman! You're the reason this movie is worse than cancer!
And I guess on top of that, blame the neighbor lady for pushing Nani through the entire movie to go to college. And you know what? That's another thing. It's not just the whole Nani giving up Lilo thing that everyone's blowing out of proportion. It's just this entire movie in general. Despite being a Disney remake, some people were just so overconsumed by their nostalgia of the original that people were really expecting this movie to be so great. But I'm gonna be honest, aside from the third act and a few flaws here and there, I have really heard no one complain about anything else throughout the first 2 acts of this movie. With that said, when it comes to my second thoughts on this movie, I'm not gonna lie and say that I didn't see a few more issues this time around, and I still was not a big fan of that third act, but my opinion pretty much stays the exact same as it did in my original review. I enjoyed the first 2 acts, but the third act is really what brought it down for me. Before I get into all my new negatives, I will let you know that any positives I had in my original review all remain positive after this viewing. Maya Kaluuya is still adorable, and she pretty much makes this movie. Stitch is still Stitch, and despite what you might think about the outcome at the end, I still believe these two as sisters. Nani and Lilo to be exact, not Lilo and Stitch being sisters. Now, one major issue I did have previously that I did not mention verbally in my last review was them removing Stitch's ugly duckling storyline completely, which is a very important scene in the original. In the animated version, Stitch has no purpose due to the fact that he has nothing to destroy, which was his original purpose, so because of that, he grows an attachment to the story of the ugly duckling because, like Stitch himself, the duckling was an outcast who was lost, and he eventually found where he belonged, which was with his family.
Then the ugly duckling is happy because he knows where he belongs.
Stitch, not knowing the idea of family, aside from Lilo bringing up Ohana, learns what it means from this story. And yeah, all that shit's gone here, and the way he does learn about family is so bland and forgettable, I really can't tell you how he did learn about it, so by the end of the movie, it feels like he only learned what family was because he learned it in the original. And yes, of course, this is another case where Disney relies on you to have seen the original because things and references do pop up that were actually pivotal things in the original. Remember how Lilo showed the other girl Scrump and they all thought she was weird because of the description she gave her, leading to Lilo throwing Scrump on the ground, only to come back and pick her up because Scrump meant so much to her? Yeah, Scrump is just here with no rhyme or reason. I don't even know if Lilo ever said her name. You also gotta love how Disney always tries to advertise these as the more adult version, and not only is that just a lie, but some of these live action remakes play it so safe that the more adult version ends up being the original animated one. And you know what? That's exactly the case here. While the big saving grace of this movie is Lilo and Stitch, I noticed on the second viewing that they're a little off here. The whole thing about Lilo's character in the original was that she was weird, imaginative, violent, and an all-around oddball, but the Lilo in this remake, however, while still acted very well by Maya Kaluuya, is more just quirky. And while that's not at all a bad thing, it does feel like kind of a downgrade when you compare it to Lilo in the original. A good example of this, and then playing it too safe, is that in the original, Nani's helping Lilo tell Cobra Bubbles how good her parenting has been, but then it somehow turns when Lilo starts saying that Nani is disciplining her with a pillowcase full of bricks.
Sometimes 5 times a day.
And while that is not at all true, it is a pretty messed up thing to say, and it does make Nani realize that she's screwed up in demonstrating this to Lilo. In this one, however, the big thing that makes Nani realize that she's screwed up is that Lilo says that she's been eating too much. Well, that's fucking lame. Have it be that Nani's shooting her with a paintball gun or something. I mean, it's not true, but it's a lot funnier and a more reasonable reason as to why Nani had that reaction. Now, when it comes to Stitch in this new version, I still stand by that it feels like he's the same character from the animated movie, but I noticed on second viewing that he really isn't the violent little shit that he once was. In the original, once Lilo and Nani adopt him, he's still growling, hurting people, destroying the house, and even attempts to bite off Pleakley's head in one scene. In the remake, however, I noticed that he's less violent and just a lot more playful and eccentric. Which is fine and all, but it kind of defeats the purpose of the original, where he's this violent creation made for destruction who, through the movie, learns to be less destructive. And yes, I know he destroys the house in this version as well, but I don't know, something here about it just felt kind of off. Maybe it was the fact that he didn't scratch up the wall. Hell, even when he steals that pink car that's in all the advertisements, we don't actually see him throw the girl out of it like he did Merle in the original. And by the way, it's 2025. Why the hell are we still playing Uptown Funk in movies? The Chipmunks did it over a decade ago, and it was probably overused then. The fact that I remember they even did that. Was it Uptown Funk or Uptown Monk? Because if it wasn't Uptown Monk, missed opportunity. Oh, and before I do forget, this video is also brought to you by Capri Sun. There is a lot of Capri Sun product placement into this movie. It gets to the point where Capri Sun is almost just a straight up cameo here. Also, there was a fun little Easter egg I noticed when they see the picture of Lilo adopting Stitch. It says that she adopted him on June 26th, which comes out to be 626. I like that. And honestly, it still dumbfounds me how not only Disney keeps missing the point of what made the animated classics so special, despite them being the ones to make them, but somehow in this day and age, people will still go out and say that animation is only strictly for kids because these live action films are a great example of showing that animation is definitely for all ages. The reason people go to see these live action remakes sometimes is because they love the animated original, but Disney usually misses the point with these and plays it way too safe that the animated version not only remains superior, but is actually the more adult version. Yes, there are movies and shows that are strictly for kids, but that's why when we have a film that is for all ages, we usually use the term family film. I'm sorry, but after a 10 out of 10 masterpiece like Across the Spider-Verse, there is no reason to say that animation is only for kids because despite that film's PG rating, it is honestly more adult than a lot of movies targeted towards adults. The same can be said for elements of the original Lilo and Stitch. Behind the cutesy fun stuff with Lilo and Stitch is a very adult and tragic story of two sisters on the verge of being split apart due to the loss of their parents, and the way they tackle the idea of family or ohana and what it means is handled a lot better than it is in this live action remake. I'm telling you guys, there are way too many great examples of movies that are targeted towards kids and families, but are as much for adults as they are for kids. I would say another great example would be Studio Ghibli's Whisper of the Heart, but I'm honestly not going to go into detail with that one because Shay Farillis already made a phenomenal video detailing every single key element of that movie to the point where if I was to say anything, I wouldn't be doing the film justice. So do go check that video out if you have the time. Honestly, the more I think about it, I could probably do a top 10 list one day of animated movies that are for all ages. So after my second viewing, I can say that while my opinion has changed slightly, I think the movie overall is still a good enough time for one viewing. But now having seen it twice, I don't think I ever really need to watch it again. Before coming into this video, part of me wanted to say, yeah, if you have any interest in seeing this, I'd say wait for streaming, watch the first 2 acts, and then turn it off once Jumba enters the dog pound because that's where the movie really goes downhill. But then I was all like, what the hell is the point of that when there's already a perfectly good 10 out of 10 movie right here? And a sequel. And a TV series. And an anime that I've never seen that might be good. I don't know, is it bad, good? I don't know, tell me. I do believe that out of every Lilo and Stitch property released in America, this has definitely got to be the weakest, but I still think that it's enjoyable for what it is despite its many, many flaws, and I still think it's one of the better Disney remakes. And look, everyone is entitled to their opinions, but I seriously do mean it when I say I think some people out there are taking their hate of this film and blowing it way out of proportion because, come on guys, there's worse movies out there, and definitely worse Disney remakes. Seriously, how many of you actually saw Snow White and did not just go online to review bomb it? So I thought. And I say this to Disney. If you really can't see what makes your animated classics so special to people, here, educate yourself! I have 3 more copies where that came from. I actually had to search for the VHS tape. I knew I had it, I just didn't know where the hell it was at. And before I started recording, I thought coming into this video that my grade was going to stay exactly the same from last time, but since I did find a lot more issues this second time, I'm going to be lowering my grade from a B to a B-. And despite enjoying this movie enough, Disney, I beg of you, show us something inside of you that is really freaking good. That'll do. I don't know, I think it looks cute. And I know everyone usually has their answers for what they think are the few good Disney remakes, but I thought about something the other day. If Disney owns Fox, can we all agree that West Side Story is the best Disney remake? I mean, it's not based off an animated film, but it's still a remake, and Pete's Dragon was mostly live action, so... Also, David straight up said that he wanted to shred Nani like some waves. Dude, it's a fucking family movie! I know both of you thirsty as all hell, but there are kids watching, man! Alright, so, I don't even know how to start this out. I've never done this before. So, yeah, basically we are doing this kind of in a midnight screenings style because I couldn't do it at my house, we couldn't do it at their house, and actually, do you even know what midnight screenings is?
No.
Midnight screenings, bro. It's just
midnight screening.
No, I watch these guys on YouTube, and they used to do this thing in their car where they would review movies right after they get out.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I always liked that idea, and yeah, that's the only way we could do it because I have people at home right now, and so I didn't want it to be loud.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, if the volume or the echo sounds like crap, I'm sorry, I tried to fix it, but this is the best we could do. So, did you guys grow up with the original?
Oh yeah, we watched all three.
I love the original.
We
bro.
have we have them all on DVD.
Yeah,
I do not have the third on DVD.
Yeah,
we need it. We need. Did we?
Oh no,
It doesn't matter.
It really don't, but
Don't matter.
you lied if you don't have it?
We have the majority.
I have the first one and the third one, but the second one I just don't have. But I did.
That's like the best.
I just
one.
rewatched it, and
That's the best one.
I know it is, but like I'm kind of like, do I like the first one or the second one more? They're pretty on par with each other for me.
What if we like
the second one's better.
Combined our DVD collections and had a marathon?
We should
rewatch all of it.
I have way too fucking many, trust me. There's a couple videos on here where I do my Blu-ray collection, and
I'm just talking about How to Train a Dragon. You ain't seen my DVD collection. You have not seen my DVD collection.
Yeah,
we're gonna have a DVD battle to the death.
Bands.
To the death.
What is the
battle
most?
Of the band.
All right, what's the most fucked up movie you own?
Mike, what do you mean fucked up?
I don't know. I own Fritz the fucking cat.
Okay. Master of Disguise.
I'm so sorry.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
The one with Dana Carvey?
Yes, bro.
I've seen some videos on it.
That movie's crazy.
Yeah, I just know you made Turtlina for the Turtle Club.
Have you seen that movie?
No, but fun fact.
We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it.
I know we're getting off topic, but I just got to tell you this: the Turtle Club scene that was shot on 9/11.
Ain't no way.
I swear to God, look that shit up.
Turtle.
Turtle. And
I love that.
It's terrible, but like.
That's crazy.
We're gonna make a separate video on that movie.
Yeah, maybe we should do like a reaction video to that because I've never like actually sat down and watched it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, back to it.
Oh yeah, we're talking about How to Train Your Dragon.
How to Train Your
Dragon. Okay, so we all love the original How to Train Your Dragon, but what were your expectations going into this? Because as for me, everyone who's watched my videos should know that I was kind of dreading this.
Dude, I thought it was going to be ass. I thought it was going to be shit.
Mostly, like, if you watch any of the trailers, it looked like the exact same goddamn movie.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't even see the trailers. I was like totally like blind going into it.
I thought the actors were going to be a lot worse. I thought they were going to be really bland and like,
I mean, the
not
kid
a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, the kid playing Hiccup, like, he looked pretty on par with the animated one. Dude. But I will say this right up front though. I did kind of miss his like kind of wimpy, whiny voice.
Yeah,
that's what I was
like,
thinking of
I'm
too.
a Viking. I'm a Viking.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah,
just like he didn't have the same voice texture, you know. Like,
dude, the beginning, I was like, wow, this is not going to be good because
the
acting in the beginning was just kind of not it.
It was
not
I'm
on
gonna
point.
say the acting was kind of mid.
I'm not even gonna say, like, I'll say this, like, when it first started off, like, I always remember that iconic moment where, like, he shuts the door when the dragon breathes fire and he goes, "We have dragons.
Yeah.
And like, I was like, in this version, it felt kind of underwhelming when he said that. But it's like, when he says in the original,
That's what I thought too.
when he says it in the original, he still has that wimpy voice, but you're still like, oh shit, fucking dragons, let's go.
Right.
But yeah, I wasn't excited for it. And even coming out of like, back in like March or April, I don't remember when, they premiered it at Comic-Con, or I'm sorry, CinemaCon, and everyone was saying, oh, it's so great. It's even as good as the original. And I'm all like, really? Come on, are you serious? And then I saw the reviews were coming out, and they were pretty much saying everything I expected from it, but we're like, okay. So going into this, I was just kind of like, okay, maybe it'll actually be decent. And I'll let you guys take the floor. What did you guys think?
I thought it was pretty decent. I feel like they could have done better on the graphics, on like the background.
I agree with that.
Just the background. I liked
even the water at some
I liked
points.
the dragons as themselves. I felt like they put probably a lot of money in, and a lot of stuff towards the dragons, mostly that stuff. But the backgrounds effects, like you kind of like. I liked the sky parts and stuff, but like when it was like focused on Hiccup and he was just talking like regularly and you could see the background, you could tell it was fake.
Okay, I was going to say this for later, but I do got to bring this up. The entire time watching this, I don't know, did you guys ever watch the Netflix live action One Piece?
Like the show?
Yeah, the live action.
Yeah, I watched it.
It looked exactly like that. That's what, the vibes I was getting the entire time.
Yeah.
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 I didn't watch that. So I don't know.
So you thought it was decent, just okay. What about you?
I kind of loved it.
Oh my!
I loved Toothless when he.
I'm sorry. Yes, I loved it too. I was like this brought me back like 2010.
And seeing him in real, like just like kind of like he looks so real. I'm just like, oh my god, I want him as a pet.
Same as a.
He's so cute. He's like
weird.
a little kitty
That
cat.
is the weird thing. Like everyone was saying it's the exact same as the exact same, and I'm all like, is that really gonna work though? Because that's one of my biggest issues with Lion King. But keep in mind, we're split. This one's DreamWorks. That was Disney.
Oh,
this
he
is
had facial features.
That's
especially.
why it was so good. Because that's why I was so
Toothless has
confused.
facial features.
Wait, what?
You
What?
could see
I
him.
went into it. I forgot that this was a DreamWorks movie.
No.
Because I went into it thinking it was a Disney movie. And I'm
I
like,
played
oh.
the fucking DreamWorks logo beforehand.
I don't pay attention all the time, okay?
You were on your phone quite a bit.
You were.
Hey, no.
You know, I noticed from you a lot.
What?
Oh, it's so cute. Oh,
Yeah.
like
Oh my god, because Toothless is so adorable.
the entire time I kept hearing you say that, and I'm like,
Dude,
But
that
no,
makes so much more sense now because I'm like, every Disney remake, like live action, it's disappointment. You don't even have to know anything about it. It's going to be bad.
you know, it's actually kind of
It's not
sad.
going to do justice to the original.
You know, it's actually kind of sad. I noticed this like halfway through when I was actually really enjoying the hell out of this. I was like, this is the first time DreamWorks has done this. The first time Disney did it, you can debate was 101 Dalmatians back in the 90s, but like what started this trend of them was Alice in Wonderland, which not a good movie.
No, not at all. You're right.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
think about
so
that ever too.
old.
Yeah, actually, I think the live action Alice in Wonderland and the original Dragons came out the same year.
They had a dragon too in that. Because remember Alice fights the dragon?
Yeah, but no, both movies came out the same exact year.
What?
That's not where I thought you were going with that.
She fought the dragon.
Alice fought the dragon.
I don't remember that. I feel like
I don't remember that movie at all. Saw it once as a kid and did not like
I
it.
wonder how good the CGI is like compared to that though.
I will say, not comparing the CGI, but I did rewatch the original How to Train Your Dragon the other day, and like I noticed the animation. It came out in 2010, and some of it doesn't hold up as great as I remember it. Like some of it looked like very on par with like some of the TV shows they had back in the day.
Yeah.
Which surprisingly I never watched. Did you guys?
Which TV show?
They had a few How to Train Your Dragon TV shows.
Oh yeah, they did on Netflix. They have them.
Yeah, there was one on Netflix.
I think I touched it, but I lost interest because it didn't.
It wasn't the same.
How to Touch Your Dragon.
It wasn't How to Train Your Dragon. Yeah.
There was a Netflix one you just mentioned. There was also one on Cartoon Network, which I saw 1 or 2 episodes of, but like I never got hooked into it.
Yeah, it's like they didn't ever do it for me.
Yeah. So when Disney does a live action remake, my biggest issue, aside from Lilo and Stitch recently, is that the CGI, like, they either look emotionless or just flat out scary, but like with this, they're pretty on par. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah. one thing I did kind of have a problem with is, like, it feels like they give most of the emotion to Toothless. Like, none of the... And you could say that in the original, that a lot of the other dragons don't have much reactions or, like, facial expressions as Toothless does, but, like, in this new... But it's in this new one, it's, like, very noticeable.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Like, none of the... Because I was just thinking about that. Like, when we were talking about facial expressions, I was thinking, really, none of the other dragons had much personality to them, except Toothless.
Dude, I love the part where...
And, like, I feel like in the animation, they had more emotion to their face.
What's that one dragon's name? I should have known these dragons' names. We should have, like...
The only two I've ever known were the Night Fury and the Gronkle. And I got a funny story.
The Gronkle, that's the one the round one?
Yeah, the big, fat, like, chunky one.
Yes, bro, that scene where he sniffs the thingies and he sneezes, bro.
Yeah.
I love that. That was so cute.
Yeah, they did that exact same thing in the original, which we'll get to how this is pretty much the same in a minute.
Exactly.
But, funny, the only reason I remember the name of the Grunkle is because as a kid, when the first one came out, we would always go to McDonald's, get the Happy Meals, which, by the way, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh my god, I love those.
Like the fucking, and then the box was pretty much like these, where, like, you could just, like, pop out the horns or whatever.
I don't even remember.
And they would light up and stuff, like the little red... Oh my god, I love those. This is like, I forgot.
Yeah, but like the downside between these and those was that the originals had it was the McDonald's box, so like they're still greasing them and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine how the popcorn buckets are.
God.
But where I was going with that is that every time I went to McDonald's, we would always get the Grunkle, and like, I don't know, that's just how I remember that was the name of it.
I never got that one. I always got the fire one and it lit up.
Yeah. So, yeah, as I said...
Oh, yeah. See? Now I remember, because it lit, because the fire one... Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like glow in the dark. You were like... No one ever got Toothless.
No, yeah, what the hell? No one... Wait.
Did I? No.
For some reason, I remember having Toothless, but...
That would be
I mostly remember the Grunkle.
I remember, I think, a blue one, too.
I don't know the name of the dragon. I just know his name is Stormfly.
Stormfly,
yes. I think it might have been that one, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But, like, this brings, like, back memories. I forgot that was even a thing.
It's kind of weird to think that we were, like, 5 or 6 years old when the original came out, and now we just saw the live-action one, like, 15 years later. The original's 15 fucking years old.
Also, can we talk about, like, McDonald's used to have hella cool toys.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, now it's just like, maybe you can waddle it. It's like,
they had Squishmallows, the little Squishmallows.
Yeah, frick those.
I think those are cute to put on
your
car.
back on topic.
Okay.
Back on topic.
We're getting off track! Ben, are you okay? You look down.
I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry I screamed at you.
It's okay. All right. I think I'm fine.
But, yeah, we did mention this. It is pretty much the same movie, beat for beat, line for line, shot for shot.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know, that's kind of what worked about it.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think I would have liked it otherwise.
No, and that's what I hate when they do with movies now. Like, when they make live action, they always have to change the story.
It's mostly Disney.
Keep the storyline. Just keep the storyline. Like, I get it, but it's like,
here's the thing, though. I like for them to maybe add a thing or two, but like Disney...
We loved the original for a reason.
Yeah, it's like Disney botched it up so much at this point that I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of okay with this one being beat for beat the same thing.
Yeah, right.
Like, what I thought of this the other day when people were saying it's actually really good. I was all like, kind of like the West Side Story movie from a few years back. It's like pretty much the same movie, and I love the hell out of that.
Can we talk about how much of an asshole Toothless really is, though? Because, like...
It's mostly just a scene with Astrid, isn't it?
No! Because, like, at the end...
Why are you crazy?
Oh my god! The first one, like, he's laying there.
Because he lets him lose his leg?
No! He lays there, cuddled up with what's-his-face, Hiccup, under his wings.
This ain't a spoiler, by the way.
You've seen the first one.
Yeah, it's the same movie.
You've seen the first one. But he sits there, he lays there,
and lets
covering Hiccup,
and he lets
everybody think he's dead. Everybody's got the waterworks going. Oh no!
You know what?
And next thing you know, surprise!
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. I was like,
he looks at them, and he still has his arm covered, and he's just like, I know what y'all are thinking. And then he lets them wait a little bit, and then once Astrid comes over, he's just like,
you can't hate him for that. He's like, y'all tied me up, put me on this boat.
They put a muzzle on him this time.
I think did they not have one in the
No,
first
not
one?
in the original. Like, this time they put a muzzle on him. It's like, now you feel even more bad for him.
Yeah.
Right, 'cause I was like, how he looked like a little puppy with a muzzle, and
He's
I was
basically
like,
a giant
wow.
cat.
He's a cat. He's a cat. He's got the slit eyes. He's a cat.
Even like the little ears or whatever you call them. Like,
yeah, that like
flies like this.
lightning
He has his
hairball.
arms like
Yeah.
this, and he just flies.
But no, the scene you're talking about at the end where like he lifts his wing or whatever, I wish you went, nah, I got you motherfuckers, and then you're
he had
just like, toothless!
Yeah, he had to play with them for a minute. He's like, yeah.
They're like, you
I'm
tiny...
gonna give y'all some shit.
Do you know how many of my brothers and sisters you killed?
And then he has that little like sly smile on him.
Yeah. Every time he like smiles without his teeth, I just think of like an old grandpa.
Like, I got you.
Yeah. But no, like when they did, like it does play beat for beat, but there were certain scenes where I was still getting excited for that. Like when they do the fly test or whatever.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, like I was like, yes, I want to cheer, but it's like everyone else is quiet, but like that was still just a great, phenomenal scene.
There's some parts like caught me like, I was like, whoa.
Yeah. I was just like,
I would get up and like just sit like this because I'm just like,
it's like, what's gonna happen? But I know
it's
what's
like,
gonna happen.
It's like, what the hell's going on? This is like the same movie, and usually this is my biggest issue with these, but it works.
Dude, even like,
you know what it is? This one has heart. Unlike a lot of the Disney remakes, it has heart. It took the heart from the original, put it in this movie.
What's the chief's name?
Stoic?
Yes, Stoic the Brave. Stoic the best.
No, that was another thing I love, that they did bring Gerard Butler back to play him in real life, which was really cool.
that is really cool.
Dude, I thought that dude looked like, I was looking at him.
It's the same exact voice actor.
He looked so familiar,
He
though.
did look really familiar.
Did you see the recent Den of Thieves movie?
No, but he reminded
That's who that
me
is.
of Santa from Arthur Christmas. I don't know why. I looked at him, I'm like, Santa. He could play. He is an orange beard, though.
I didn't think
Now, do we want a live action Arthur Christmas?
Frick no.
No, I will say that right up front. Like, despite me and all of us really enjoying this, I still am not going to be excited for live action remakes like this.
Right.
Like every time
they did good on this one, but like I was thinking the whole time.
Like, what if they do Shrek?
No.
I don't know. I was kind of thinking the whole time, like, they could make a second live action How to Train Your Dragon 2.
And I told you right after we got out that they already announced it a few months back.
Yes, but I was thinking at the same time, like, they can make it because it's good, but like,
no,
will it stay good?
Well, here's how it, like, I think that works really well is that in the animated movies, they age these characters with every movie. Oh, shit. Okay, those died.
Hey.
Okay, whatever. But like, they age the characters in all the animated movies. So it's like, as you go on with 2 and then maybe 3, it's like they'll age with these movies. So you won't have to you won't have to worry about the actors aging.
That's like Avatar, because I always worry about that. I'm just like, why did they wait? Why does he wait so long? And I get why he does. But I'm just like, all these actors are going to get so old. Please just get all of them out. Because I want to see all those Avatar movies, you know?
The James Cameron ones, the Blue People?
Yes. Because they're supposed to be coming out with a Fire sequel.
Honestly, I don't know if that matters with that, just for the fact...
Fire?
Yeah, it's like called Fire and Ash.
Yeah, Fire and Ash.
I just
That's
thought
what
they
it's
were
called.
red. I didn't know it was like fire. Can they like...
They're pretty much doing Last Airbender at this point.
That's what
And
I'm
I'm
saying.
so excited for it. And I'm ready for
They're
it.
like-
And I love that. And it's different. And I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I always have problems with those movies, but like the last one, when I saw it like here in the RPX 3D, it was amazing.
Oh, it was.
Like I saw it the first time and I was like, it was okay, whatever. But then you watch it on that screen, it's like, okay, so I just watched it on the wrong theater. Yeah. Where were we brought up, why did we bring up Avatar?
Because her.
Live action? Something, I don't know.
Well, what I was going to say is, like, you probably don't have to worry about them aging those actors up. With that, they're all CG, so, like, they really just need their voice.
Yeah, for real.
That's true. They really just need their voice.
Yeah.
But back to my thought. Stoic the...
Vast.
The Vast! Stoic the Vast, yeah.
What are you doing out here?
Bro, like, even the part where he jumped off the boat, like even, like,
He's just as badass as the animated
the human...
one.
Like I don't know, his animation, his body animation, not like CGI or any of that shit.
Yeah.
But like how he does it, like even like I don't know. It's just so much like the first one. Like, it's the same thing. It's the
Yeah.
same exact thing. Like I pictured it the exact same way in the cartoon. It's like the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Even to the point where he jumps off the boat. He looks the same. He sounds the same. He is the same.
Yeah. But, like, mostly when they do the Disney remakes, I'm always like, okay, well, let's get to this part and get to that part. And that's basically what happened here, but I was like, I don't care. I'm enjoying this one. I mean, like, how they kind of fucked it up with Lion King is, like, first of all, that movie's still animated. And also, those characters have no fucking emotion.
Yeah.
But, like, here, it's like, I think if you get the right director, the right team, like, you can make stuff like this work. And I don't know, I fucking blacked out.
You're doing great.
I know I am.
We're
Thank
all
you, Ben.
doing great.
She doesn't think I'm doing
Let
great.
me say,
I think you're doing great,
like,
Trev.
even with the Disney movies, I don't know, like, they get off track with some stuff, or they'll
Yeah.
take parts out.
They
and you're
just
like,
make things very different.
and you're curious. You're always curious to see how, like, oh, they just didn't have this part, and so you're curious to see how are they going to tie these things in.
There was only one scene in this one that I noticed they took out, but it's not an important scene at all, where him and Toothless are just relaxing, and then those, like, little green dragons come and, like, steal the fish and whatever.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're
But
talking
maybe
about.
it's because in the original, like, they do the flight.
It's like when he gives him the eel, right?
Yeah. Or no, they gave him the eel. Or no, there's like the little green dragons, and they like he was like fighting for the fish. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
But I feel like they got rid of that just because in the animated one, like they do the fly testing scene, and then Toothless shoots a fireball, and like he goes right through it. And I'm all like, I don't think you can do that in live action, even though it would be CG, obviously.
That would be so cool.
Right. It would be kind of funny though. But like, yeah, you also mentioned like noticeable green screen a little bit, but I don't know. It's noticeable, of course, but like I didn't have as big of an issue with it or anything. Mostly because the entire time I was thinking One Piece, which even if you haven't seen the anime, you need to check that out. That show is a lot of fun, and like
I've thought about it recently.
yeah, it's like both One Piece and Dragons are like a very cartoony world in a way. Like this does look like a live action cartoon in some ways.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, yeah, because especially with Toothless, like I was just like, how is this like how does he look so like he didn't exactly look real. Like obviously he looked real, but like obviously like you knew that's not a real creature. Like no creature would actually look like that.
But it wasn't like the contrast between reality and CGI wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
There's also like nothing stupid that they add in. Like a lot of the Disney remakes will add something in that's not that important.
I don't know if this was. I think it might have been added in because it's been a minute since I watched the first one. Let's be honest, but like
I just watched it the other day, so I can tell you.
There is this one scene. It was Snot Lout talking to his dad.
That is
and
the only.
That's the only
he said,
thing.
"Do not talk to me in public."
That was really funny,
That
and
was so
yeah,
funny.
that was the only thing they added in. But I
It
was
just this little snarky, stupid, smart ass comment that they added in there.
Yeah,
I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, they had this whole, I want to put quotes around, subplot where like his dad doesn't approve of him or something, but they don't do anything with it. It's just kind of there for jokes. Like that. I guess that was one of my few issues. Like it was kind of pointless.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
And then at the end, he's
Yeah.
just like patting him on the shoulder because he's like,
He's like,
"You are riding a dragon.
It's like,
You're
well,
awesome now."
yeah, we ended that fucking subplot that you probably forgot about halfway through the movie. Besides the bit you mentioned.
Right.
I don't even think. Yeah, they don't really add much. They don't take anything out really. Like, man, this really makes me think differently about Lilo and Stitch a lot more, which I still enjoyed fine, but
It was okay.
I
But,
really liked the
I really liked
actor.
it coming out of it. I still really liked that movie. I thought it was pretty good.
But like with this, like, you have something to say?
I really liked the casting, like for especially Lilo.
Oh yeah, she was.
Just because I'm like,
She was
you
adorable.
can't find a lot of actors, like young actors, that actually can like play their part really well and like know how to act, you know?
Yeah.
And I just felt like the girl who played Lilo, she just really captured the character and did a really good job with it.
Mason Thames in this movie does great as Hiccup as well. Like
Right.
he is Hiccup basically.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is like when I watched Lilo and Stitch, I was still like I enjoyed the live action one like fine enough. I gave it like a B-. but I'm like, I'm still always gonna go back and watch the original.
Oh, yeah.
With this, I'm like, if you want to watch either version, I'd be down to watch either one.
This
like,
is true.
Right.
I agree.
I'm not going to go see Lilo and Stitch again. Like,
no, I've seen it twice and I don't need to see it
Like,
again.
after watching How to Train Your Dragon yesterday, like, the animated version, and then seeing this today, I felt a lot more, like, and I know I've seen How to Train Your Dragon before, like, the animated,
Yeah.
but I felt a lot more, like, excited to see, like, and it was a lot more intense, and, like, I liked how I felt a lot more, like, watching this, like, the live action than I did
Honestly, I'm not big on like
the animation.
Yeah. I'm not usually big on like 3D movies all that much, but I'm like, I don't know, maybe this one would be interesting because I hear the first one was
might be cool.
Yeah, I heard the first one was great in 3D, but like usually when I watch a 3D movie from back then, I'll notice parts that are probably in 3D. This, it's like one or two things maybe, but I still probably recommend seeing it in 3D if you can.
That might be pretty cool though.
Yeah, we had the RPX screening and there also was a 3D one, but the 3D one was pretty packed.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna go see the 3D at our theater.
Yeah, that'd be. I don't know. Our theater don't have the greatest 3D.
No,
Seriously?
but it's cheaper.
It's true. Yeah,
It's free.
Free.
You know what I also just realized? You guys didn't introduce yourselves. Like,
Hey, I'm Sarah.
This is my twin.
yeah, they're twins. We're talking How to Train Your Dragon. We got Rough Nut and Tough Nut twins.
Rough Nut, Tough Nut. Yeah.
Tough Nut. Wait,
Yeah.
who's the girl? Rough Nut or Tough Nut? Tough Nut.
Tough Nut is the boy.
No.
Yeah, because my nuts is tough. Your nuts is rough.
I don't got those.
I don't know why I said that.
I got rough nuts.
That's a debate. Which one would you rather have, Tough Nuts or Rough Nuts?
I don't know the difference. What is the difference?
I don't know, but start that debate online and see what happens. What was that?
I don't know. Add a little pizzazz.
Rough nuts or tough nuts?
Rough nuts or tough nuts.
But yeah, Sarah, Ben, someone.
They call me Benji Giat.
Benji Giat?
I'm putting that in the. Can I put that in the name of the video? Like
Benji Giat.
Featuring Benji Giat and Sarah.
Hell yeah.
That would be great. What the hell are we talking about? We're down to nut debates.
Nut.
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 Nut. But aside from Snoutlout's snot, the guy
Snotlout.
Yes.
I can only remember like one name if I focus on
Is
it.
that his real? Is that?
They all have the weirdest fucking names.
What
in
about
these
that
movies.
I
one
thought it was
guy?
Saltmouth or something.
There's like Fish Legs, which I don't think they said his name until like the end of the movie.
Fish Legs. No, they said it multiple other times, but I remember Snotlout's name because Hiccup was making fun of it.
Yeah. They didn't do that in the original. I thought it was kind of funny. He was like,
that.
He's like, haha, your name's Hiccup. Your name is Snotlout. What do you got to say to that?
Literally.
But yeah, Fish Legs, he was a familiar face. He was in what?
Deadpool 2.
Was he in Deadpool 2?
Yeah, he was Russell in that movie. There's something else. He was in that Y2K movie last year, but I never saw that.
I was gonna say Godzilla vs Kong, which is not nearly as good. But
he was in that.
But
Wasn't
he was in that. Yes, he was in that as that one nerdy kid.
Yeah.
I was wondering why he looked familiar.
Yes.
The thing I know him from best is Deadpool 2, however.
Yes. Man, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. But like there were also a couple other things that they added. Like there was this like elder lady who was like, I guess the head of the island or something.
Dude,
No,
she
she's
was
in
the
the
first
original.
one.
No, she was, but like in the original, she just like pops out of nowhere. And
Yeah,
like,
she was a lot less like her presence was a lot less known than in this.
Yeah, in this one she's like prominent. Like when
and you see her doing her little scale thing, doing her little thing.
Yeah.
She did that in the original.
Yeah, but it's just not as noticeable.
No, I think in the original, like when
I think she just like you.
Yeah, like when she's picking between Astrid and Hiccup, she's just like,
It's like
she was pointless in the animated one.
and this one she's like, oh, she got her little stick doing that little Gandalf little thing.
Well, just like bang it down, like shut your ass up.
Yeah, anytime you did something that she did not approve of, smacking that stick on the ground.
It wasn't that aggressive, but now I want to see it be that aggressive. Just this little old lady just shut your bitches up. And then there was a little confrontation between Astrid and Hiccup where she's all like, hey, I like your house. I might take that shit when I'm chief.
Oh, yeah.
That was actually kind of funny.
She said, I like your big house, Hiccup. I'm going to sit in there one day. It's going to be my house when I'm chief.
Yeah.
And he's just like,
I'm taking your shit. I hate you that much.
He's just kind of like, yeah, you can take my house.
Yeah, like,
my dad likes you more than me anyway.
I think his dad likes everyone else besides him.
Yeah, well, he was kind of like, you're not my son.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, he's my son now. He can do. No, he's not my son.
He's like me. He's my son. Yeah.
And he's not even like him.
As soon as he goes to pet the, he's not my son.
I don't know him.
Such a disappointing time for Dad.
Yeah. There was also the one Viking who may have been Astrid's mother. I kept thinking the entire time that was
the one without the leg. I don't know. Because she was like, is that what you're talking about?
No, there was this like red-haired chick and like, she looked like Sadie Sink from Stranger Things. The red-haired girl.
I know the girl from...
Oh!
I can't think of her.
The red-haired girl from Stranger Things that has the freckles.
Yeah, I can't think of her. The character's
one that's
name.
Max.
Yeah. Yes. Sadie,
yes, I remember
Sadie
that
Sink.
character, but I didn't remember seeing anybody like that. In the movie.
I don't remember that.
There was like this. She was. I don't know. There was a scene where like Stoke was going around like, this Viking, he's awesome. This Viking, she's awesome. Like there was.
He was talking about. Yeah, she took down this dragon, but her leg got ripped off or something. She's like, well, you didn't have to say that.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of legs being ripped off,
because she was the one. Like, it came to like the whatever the fire or whatever ceremony thing where they can.
Oh yeah.
The Slayer or whatever, but anyway.
Oh yeah, it had those two people cheering, which that's what made me think that was Astrid's mom and dad, because
they're like, go Astrid.
That's what I thought too.
Because I thought it was
are those
like the mom was. I thought it was funny, like like the mom was like, go Astrid, and the dad's like, go Hiccup, and it's like, that's your daughter down there, dude.
But like you look at them and you're like, that I don't see it.
Well, they're not actually for real related.
No shit, Sarah.
That's why you don't see it.
No shit, but
yeah,
no, because you want to cast somebody who looks somewhat resembles the person who's supposed to be their relative.
They didn't do that.
Well, it's not a big deal because they didn't even focus on it. But okay, actually, let's talk about her. She was actually great as Astrid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And people were bitching that she didn't have the blonde hair. Little strands.
Dude, I thought she was great, bro. I had no idea because Evan, he was
talking
talking all kinds of shit.
Hair. I was just like, I'm kind of, because Rough Nut, Tough Nut were supposed to have blondies. They were supposed to be blondies.
It's okay.
And Astrid was supposed to be a blondie. Nowhere in the movie did I see a blondie.
Oh my god, now that you say that, I didn't notice that either.
Not in the movie, there was no blondie.
The one guy.
And even the old lady was supposed to have gray, white hair.
Hammer hand. What's you?
Gobber?
Yeah.
He was the only one that was a blondie.
His
and wasn't
little
even noticeable.
blonde.
Yeah.
Yes, it was very
Only
noticeable.
on the
He had
beard.
that blonde mustache.
But you see what I'm
I don't
saying?
think he never had hair like head hair.
No.
He's always bald.
Yeah. I did also like Nick Frost as him.
Oh yeah, he did a good job.
I love how you know all these actors.
What? You ever seen Shaun of the Dead?
No.
Sounds so familiar.
He has.
I swear to God, I might have.
It's him and Simon Pegg from Mission Impossible fighting zombies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you Shaun of the Dead.
Wait,
it's
maybe
fucking
not.
amazing.
Like, I've definitely heard of it.
If you like Zombieland, you'll like Shaun of the Dead.
Oh yeah, Zombieland.
Yeah. It's basically the British version of that.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
British.
Yeah.
Oi, mate!
Oh, yeah, wankers. Okay, so, any final thoughts or anything? I think we've gone over most.
That movie was good.
It was a good movie.
I now kind of hate that I was just hating on it so much. I was like telling people like, you cannot convince me that is going to be a good movie. But I'm like, I'm sorry now because I enjoyed the hell out of it.
I was saying the same thing because we were both shit talking on the drive up. It was like, I don't know.
I had good expectations.
I don't know, but I didn't watch
think a lot
any
going
trailers.
into
I didn't do anything. I just looked at the little standee we have in the lobby of the theater, and I'm like,
oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
I watched a little, like, you know, on Peacock they have all the How to Train Your Dragons right now.
Yeah.
The bundle, or not the bundle, they just have all of them.
That's when I checked. You didn't have to pay to buy your movies on Peacock.
And I watched the trailer, like the little scene, like where he touches like Toothless. Like I saw all that, and I just kind of had good expectations going into it because I'm just like I saw how like cute he looked and stuff, and I'm just like, oh, I know I'm gonna love this movie. Because the graphics were really good, besides like maybe the background at some points, but
But no, I think this is a great example of if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Like, this is one of the rare occasions where it's the same exact thing, but it just works, and I'm confused. And, oh yeah, another thing. I don't know why this is over 2 hours long. Like I did not feel that.
What, the movie?
That was 2 hours. Yeah. I swear to God, Google it.
I Googled it. It said it was 1:56, so that's not even 2 hours.
It's the same fucking.
You said over 2 hours, Trev. Let's be honest, it's not over 2 hours for
I think they spent
It's
a
wrong,
lot
I'm wrong.
of time.
It's right at there. If not even that, bro.
I felt like they spent a lot of time just doing extra stuff, like just showing the graphics, like just going through, like when he's walking through the woods, all this and that.
They actually shot that on location, all of that.
Right.
And it looks amazing, by the way.
In the original, like, I just remember the first part going a lot faster. Like, I felt like Hiccup met Toothless a lot faster and like did all that a lot faster than it happened in this.
They probably, since it wasn't live action and they were shooting on location, they probably wanted to show a lot more of that off.
Yeah.
And it looked beautiful. Like, I was kind of glad we saw it on this screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. That, like, tickets were fucking expensive because it's RPX, but it's like kind of worth it just for that alone. Like, definitely, if you go see it this weekend, go see it in IMAX. Make sure you, like, if there's IMAX 3D, make sure you watch it there, because it's, yeah, again.
It was an amazing movie.
Yeah, I really regret hating on this. I had a lot of fun, and I really would not mind going to see it again.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Evan's taking me. He wants to see it, so I have to take him. Oh my God. I know, right? Evan, gosh.
You say that as if you're babysitting him.
Sometimes it feels like it.
Yeah, sometimes.
No one on here is going to know who the hell you're talking about, which is hilarious.
You know what? It's okay. It's okay. It's funny. Yeah. Everybody has that one friend. You have an Evan, I know you do. How to Train Your Evan.
Oh, sorry. He was drawing something on the windshield. It's like foggy as all hell.
Doodle.
Okay. So, we got our final thoughts out. What grade would you give this? I'll start with you, Sarah.
Out of 10?
On here we usually do like the grades, so like A, B, C.
Oh, A, B, C.
That's not how that
A minus. Or A.
What'd you say?
A minus or A.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat too. I'll give it an A minus. What about you, Ben?
A plus.
I don't know.
You can give it an A plus if you want.
I don't want to give it an A plus, but it was pretty damn good.
I think that's a little too generous, to be honest.
I feel like A minus is even like, I don't. It was good.
It was real. A minus is still really good.
I feel like my standards are high though. I don't know.
It's entertaining as all hell, but like
A minus or B. It's like, I don't know.
Just want to go with an A minus.
Sure, let's go with an A minus.
So yeah, all of us gave this movie an A minus. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, this should not have been as good as it was. Like, I think Disney has just put that bad of a taste in our mouths that like we're expecting this to be terrible.
Yeah.
But DreamWorks has it in the bag, and they always come. Let's be real. When they come out with even animated movies, they always have like that little subtle joke in it, like that really makes everyone laugh.
But you know what I'm scared of?
Gabby's Dollhouse in September.
Yeah, me too. But I was gonna say,
look that trailer up.
This new Shrek movie.
No, if you think that's bad, we got.
I'm saying DreamWorks wise, I don't know what to expect, but if they could make something like this,
we did get the Bad Guys 2 in front of this, and that actually looks fun.
That thing looked funny, dude.
Yeah, except for.
Like
why
that
did they
part,
gotta end it with a fucking...
Like that part where like the snake thingy farted in the... Or the thingy farted into the...
Oh, you actually like that? Yeah, I think that one looks fun, but then like right after that is Gabby's Dollhouse, which looks obnoxious. Like, you should look that trailer up on our way home, but no, if you think... I think Shrek 5, like, I'm gonna give it a shot. We've only seen a teaser so far, but like, we got Gabby's Dollhouse, then Shrek 5. Did I ever tell you that they're making a Cocomelon movie at DreamWorks?
What you talking about? I'm making waffles.
Well, they're making Cocomelons. What the fuck is a I know what Cocomelon is, but where did that name come from?
Cocomelon.
And how do you do a Cocomelon movie?
The world will know you as pop stars. But you will be much more than that. You will be hunters.
This is the men's bathhouse. Get out of here.
KPop Demon Hunters is the newest film from Sony Pictures Animation and is currently streaming on Netflix. And in this movie, we follow a K-pop group known as Huntrix, consisting of Rumi, Mira, and Zoe, as they use their secret identities as demon hunters to protect their fans from an ever-present supernatural threat. Together, they must face their biggest enemy yet in the Saja Boys, an irresistible rival boy band of demons in disguise.
My little soda pop.
Hey kids! Did you ever want to see Demon Slayer meets Totally Spies mixed with the Powerpuff Girls meets Sinners with a little bit of Suzume in there? No? Well, too bad! Because that exists and we're here to talk about it. So when I saw the trailer for this movie, I will be honest in saying that I did kind of snicker when I saw the title. I mean, come on guys, it's called K-Pop Demon Hunters. I think that title alone is just gonna make anyone go, huh? Okay. That's new, I guess. But what? But at the same time, I was very curious in checking it out, which is something I don't say a lot for many streaming movies anymore, but just telling me that the studio behind two of the best animated movies ever made is behind it is easily gonna get me excited. I don't know what happened exactly, but after Into the Spider-Verse, Sony Animation has kind of become that animation studio that everyone got a little curious to see what they do next. And keep in mind that just a year prior to Spider-Verse, this was the studio that made the freaking Emoji Movie, and they are also the masterminds behind 3 terrible Smurfs movies and 3 straight-to-DVD open season sequels. Now I will say that prior to this review, I did watch this movie on Netflix when it first premiered back in the middle of June, and I originally had plans to review it shortly after, but then, you know, life things got in the way, and I was just gonna let it be. But then out of freaking nowhere, the popularity of this movie fucking skyrocketed. Next to Sinners, I don't think there's been a movie this year with so much popularity than K-Pop Demon Hunters. At the time I'm recording this movie has been out for nearly a month and is still #1 on Netflix. Okay, I guess I actually changed this weekend because there was that new Medea movie, but let's be honest, it's gonna be back there no matter what. It is all over social media to the point where I cannot open up Instagram without seeing Huntrix or the Saja Boys, and the songs have been listened to so much on like Spotify and other platforms that they have not only topped the billboards, but have also beaten out actual real-life K-pop bands. And on top of that, and this is probably the funniest thing to come out of this movie, but the Saja Boys song My Idol has been listened to more times than any song in this movie, with over 27 million views on YouTube, which means that even in real life, they're beating out the Demon Hunters. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I kinda love it. So since this movie blew up and I never got a chance to give my 2 cents on it, which I am now regretting not doing this much earlier, I decided that this would be a better time than any to rewatch it and finally talk about it. But I know that right after I say that this movie's popularity is going to freaking die and this video ain't gonna do shit. But then again, I am seeing that none of the big name film critics have done a full review on it, so I think I'm good. With all that said, when I first watched the movie, I was kind of dumbfounded with how much I really enjoyed it. I thought when it first started that this really wasn't going to be for me, but as it went on, I really got into it and by the end, had a really great time with it. I will also throw this out there that when I did first watch it, there was some stuff that was bothering me at the time that I really needed to get off my mind very badly, and this movie really did help a lot. But once it was over, I kept having this one thought in my head, and that was, I feel like on a second viewing, I would love this even more. So it had been a couple of weeks and I decided to rewatch this movie due to all of its popularity. But the question is, did I enjoy this movie even more on my second viewing? Well...
Yeah!
But only slightly. I think I pulled something. Fuck! Also, I am going to throw up a slight spoiler warning because with this movie's overgrowing popularity, I'm just going to assume that most of you, or at least half of you, have seen this movie, but there are a few details I need to get into that are in spoiler territory. So, if you haven't seen the movie, you've been warned. So I'm going to immediately start off by saying that Sony Animation has done it once again with the animation because I don't just love the look of this movie, but just its style. It's visually appealing with all the action scenes and musical numbers, it's very fluent with the way characters move and sometimes just fly around, and it may have the best choreography I've ever seen in an animated movie when when it comes to the dancing and all the fights. You can tell everyone who made this put their heart and soul into every frame, and there were points where I couldn't think of another animated movie that moves, has the energy, or even acts like this. And I know a lot of people will and probably have come out of this saying that it is heavily inspired by anime, but I honestly have to disagree and just say that this is honestly just a CG animated anime. I mean, come on, even the end credits have 2D animated versions of all the characters. And with that said, I absolutely love the character designs here and how expressive they all are, and the anime look does help that a lot. It reminds me of why I love the animation of something like Dan to Dan a lot, which is very expressive with its animation in the same way. But for the love of God, every second there was a new shot or frame that kept giving me thumbnail ideas to the point where I had to scream at my TV, "Stop! Please stop! I can't fit all of you on there at once!" But as for the characters themselves, you have definitely seen this trio before, where you have the fun, energetic, bubbly one, the serious one who has a soft side and is misunderstood by her family, and the main one of the group who has to keep the trio afloat, and in this case, has a secret that she has to hide from her friends. What makes them stand out from something like Totally Spies or the Powerpuff Girls is their charm, personalities, and just how likable they really are. We are only with these three for about 90 minutes, and I already want to see more from them, whether it be sequels or even a TV series. I mean, come on, with how popular this movie is, you cannot tell me that they are not thinking of ideas for an anime series. And I guess while we're on the subject of the characters, my man Bobby deserves so much more love. Yes, I like the three leads, and Genu has a lot of great moments, but I have heard almost no one talk about Bobby, and outside of Huntrix, he's the most likable character in this thing. You cannot do anything to make me hate or even think badly about Bobby. Bobby is the GOAT!
I'm sure everything will be fine. Bobby can handle it. Hi, Bobby! That's my purse! I don't know you!
Now, one thing I really wasn't expecting from this movie was just how funny it was. I had only seen the trailer one time and then quickly forgot about it, so I really didn't know what kind of movie I was in for. But the moment where we learned that one of our leads wore a sleeping bag to the Met Gala and really pulled it off, that's when I knew that even if I didn't get into this movie, I was still gonna get some pretty good laughs. But by the end of it, I laughed more at this movie more than any other film this year so far. But keep in mind that next month is The Naked Gun with Liam Neeson, so that is destined to change. But then, wait, hold up. There was also the day the Earth blew up in one of them days. But this movie's still pretty funny too. But with that said, there really are a lot of great and memorable funny moments here. I love the bit with the sketchy doctor. There's a lot of background characters that really stand out and got a good laugh out of me. There's a great bit where Bobby just sees the beautiful city while the girls see clear destruction. And of course, Genu. Just Genu. I can't get over that part where they're fighting in the bathhouse and the Sasha boys are getting away and Genu's just running down the hallway like I don't know why. I just freaking love that. And for some reason, it got the biggest laugh out of me in the entire movie. It's like he thinks he's being slick or something. Don't get mad at me if that just becomes a random clip I just decide to use in the future. I also wish that, at first, the girls didn't realize that the Sasha boys were demons, but they just saw them and were like, "Alright, time to kill these motherfuckers!"
Let's go kill these guys.
Fuck yeah. And while we're at it, there's also just a lot of great visual humor because... Okay, I just really need to bring this up, and maybe it's just my very dirty mind, but why is no one talking about how overly horny this movie gets at points, especially in the first half hour or so? Yeah, I'll state right now that this really is not a movie for very young kids, and I think it knows it isn't, but there's some shit in this movie that I'm shocked they got away with. There is a scene where the girls see the demon guys as humans for the first time, not aware that they're demons yet, and one of their eyes goes from abs to corn to buttered corn to freaking popcorn that her and her friends start eating. That literally led me to yell, "Jesus Christ, movie! Keep it in your pants or something! Damn!" Then shortly after that, and this is definitely just my dirty mind, the Sasha boys go into this very weird game show that I guess is accurate to game shows they watch in South Korea, from what I've heard. But anyway, they go into this weird game show. Huntrix tries to stop them there. Genu realizes that they're there, so he pushes a ball pit in front of them to go into, which leads the audience to cheer to the girls to go, "In the balls! In the balls! In the balls! In the balls! In the balls!" Yeah, this movie's kind of weird, guys. Oh, and you know, there's this scene on the plane where they're eating all that food and this happens. I have nothing else to say besides, I am in love. I am in love, and you can do nothing to make me change my mind. But, also, that's like the scene in Jurassic Park where they see the dinosaurs for the first time and they just go. But now let's talk about what seems to be everyone's favorite aspect of this movie, the musical numbers. And I'm here to say, I'm gonna have to be that one asshole who thinks the songs in this movie are just okay. Maybe it's because I'm not all that familiar with K-pop, and it's not really a genre I ever wanted to get into, but the songs here just didn't work for me personally at all. Okay, I mean, I guess that song at the beginning was pretty good. And the Sasha Boy Soda Pop song is actually really catchy, and Takedown's a song I can definitely listen to on its own. Guys, the songs in this movie are absolute bangers that I cannot get out of my head, and this might be the best movie soundtrack of the decade. Find me a comparison. You can't, because, wow, these songs go hard. And just like how Metalocalypse might have got me into death metal, K-pop Demon Hunters might have got me into K-pop. Fucking sue me. But then again, I really don't have any taste in any music of any kind. I'm one of those people where if I like the song, I like the song no matter the genre. I like all genres. Except modern country. And I say modern country because I do love the classics like Johnny Cash, but all country songs nowadays sound exactly the same, to where if you played me 5 different country songs, I could not tell them apart and they all blend together. But I really do mean it when I say that I don't think I have a personal favorite from this movie because they're all on par with each other for how great they are, and the singing of the songs with the action scenes is truly a sight for the eyes, and even if you haven't seen the movie, you can listen to any of these songs on their own with no context. Okay, maybe there's a few parts in the songs here and there where you might need a little bit of context, but even then, they're still great on their own. And yes, it's very obvious why the Sasha Boy song My Idol is the most popular of all the songs, and it's not just because it's the villain song, but because the scene it's a part of has the coolest visuals and cinematography in the entire movie.
Preach it to the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher?
Speaking of which, I'll just throw this out there. This would be a pretty good movie to watch during the Halloween season because the demon designs in this movie just scream Halloween, especially the Sasha Boys demon designs. Or maybe their designs were just because of the My Idol scene. Seriously, that song fucking slaps. I have listened to it more times than I like to admit. And probably the most relatable thing about Huntrix is that they love their couch. I love my couch too. I used to shoot videos on my couch. This movie is great because couch. I'm gonna go sit on my couch after this because I love my couch. It's comfy.
Couch, 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 couch.
Oh, yeah. That's
so
the stuff.
relaxing.
Yeah. Hey.
Now, honestly, I really can't think of any negatives I really have with this movie. Maybe there's some here and there, but at this time, I really can't think of any. But I really do have to say that if you're like me and have seen the anime Demon Slayer, it is almost nearly impossible not to compare this movie to that show. And this is very much where some spoilers might come in. So aside from the obvious fact that both properties are about killing demons, tell me if any of this sounds familiar. The whole reason any of this is happening is because of a head demon that sends out his minions to do his dirty work. There's demons roaming about disguised as humans. There's a crow that lets our lead know where they need to go. And the demons have a very tragic backstory of some kind. And this is when you know they're really not trying to hide their similarities at all. And that is the fact that one of the characters is half demon, and the head demon causing all the problems cannot control her despite being one of them. What the hell, movie? You're not even trying to be clever at that point. And I know there's some of you that will probably say, well, maybe the creators of this movie haven't seen Demon Slayer. Nah, they've seen Demon Slayer. They've seen that thing front to back a million times. They've seen it. But I guess two major differences between K-pop Demon Hunters and Demon Slayer is that in Demon Slayer, they must cut off the heads of the demons to fully kill them, and the demons can only roam around at night, while in K-pop Demon Hunters, they can just kill them all willy-nilly, and the demons can roam about any time of the day. Or at least Gino and his crew can. But in the end, I had so much more fun with K-pop Demon Hunters than I ever expected to. Yes, I am fully aware that I am not the target demographic for this movie, but I am one who is always willing to admit when he likes a movie, even if it wasn't for him or I'm just not the right age for it. The movie altogether was fun, energetic, funny, very entertaining, has a great blend of action and music, the animation is great and has its own style and feel, and it's one that I'm really glad to see is getting the love it deserves. The movie's popularity has skyrocketed so much that I can easily see Huntrix becoming a popular costume at like Halloween or definitely at cons. And I know it kind of sucks that Pixar's Elio bombed like crazy, but can we just be glad that a completely original animated movie like this is getting so much love? And don't get me wrong when I say this, because I would have loved to see this movie in theaters, but I feel like putting this on Netflix was such a great idea because I feel like a movie like this and with that title probably would have flown under the radar quite a bit. But now that's done so great on Netflix and as a movie from Sony Animation, I can possibly see them putting a future sequel in theaters, and I'm honestly hoping this movie eventually does get a Blu-ray release of some kind. So yeah, you heard me. I'm a 21-year-old dude who watched K-pop Demon Hunters and had so much fun with it that he even watched it a second time. What about it? Come at me, bro! And after the second viewing, I'm going to be giving K-pop Demon Hunters an A-. And the last thing I really want to say is that even if you're not into K-pop, you're not really a fan of the animation style in this movie, or you're just not the target demographic, I still highly recommend giving it at least a shot because if we go out and support animated movies like this, even on Netflix, we can probably get more crazy, original, out there ideas like this, especially in animation. Who knows? Maybe they'll do a crossover with Huntrix and Death Clock from Metalocalypse. I mean, I'd watch it.
Isn't it grand living in a place where nothing ever goes wrong?
Oh no, something's wrong!
Everyone, listen to me. Your lives are in terrible danger. Smurf Village isn't safe anymore.
So, did you guys ever grow up with the fucking Smurfs, like, at all?
I grew up with the live action ones.
I did too.
Yeah, those ones were good.
Did you ever watch the 80s cartoon before that ever came out?
I didn't know that was an 80s one.
Yeah, you didn't know there was an 80s cartoon?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to find out, is like people from our generation, like they learned of the Smurfs from those live action movies, but I grew up watching the 80s cartoon before those came out. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I want to know if you agree on this. Did you guys ever find those things freaky as hell? Because when that was first coming out, they kind of made me uneasy or something.
Honestly, I didn't think the Smurfs were creepy, but the villain, he was creepy.
Gargamel?
Yeah, Gargamel. I didn't like him. No, the live action one. I did not like the live action Gargamel.
Well, trust me when I say they freaked me out as a kid. And did you like those movies as a kid?
I remember I used to watch like Smurfs 2 like every one like Monday or every Wednesday or something like that.
The live action ones were peak.
Yeah,
maybe when we were kids, but when I was like, it was a few months back, someone wanted me to do a video on the first one. I rewatched it and it was kind of hard to get through. It wasn't the worst thing ever, but it was pretty bad. But that video never came to happen, so yeah, it's kind of wasting my time, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I haven't seen it in a couple years, but yeah, the last time I did see it, I liked it.
It's probably one of those movies where, like, we watched it as kids and we have fond memories of it, but when we watch it again, we're like, hey, this is kind of shit.
Yeah.
I remember I used to play, like, this little Smurfs game on, like, my tablet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I was about to ask, did you guys ever have the Smurfs dance party for the Wii?
No.
I had that.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, that was the weirdest game. And, like, watching clips of it nowadays, it's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as a lot of you can probably guess, we had no anticipation for this fucking thing.
Not at all.
We saw the trailers and it was fucking awful. But, so me and Ryland here saw the movie tonight. Noah saw it last night, and we saw it with someone else, but he went home because he was tired.
Had work in the morning, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Also
who works anymore? So, we all saw the movie because no one else fucking saw it this weekend. Did you guys know this thing only made $11 million this weekend?
Yeah, I heard something about that. And there was like 5 people in the theater, including the 3 of us.
Yeah, there's like 2 people in front of us, 2 in the back, which it's kind of funny that we were not the oldest ones in that theater. And I'm all like, I always got a question, like, what gravitates someone towards seeing a movie like this? Like, what in the trailer grabbed you?
I think it could just be like a nostalgia type thing.
Maybe, I guess, I don't know. But, we saw the movie. Look at us. We are 3 sons of bitches who had the Smurf nads, the Smurf balls, and the Smurf sticulars to go see the fucking Smurfs movie because no one else went to fucking see it. And I gotta say, let's start with the positives. So, what do you guys think of the SpongeBob short before it?
It was pretty good. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't know that, like, they had shorts before movies. I'm not gonna lie.
They've got... What?
It reminded me of like what Pixar used to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was like really short, like nothing happened. Like, they could have played this in between an episode of SpongeBob. But, it was fine. I think they kind of knew the movie was going to be shit, so they're all like, hey guys, come see the Smurfs, you'll watch SpongeBob before it. It's like 2 fucking minutes. And I'm like, really? Give us 90 minutes of Smurfs and then 2 minutes of SpongeBob. And, I honestly cannot wait for SpongeBob Search for SquarePants just because they're trying to make that the next Minecraft movie.
That's going to be big. I'm excited for
it. I'm going to be there opening night if we turn this into the next Minecraft movie.
I didn't even know it was coming out.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll let you guys go first. What did you guys think of it? Honest answers only.
I liked the animation. I thought that looked really well. And there was like scenes where they like where they went through the different dimensions and stuff.
Yeah.
Some of those looked pretty cool, but that was about it.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, spoilers, because we know none of you give a shit about spoilers for Smurfs. Noah, what do you think of it?
Yeah, I have to agree with the animation. It's pretty crisp. I really thought it was going to be way worse, because I feel like this is the type of movie where they just like, just like pump it out. Nobody's really going to see it, so it doesn't really matter.
Just like a moneymaker.
I guess my only other positive, really, the animation for me was, I guess, fine. It's not really something that needed to be in theaters, especially when KPop Demon Hunters is on Netflix right now and it has great animation.
Yeah.
But my only other positive, Ron Smurf. I kind of fuck with Ron Smurf. He was awesome. But, of course, like I was talking to Dom about this earlier. You'll see Dom in a future video, but I was telling him, like, how come every time we watch something that's fucking terrible, they kill off the coolest character within 3 minutes of them being on screen?
Yeah, he was in there for the last 20 minutes, and it was like barely.
Not even the last 20 minutes. Like, they show a flashback because they keep mentioning, we gotta go find Ron. We need Ron Smurf. And they're like, who's Ron? And they're like, oh, Ron. He was awesome. Fucking died, though. Saving a book. And then, like, he comes back to life because it's a G-rated kids movie, and who fucking cares? But yeah, Ron Smurf, aside from that, I felt nothing watching this movie at all. Like, no emotion through this entire runtime.
This movie really only, like, held my interest for maybe, like, first 10 minutes. And then after that, I was just checked out.
Dude, when we were going to the movie, you were saying it was pretty good for, like, a kid's movie. And I'm like 30 minutes in, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just random. Like, there's no purpose to anything in this movie happening.
I think this is just like a movie that I feel like my little sister would just watch because
I think if you're
her brain isn't developed yet. But
how old's your sister?
7.
You just outed your sister.
It's okay.
But, yeah, I say, like, 6 and under will maybe get something out of this.
Enjoy it, yeah.
Honestly, like, my first big issue with the movie, aside from I just didn't give a shit, was that they don't even introduce the Smurfs properly or anyone. So, if you go into this not knowing who the Smurfs are and how this world works, you're gonna be so fucking confused. Because, like, it just goes around during this opening dance like, yeah, that's Papa, that's Smurfette, and this is Vanity. And then we blew influencer's brains out over there. R.I.P. influencer, man.
Honestly.
Yeah. And then Gargamel shows up and it's just like, hi, hello, who the fuck are you? I mean, we know who you are because we've seen the cartoons and other things, but it's like, if I took like a 5-year-old to this, it's like, they're not gonna know who the fuck Gargamel is.
Yeah, it's weird that Gargamel wasn't the main villain and they went with like
his brother Razamel.
Yeah, Razamel. And yeah, apparently like Gargamel was like the little brother or something, and like I don't even remember, like they were distant or whatever.
Yeah. I feel like this is off topic, but it was like a plot hole. At the beginning of the movie, they were talking about how like during the beginning of the universe, like all these books were made and stuff, and there was like a group of evil wizards who like went to go capture them, and then later in the movie they were talking about that was 106 years ago.
Yeah, and like they don't do those wizards, they don't do shit. Oh, and let me say this before I completely forget. They're like the wizards who run the enchilada. I was like, I don't even remember what point in the movie because I said it so much. I'm like, I'm just fucking done. I am done with this. Like, what I say is the most painful movie I sat through. I'm like, I don't know. I did see Hurry Up Tomorrow. That was pretty bad.
I don't know which one that is.
That's the one with
The Weeknd.
Yeah, the one with The Weeknd.
Okay,
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! What are you doing? That piece of shit. I didn't even know what that was going into it, and like, I wanted to leave like so freaking quickly.
La 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 la, sing a happy song. La 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 la, Smurf the whole day long.
We're gonna die! We will die for the Smurfs!
Whatever it takes.
Yeah. Oh, and let's talk about something that I'm like, why did you even advertise it as that? Rihanna as Smurfette. Like,
that was like the only advertising for it.
Yeah, and she wasn't even the main character.
Yeah.
And I gotta tell you guys something. Somehow, James Corden returned. Yeah, he was fucking no name. Like, apparently, like, all these Smurfs have a thing, and this guy's just no name, and he's like, hey, Papa, how come I don't have a thing?
Yeah,
and it's like, we just ran out of shit. I'm like, bullshit! Apparently the sound effects guy showed up the other day.
Yeah, that's just like the main plot of the movie, just him like trying to get a name. So didn't he like wish? He made like a wish to get magic or some shit.
Yeah, and then he is the whole reason everything in this movie happens.
Yeah, it's because he's dumb as hell.
Yeah, he's a dumbass. Like James Corden. Yeah, fucking No Name is the main character, and he gets like magic powers or some shit. And basically what happens is that Papa Smurf gets kidnapped, and they gotta go save his ass, and there's another Smurf. What was the red dude's name? Redbeard.
Ron Swanson.
No, Ron was the cool one.
Ron,
no,
yeah.
Same actor.
Ken,
yeah.
Find
Ken.
No, because I had to look this up earlier. Ron was Kurt Russell, and Ken was obviously Nick Offerman. Yeah, Ron Swanson. No, when he found out that like the book was giving him powers the entire time, because apparently he couldn't feel under his fucking hat. I thought he was gonna be like, oh, I don't have a thing. Goodbye, cruel world. I'll be with Influencer Smurf very soon. I can write a much better movie than what we got here.
I don't even know what you could do with the Smurfs for it to be interesting.
There are some things you can do. I mean, like, they all have these crazy-ass names and whatever, which, by the way, that's something I wanted to point out. I love how they're just like, oh, we only have, like, two Smurfs left that we can, like, give you no name. And it was, like, Clock-Making Smurf and
like,
Shark
Taming. That
was, like, the only chuckle I got out of the movie. Because, like, he's, like, trying to build a clock or something. It was a clock, right?
Yeah. Or it was, like, wood carving or something.
Yeah,
like that.
wood carving or something. And he's not good at it. He's like, okay, let's try shark taming. Cut over to this other Smurf who's being eaten by a shark. Which I'm like, where the fuck does a shark come from? They live in a forest.
I have no idea.
But my thought in mind was, so you're telling me that out of all the Smurfs, there isn't drug addict Smurf or something? Alcoholic Smurf? Trucker Smurf?
He probably tried that out. He was that was one of the 10,000 jobs he tried.
Maybe. What's another one we could come up with?
Abusive dad Smurf.
Abusive dad Smurf. There is a baby Smurf.
So that could happen.
Yeah, here's a debate. Which Smurf knocked up Smurfette? Because in the cartoon there was a baby Smurf. But they always say like, oh, the Smurfs came from Storks. I'm like, bullshit. One of them knocked up Smurfette. I feel like if it was clumsy, he would have kept slipping off the bed.
It's probably Hefty, bro.
It's definitely Ron, bro.
Ron's ass.
What is
Ron?
Dude, I was asking you this question earlier, and you said it's Papa Smurf. And I'm like, that's fucked up. No.
Papa Smurf. At the beginning, I thought it was going to be No Name Smurf, because they had like a weird love thing going on.
I didn't see it exactly. I think they were just like really good friends or something.
It was weird.
Oh, speaking of which, like, Rihanna, I like her fine and all, but I did not like her voicing Smurfette. Like, it just didn't match.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who...
Oh, they like, whenever they started playing Rihanna songs, I was like, damn, that's the only reason why you guys...
This movie tries to be a musical, and, like, they only have, like, 2 songs actually sung by the characters.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, and it's just, like, random, and it's all like, I don't know, is this a musical? Because, like, 2 songs doesn't really qualify you as a musical. And yes, one of them is by James Corden. Whoopee. Yay. Why was there fucking Zoom and podcasts in this world?
I don't know. It's like
that was the part.
It's so weird because like they're in the real world and then you'll see like real people.
Yeah.
And then it'll just cut to everyone just being cartoons.
Well,
it's
it's
like
funny.
so weird.
What's funny is that Rosamel is like in the real world. So I'm like, okay, I guess it makes sense. He knows what podcasts and Zoom are. There is a whole thing where he's like going off like, I need my podcast microphones for my podcast. I need to do this later. And I was like, shut the fuck up, movie. Shut up. And, but then Gargamel in the Smurf world had a computer. And like, how the hell does he get Wi-Fi?
I don't think they like thought through most like the writing because it's just so weird. Like
the writing in this movie's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
My favorite part is when they find out that like Smurfette was like basically a daughter to Gargamel and Rosamel, which I'm like, are they brothers or gay lovers? Maybe Rosamel lives in Alabama. Anyway, they find out that Smurfette is like really a daughter to Gargamel and Rosamel because like she knows what Paris is, she knows what fries are, and you're just kind of like, yeah, how does she know that? But at the same time, when it gets to that point where they reveal it, you're like, do we fucking care really? Like at all? What else fucking happened?
Well, like they mention it and then they act like they're gonna do something with it, and then all the Smurfs just don't care.
Yeah, I was gonna say my favorite part was like when they escaped the castle, which by the way, earlier in the movie they said they were gonna raid the castle like January 6th. Like that was their exact lines. Go see the movie to find out. Am I lying or am I not? Anyway,
I don't even remember. I'm not gonna lie. I can't remember.
They did not say that. But my favorite part is when they get out of the castle, which by the way, out of nowhere, I don't think he got it from the magic book. Gargamel just has powers out of nowhere.
Didn't he always have powers out?
No! Like, in the live action movies, he had that fucking wand. But, they get out of the castle, and Smurfette's over here, like, beating herself up about it, like, oh, this was all my fault. I'm to blame for this. I'm like, no, you're not. It's fucking James Corden, No Name's dumbass. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And that happens constantly throughout the movie where they'll just be like, yeah, like something is their fault, or like they'll always say a line that makes no fucking sense. Like what are you talking about? What does this got to do with anything?
Yeah.
Also, you're telling me that those little hairy nutsacks or whatever, what were they called?
No idea.
Did they have a name? I don't think they did.
No, they did. I just can't remember.
Spoots or something. But anyway, these little hairy nutsacks, 2 of them get kidnapped along with the other Smurfs. And I'm all like, why did Rosamel only take 2? And this happens off screen, by the way. We're just supposed to be led to believe that he showed up for 5 seconds and stole all them. Like, this movie is so dumb.
Yeah, I didn't understand how he was able to find them and all that. Like,
also the main Pootananny or whatever their fucking names are, they look like little crackheads. I mean, like, I guess they're addicted to cake or something. They'd be like, cake! It's like, maybe they're the crackhead Smurfs or drug addict Smurfs. There's an anime section in this movie.
The anime one was awesome.
That actually... But, like, that whole scene, like, they do all these different animation styles, and I'm all like, you don't need to do all this for the fucking Smurfs.
Yeah. I think it was funny how they beat Rosamel at the end with the power of friendship.
That's so gay.
Like, they beat, in the start of the movie, they're saying, like, if you have all 4 of the books, you're just, like...
You're unstoppable.
Yeah, you're, like, omnipotent or, like, something like that. And then, through the power of friendship, they literally beat him. Like, No Name Smurf and Smurfette, like, held hands or something. I can't even remember. It was so stupid.
I was going to point out the books thing you just mentioned. That's fucking Gravity Falls. Put all the books together, that opens up that fucking portal. Which, yeah, it's kind of what happens here. They open up a portal with the books.
Smurf along with me.
Damn it, Grandpa. I can't do this anymore.
I can't do it. Fuck you, Smurfs. Say that again.
Okay, Austin said, if the Smurfs video blows up because of Noah, I'll give Trevor $100.
Fucking share this video. I need it. But yeah, how does that make sense? Like, Like
50 to both of you.
What about like screw you? Trev's getting paid. Oh, so we were talking about how like they stopped Rosamel at the end
with the power of friendship.
Yeah, with the power of friendship. But like Papa Smurf has to sit down with the Smurfs and be like, "There's something I didn't tell you for the longest time. We are the guardians of goodness, and we are supposed to protect the universe and make all things good." And I'm like, what the fuck crackhead shit are you talking about? This is like that bedtime story your drunk dad tells you after he got home from the bar. Hey, you want to hear about the good guys? They're good. The bad guys are bad because they want to be bad. They suck.
Yeah, it really did not make any sense.
No, like this is one of those movies where you got the good guys and the bad guys, and they're good because they're good, they're bad because they're bad. Like, no reason for this. I guess that's kind of accurate to the 80s cartoon show, because I don't know if you guys have seen the intro to it, but it starts off with like, these are the Smurfs. They're good. And then there's Gargamel. He's bad. I think your fucking 3-year-old can tell who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. Gargamel kind of sucked in this one. Like
I was expecting more. I didn't like his voice actor either. No, I didn't think he did.
Him and Rosamel, I think, had the same voice actor.
They did. I didn't. Yeah, I couldn't tell, but
yeah,
I didn't like either.
Like,
one of
yeah,
them.
I kind of get what you're saying. Like, I think he put more effort into Rosamel's voice, probably because Rosamel's the main
role.
Yeah, he's the main villain. Gargamel is just kind of a side character, and I did kind of laugh when he's all like, "Oh, brother, I've missed you so much. I love you so much," and I'm all like, "Can we please?" Just added on, "Oh, brother, can we please go outside and throw the ball around before you go back and get more cigarettes?" Also, that's another good question. Maybe because it's like he was one of the head wizards or whatever, but how did Rosamel get to the real world and Gargamel is still in the Smurf world?
No idea.
I thought he said that he sent him on like a mission at the beginning.
Oh, he did?
52 years ago.
Yeah.
So I'm
left
guessing
him there.
So I guess they're like canceling out everything else.
I thought that was supposed to be like the 80s one.
Yeah, like Gargamel was the villain in that. So I guess they're just canceling out that he was one of the Smurfs the entire time. No, he just wanted to be with his brother.
Yeah, I don't understand why he was so nice in this one.
No, and like, yeah, he's even like, "Oh, don't kill the Smurfs. I don't want the Smurfs to die like this." You know, like he helps them escape and he's being all cool with them. I'm like, this is not fucking Gargamel. Even in the worst Smurf stuff, he was the best part. And then at the end of the movie, after the credits, or not, after the first half of the credits, mid-credits scene, they set up a fucking sequel because of course, no, who the fuck thought this was going to get a sequel?
There's post-credits.
Yeah, like that freaking, oh god, Joel, there's like this random guy that works for Rosamel, and he's like his accountant or something.
Yeah,
and like
his head henchman.
Yeah, or I think it was more of his boy toy because they had something going on. Anyway, like he's sitting in this room or whatever, and Gargamel comes in. He's like, "We gotta go stop the Smurfs. There's more to do." And I'm like, okay, first of all, where was this Gargamel the entire time? Second, you really thought this was
no way they're gonna make a sequel.
No, 11 million opening weekend, hell no. Apparently this was a series low for these movies.
Yeah, I saw the budget was like 60 mil for this movie, and
yeah,
with it only doing 11,
yeah. It's like, of course Superman's gonna kick your ass. I think even I Know What You Did Last Summer did better, which, by the way, I haven't even seen that yet.
I forgot about that, but I'm probably gonna watch it.
I might skip it. I don't know. I'm just ready for Fantastic Four next weekend.
Me too.
Austin's looking at us. We're dying in here. Oh shit! They're with the light. Okay, so guys, we gotta wrap this up. We're going to fucking die talking about fucking Smurfs because we cannot turn the car on because it's gonna make noise and it's humid. It's so fucking humid. Okay, so guys, final thoughts. I need them now before we die. Like, what do you...
I feel like this is a movie you want to take your little children to. They'll probably enjoy it. That's about it.
Yeah.
Wait till it comes out to streaming, then watch it.
Yeah,
if you're thinking about watching it, just wait.
Not worth it to go see in the theater.
Take your fucking kids to Superman. They deserve so much better. Yeah, this movie was honestly pretty terrible. It's one I don't have much to say about, especially off the top of my head because it's so random. Maybe I'll do a watching and talking on it one day. You guys want to do a reaction to this one day?
I'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I'll say I don't know, like, A D-, I guess.
Yeah, it's a D-.
Yeah, D-. I only give it a D- because we got SpongeBob in front of it and Ron Smurf. That's about it. No, guys, I have nothing else to say. Like, we're going to die if we keep sitting here.
Follow Woody08 and subscribe to Trev's Movies.
Yeah, go follow them on Instagram. I'll put a link in the description. Thanks so much for watching, you guys. Subscribe to the channel, like this video. Fuck this! Let's get out of here! Oh my god! I'm not doing that till... Dude, I'm gonna go to McDonald's.
You think you've driven me into a corner with your little plan? But you are all about to be going straight to hell! Mark my words, Demon Slayers. I'll massacre every one of you before sunrise!
Demon Slayer the movie Infinity Castle is the long-awaited first film in a new Demon Slayer film trilogy and is the second film in this franchise. And in this movie, the Demon Slayer Corps are drawn into the Infinity Castle, where Tanjiro and the Hashira must face terrifying upper-rank demons in a desperate fight as the battle against Muzan Kibutsuji begins. So when it comes to my thoughts on the Demon Slayer anime as a whole, it honestly might be one of my favorite animes, and a lot of that has to do with the great action, phenomenal animation, and enjoyable characters that do bring a lot of really good humor. And while I'll say that it has a little bit of a bumpy start with season 1, everything after that is pretty much peak, and even Mugen Train is arguably one of the best animated movies of the decade. Honestly, I don't want to say too much about my thoughts on the show right now because as of this moment, and this is destined to change, but I do plan on doing a ranking of every season and movie in the Demon Slayer anime franchise. Hopefully. But following the events of the ending to the Hashira training arc, we now have Demon Slayer Infinity Castle, which is part 1 of what is to be the Demon Slayer series finale film trilogy. At least, I'm just gonna assume that's what they're calling it. I don't know if each of these movies is gonna be called Infinity Castle or what, but I don't know, we'll just have to see. And if you saw my most anticipated movies of 2025 list from earlier this year, you'll know that this was my #1 most anticipated movie of the year, beating out like Superman, Wicked for Good, Mission Impossible, all of those. And since then, that has not changed an ounce. For the last month, I have been so hyped up for this movie that it hasn't gotten off my mind for a second, and as we got closer to the release date, it just became one of my top priorities to see this movie as early as I could. Yes, I bought my tickets online the moment they went on sale. What about it? But I'll just say this, I ended up having to refund one of those tickets because let's just say that working at a movie theater will always have its perks. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But before we get into it, I will let you guys know right off the bat that there will be absolutely no spoilers for Infinity Castle, but to talk about this movie, there might be a spoiler here and there for some parts of the series because it's almost impossible to talk about this movie without giving certain things away. So if you haven't seen the Demon Slayer anime and you want to see it, you've been warned. With that said, if you were hoping to go in blind to this movie to see what all the hype was about, this is exactly like the Mugen Train movie where it is a direct continuation of what came right before it, and they don't stop for a second to explain what's going on. Honestly, I was expecting a slight little recap clip before the beginning of the movie, and they didn't even bother doing that. Man, now I'm glad I did do a full rewatch of the series beforehand because there are a few aspects here and there that I completely forgot about that they finally tackle in this movie. So yeah, sadly there is no way I can recommend this movie to anyone who hasn't seen the Demon Slayer anime or just anime in general. But holy fucking shit, guys! I'm sorry to tell anyone in that category that you will be missing out on not just one of the most visually stunning movies of all time, but just one of the best goddamn movies of the year! I'm saying this as a Demon Slayer fan, an anime fan, and someone who has just adored the animation genre for his entire life. But this movie is absolutely spectacular in every meaning of the goddamn word. Jesus tap dancing Christ. If Into the Spider-Verse redefined the animation genre for CG animation, then Demon Slayer Infinity Castle has just destroyed any chance that any other 2D animated movie or anime has in the future. You know, besides maybe the next 2 Demon Slayer movies. From the second this movie started, there was never a single moment where I thought this just needed to be a regular season of the series because this is such a spectacle, an absolute marvel in animation, and just one of the most beautiful looking movies of not just the decade, but the goddamn century. And I'm seriously not just saying this as an animation fan, but just someone who has always seen movies and TV as an art form. I said the exact same thing a few years back when I reviewed Across the Spider-Verse, but every single frame of this movie is a work of art. And there were multiple upon multiple shots that I would love to have on my wall. Again, like Spider-Verse, this is a movie that has such visually stunning 11 out of 10 animation that they should be playing this on repeat in art museums. It's that fucking incredible, guys. And one thing that the Spider-Verse movies and this movie really do have in common is that so much will be going on screen and so much is flying around at the same time, but you are able to keep track and comprehend everything that is happening all at the same time, and half of it isn't even the action, but the Infinity Castle itself, which looks incredible. Okay, you know what? No, I take back what I said earlier. Even if you've never seen Demon Slayer or anime or just aren't a fan of the genre or whatever, you need to see this movie just for the animation alone. You may not be able to follow a lot of it, but if you enjoyed something like Neja 2 without seeing the first Neja beforehand, you're pretty much gonna have the same experience with this movie. Another thing about the animation is that you'll just watch like 5 minutes of this and then immediately understand why we are not getting part 2 and 3 for a good while. God, I might be in my late 20s by the time part 3 comes out. That's kind of scary to think. But of course, a big part of the animation with Demon Slayer is all the action scenes, and if you were hoping for 2.5 hours of non-stop action, that is about 85% of this movie, and all the fights are freaking awesome. The film gives you the long-awaited fights you've been wanting to see from the series, the ones that have been hyped up from the beginning, and they in no way, shape, or form disappoint. The movie takes no time getting you to the fights, and there is never a dull moment with any of them. And I'll just let you guys know, with such a giant cast of characters, a good majority of them get almost no screen time at all, or are more just a cameo than anything. But you won't care because the characters that we do focus on for a majority of the movie are the ones whose fights you want to see immediately. Actually, to be honest, when I saw the main trailer for this movie, I thought they showed little to nothing of what was going to be happening. Boy, was I wrong. Yeah, you see these 3 character posters? That's the entire movie. But when it comes to the characters that we do focus on, they all get their big moment to shine to fight the demon that screwed up their lives in some way. Whether it be Shinobu fighting Doma to avenge the death of her sister, to Zenitsu fighting an old acquaintance to avenge his gramps, all these fights are as intense as they are satisfying, and they are what makes this movie the spectacle it is. Honestly, the movie doesn't have a main character as much as each character is the main character of their own respected scene, because Tanjiro and Giyu don't get much focus for a damn good minute. Oh, and speaking of Tanjiro and Giyu, I was so excited for this part.
Let's kick things off, shall we?
Out of all the fights in the movie, the fight between Tanjiro, Giyu, and Akusa is not just the biggest moment of the movie, but it is also the longest fight of the movie, and it takes up a damn good half of the film, and rightfully so because it's everything you've been waiting for with this fight. Most of us have been waiting for this moment since Akusa killed Rengoku, and there is not a moment of this fight that disappoints. It's engaging, fast-paced, entertaining, and like all the other fights, there's never a dull moment. But holy shit, the one thing I was never expecting going into this movie was to find Akusa the most compelling and best character in this thing. I don't want to get too much into it because I do not want to spoil anything, but all I'll say is that you might be having to fight back some tears by the end of this thing because even I started to tear up a little bit. Also, fair warning when we're on that subject, do not go see this movie and The Long Walk back to back. I didn't exactly see them back to back, but I saw them pretty close together, and God, I was a wreck after The Long Walk, which is, out of the 2 films, the more depressing film. Great movie though. And if you were hoping for even an ounce of humor in this movie, that's almost non-existent. I think I maybe got like one chuckle out of the entire thing, but I think that's the point. There's not supposed to be much humor here. I'm not saying this movie is utterly depressing or anything, but God, is it a gut punch. But as for what I can say about Akuza, he is still as much of a threat as he was in Mugen Train, and I seriously never knew where the fight was going to go, and after a while, it really does start to become his movie. Which is funny because I think at some point they originally were going to title it like Infinity Castle, Akuza's Return, or something like that. And kind of like Rengoku in Mugen Train, Akuza is kind of the character that you can follow here even if you've never seen the series at all. But aside from the animation, the action, and the characters, another great aspect of this movie is the sound design. This is a film where you feel every punch, every swing of the sword, and every thud, and the sound really does add to how big and loud the action can get. And this isn't really a shocker when it comes to Demon Slayer, but the movie also has such an amazing score that really elevates the action and the emotion of every single scene, whether it be new pieces of music or ones we've heard before. But I guess if I had even the slightest nitpick with this film, it would have to be that there is a backstory towards the end that, while one of the best parts of the movie, does kind of slow the film down quite a bit, especially since most of the runtime has just been non-stop action. So yeah, the pacing can be a little bit of a mixed bag, but it's honestly not that big a deal, because the backstory in question, just go see the movie to find out. And yeah, that is exactly what you need to do, because when it comes to Demon Slayer Infinity Castle, I'm not just saying this as a fan of the series and the animation genre, but this movie is an absolute masterpiece of cinema. If you love the Demon Slayer franchise, then I don't even have to tell you twice to go see this movie, but if you've never seen Demon Slayer whatsoever, I still highly recommend giving this movie a shot, just for the animation and the spectacle alone. But as for my thoughts on it as a Demon Slayer fan, I think it's safe to say that this so far might be the most compelling, emotional, and breathtaking arc of the series so far. I freaking adored this movie. I'm already planning to go watch it 1 or 2 more times, and I really hope that, fan or not, you go check this one out in theaters on the biggest, loudest screen you can, because it's goddamn great. Go see it! And I'm gonna be giving Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie, Infinity Castle, Jesus Christ, that is a long title, an A+. Now, this does end up being my favorite movie by the end of the year. This might be the first time where my #1 movie of the year was my #1 most anticipated movie of the year. I think. Don't quote me on that. And if any of you are wondering how Channing Tatum's voice acting was in this, because, yeah, Channing Tatum's in this if you didn't know, he did a pretty good job, but I will say that his voice really does stand out from every other character. Maybe because he's like one of the few characters in this movie that doesn't scream. Seriously, the moment his character starts talking, you're just like, that's Channing Tatum right there.
The dollhouse!
Not over dramatic.
I think we're moving!
Everyone, lean left! The other left, baby box.
I'm learning so much today!
It's everyone's most anticipated movie review from my dumbass of the year, Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie. DreamWorks' 4th film this year that is based off their popular Netflix kids series of the same name. Yes, of the same name, I tell you, of the same name. Okay, but in all seriousness, I know you guys absolutely love it when I review these kinds of movies, but you do realize that I do not have a desire to watch crap like this. I'm 21 goddamn years old. I should be going to see one battle after another. But again,
for the fans!
So in this movie, Gabby's prized dollhouse ends up in the hands of, what the fuck? Is that Kristen Wiig? Yep. And that's not even the most out of nowhere casting in this movie. So Gabby must embark on an adventure to reunite the Gabby cats and retrieve her beloved dollhouse before it's too late. Oh boy, I'm so excited! So, when it comes to Gabby's Dollhouse, the series, I have no knowledge of it whatsoever. Mostly because I'm an adult man, I have no kids, so I don't have really a reason to watch this crap. It came out way past my time of watching preschool shows, and I have no little sisters or cousins who would be watching this either. But look at me now! I am now 21 years old, running a YouTube channel where people request I watch this kind of crap. Yep. Freaking Pete. Can't you guys request something like, I don't know, Scott Pilgrim? I think that would be a fun video to do. Fucking love Scott Pilgrim. But no, we gotta talk about Gabby. Gabby and the cats. But no matter how much I was dreading it and did not want to go see it, I went and saw the Gabby's Dollhouse movie in theaters for the sake of the review, and well, let's just say it together, because I had the balls, the gonads, the testiculars to go see Gabby's Dollhouse the movie, because all the big name film critics on YouTube with all the subscribers and all the fans avoid these movies like the goddamn plague. And I would love to do that too, but I don't. And you want to know why? Because I know what the audience wants. And your Lord and Savior, Trev of Trev's Movies, will deliver. I say unto thee, do subscribe for the good deed I have done, because I want to see the Gabby's Dollhouse movie when they wouldn't. Whoa! And on a side note, I already had people asking me when I was going to see this movie and how they were so excited for my review and all that. So now that I have seen what is to be Martin Scorsese's new all-time favorite movie because, you know, absolute cinema, I can safely say with the biggest smile on my face that the Gabby's Dollhouse movie is 100% without a doubt. It's just, I didn't know what you were expecting me to say. This is not a terrible movie. This is not one of the worst movies of the year or even the decade. It is exactly what you expect it to be. This is a movie made for 5-year-old girls, and they are absolutely gonna eat this movie up and love the entire experience of seeing it in a theater. Now, as a grown-ass man in his early 20s, it's definitely something I never need to see again, but I didn't find it completely unbearable, and it's definitely not the worst kids movie I've watched in my entire YouTube career. But I'm not gonna act like it's particularly good. This isn't a movie that's gonna send bad messages to kids or some brain rot bullcrap that they'll watch on their iPad that has no substance. It is literally the sheer definition of a 90-minute distraction. It is a movie that you can turn on for your kids while you do work around the house or maybe babysit. There's almost no in between. But with that said, this is still a movie review, and I still have to tell you what works and what doesn't about this movie. And hey, just because I said this movie was tolerable enough, doesn't mean that there aren't still parts of it that were kind of annoying. Yeah, so one thing I was not aware of going into this movie was that it is sometimes an interactive film where Gabby will ask the audience to do something to help her on her adventure. Whether it be pinching her ears, helping Gabby find a certain house, or even helping her and her friends through the magic of song. Same studio that released Puss in Boots: The Last Wish and The Wild Robot, everybody! This isn't a preschooler movie like Paw Patrol the movie, but more like the freaking Oogie Loves, with less perverted cowboys.
Do you like bubbles?
Yeah!
Well, gosh, are you in the right place? Walk this way.
Note to self, drunk reaction. And I'll be honest, every time Gabby did ask the audience for help, I did sink in my seat quite a bit. But honestly, it doesn't happen as often as you might think. Actually, after a while, it starts to feel like some kind of pointless add-on because there are so many scenes where she is clearly in some kind of danger, but she does not bother asking the audience for help when she clearly needs it. Also, what happens if we don't answer? Does Gabby just die or something? But on top of this being an interactive movie, this is also a freaking musical. Oh, does my luck just keep getting better? And as the songs go, it's not the worst musical I've ever seen, especially when it comes to kids' movies, but the songs, of course, are forgettable as all hell, and not really something your kids are going to be asking to play in the car. Or maybe they will. Prove me wrong if you have kids. There are really only two I could think of that stood out. One being about a kaleidoscope, which was fine, I guess. And another one, I am not making this up, by the way. There is a song that plays in the background really freaking quickly that goes skibbity meow. What the fuck are we doing, DreamWorks? Are you serious? You're actually making me think, hey, Trolls was not all that bad now, was it? Should I even mention that they also played the Gummy Bear song at one point? What the hell is going on this year? Lilo and Stitch is still playing Uptown Funk, and Gabby's Dollhouse is playing fucking Gummy Bear. It is 2025! Jesus Christ! Except I will say, to this movie's credit, that doesn't really feel that out of place for something like this. I guess I will also say that this would be a great movie on LSD because there is so much shit in this movie that they do not explain that really needed to be explained. The movie opens up with Gabby's grandma building the dollhouse with all the little characters when Gabby was much younger, and she tells Gabby, hey, all you gotta do is pinch your ear and hold on to your little toy, and she shrinks down into the animated form with no explanation of any kind. So it is never explained how they have magic, how the Dollhouse cats are magic, how the Dollhouse cats can just bring anything to life, or even what kind of Houdini shit Gabby's grandma put in that thing. My best guess is that she bought the dollhouse off the black market and then just decided to paint it like a little girl's dollhouse. Or a better question, where the hell is Gabby's parents in all of this? Because, slight spoilers, but the movie does wrap up with setting up that there might be a spin-off with a certain character. So yeah, I really need to get this through your heads. The only reason you should watch this as an adult with no kids, unless you're in my position, is if you're baked as shit. The movie does have this message about growing up and how you stop playing with your toys, and while it's a good message and done well here for a movie like this, it has been done to death, and there is this little film series called Toy Story that does it so much better. I bring this up because, forget what anyone says, if I had that possessed little dollhouse, I'd be hanging out in that thing no matter what age I was. Hell, I'd probably live there. The roommates might be a little much, but I don't see any bills I'd be having to pay. Also, it has its own self-driving car. Fuck it, this sounds awesome. I also want to bring up that if you saw the trailer, you might be led to believe that Christian Wiig is the villain of this movie, and that's not actually true at all. And I'm so glad it's not true because this leads to the best character in the movie, that being Jason Mantzoukas. Yeah, I was not aware at all that he was in this movie. But the reason he is the best character in this thing is because, well, it's Jason Mantzoukas. Of course the character, voiced by Jay Zarian, Rick Flair, and Bill Zarian, is going to be the best character in whatever movie he's in. But probably the weirdest part of this movie is his vocal performance because he weirdly gives it his all in this thing. As if someone really needed to be like, okay, who's gonna tell him that this is not invincible? As for any other positives I actually have, compared to the images and clips I've seen of the TV show, the animation is actually really good and even tries out some other animation styles, like with these wooden characters that have CG stop motion looks to them. I also got the smallest of chuckles from one of those characters because he was clearly baked as shit. If you end up going to see the movie, you'll know exactly which one I'm talking about. Aside from just Jason Mantzoukas, all the actors do a good job with what they're given, and I can tell that this show actually means a lot to the girl playing Gabby. But I will say that it will be pretty funny when she does get older and moves away from this show because it will completely defeat the entire message of this movie about growing up and whatnot. And again, it's got some good messages for kids, and I even think some adults can get something out of said message. Seriously, how many of us watched Toy Story 3 as an adult and immediately regretted giving up our toys? This movie surprisingly is going to do the same thing. Also, this is the first time ever that I went to see a movie in theaters and they left the lights on through the entire freaking thing. Look, I was gonna say something, but not only was it funny, but me and my friend already had to go out twice to ask them to start the actual movie and turn on the freaking picture. Oh yeah, you thought I went to watch this shit alone? Hell no! That review will be coming out very soon as well. But in the end, Gabby's Dollhouse the movie is made for a certain demographic that I am clearly not a part of, but I'm not gonna sit here and go on some kind of stupid rant of how awful it is. It's not like the Paw Patrol movie where it's actually decent for what it is, or like the Ryan's World movie where it's a legit awful movie and stuff's going on behind the scenes. It's a movie for little girls that adults will tolerate at best and go on about their day once it's over. If you have young daughters under the age of 5, take them to go see it if they want to go see it. Anyone who is over that age can just skip this one, unless you decide to go watch it with your dumb buddies while tripping balls. Or, hell, beat them over the head with a bag of sugar. It's pretty much the same experience. At the end of the day, this movie isn't meant for me or really anyone watching this video. It is for little girls and they will love it. That is it. As for me though, it very much just flew in one ear and out the other. I'm gonna give Gabby's Dollhouse the movie a C-. Did I really just review this and grade it while wearing cat ears? This video better get a lot of views and subscribers. But hey, I like to see any of the big name film critics on YouTube try and do what I just did. And I mean an actual review and not just saying, oh, it's a kid's movie or it's for little girls. I mean an actual review saying what's good about it, what's wrong with it, and all of that.
So, I noticed at the end of the movie when, they told you to hold your hand to the person that you love that, you didn't even bother looking over to hold my hand. Do you not?
No, I don't. I don't love you. YouTubers aren't your friends. YouTubers aren't your friends.
Son of a bitch.
It's time to get tiny. Let's get the dollhouse back.
We're leaving the planet.
Oh, this is awesome!
You can't
My hair. My tushy. My fashion.
Oh, wait. Kitty, scratch that. I look fabulous.
Okay, so we saw it, or better yet, I saw it, and I dragged Bryan with me.
Yep.
So, you have any knowledge of Gabby's Dollhouse whatsoever?
No.
Neither do I, really. I know nothing about this show. This was basically my introduction. I will say the thing that kind of shocked the shit out of me, though, is that this show's only like 5 years old, and it's already about to start its 12th season, apparently. I'm like, why the fuck is it taking so long for like Stranger Things and Wednesday and all these shows? Mm-hmm. But Gabby's Dollhouse is already on its 12th season with a freaking movie in theaters now.
Yep, we gotta wait 2 years for seasons of like any other show, and it's only 8 episodes. I don't know how many episodes there are of Gabby's Dollhouse, but
I don't either. But like it's probably because the animation's really cheap and yeah.
I mean, it pretty much looks like Coco Melon. On
the levels of that. Which I don't know what you're gonna say about this movie, but the one thing I will say immediately is that seeing the animation of the TV series, the animation in this is actually really good.
Yeah, it was actually really well done.
It's DreamWorks anime.
I noticed that like they even use like different styles, like a more choppy style for like whoever the garden gnome type of people were.
Yeah, like stop motion.
Yeah, it kind of looks like stop motion. It probably wasn't actually stop motion. I doubt they did that much effort for Gabby's Dollhouse.
No,
but you know.
But like for the movie, the animation is pretty good, and it was funny how they play the DreamWorks logo at the beginning. We were looking at each other like, better movie. It's like Shrek, Wild Robot, Puss in Boots, and it's like, what?
See, DreamWorks was kind of like on the up and up after Puss in Boots and Wild Robot. And, you know, I know some people are mixed about Shrek 5, but, you know, it's another Shrek movie. I don't know what they're doing here.
Speaking of Shrek, he makes a cameo in this movie.
Because this is on a whole other level. It puts every other DreamWorks movie to shame.
What?
Yeah. Okay, so I actually am a film major and I have a degree in cinematic art, so I know a thing or two about movies, okay? And this, every once in a while, you have like in a movie that's just like so exceptional in like a world of movies that are good but not great. And Gabby's Dollhouse is one of those movies that are just huge exceptions to the rule.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. What's the confusion?
I mean, it was fine for a movie for 5-year-old girls.
Dude, you don't understand peak, okay? because...
Hey, I understand peak. I saw a Minecraft movie 2 nights in a row in theaters, packed house, people losing their goddamn minds. That was peak.
See, unfortunately, this Gabby's Dollhouse was a film that was designed to have a packed audience. They wanted everybody to sing and to dance and do all this stuff, but unfortunately, the turnout was just lackluster, and I think it's a real shame that more people didn't come see this wonderful film.
Wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful.
Did we watch the same movie?
I'm pretty sure I saw you in the theater.
I mean, clear. I will say this. You seemed more into it than I was. Like, there was a song about, like, singing and snapping and clapping and all that. And you were, like, kind of going along with it, but, like, trying not to be, like, too, like, obnoxious or anything.
Look, bangers are bangers, okay? When they tell you to clap, you know, like, I consider myself a free thinker, right? But when the cha-cha slide comes on...
When did that happen?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, hypothetically. Like, when the cha-cha slide comes on, and they tell you to, like, do all the different dance moves, you got to do it. And this is the same principle here. I did think it was strange that they said, like, a clap, and then they went and clapped twice. That was a little odd. It's one of my personal problems with the movie, but overall I thought it was...
Your problem is that they clapped twice instead of once.
That's right.
Okay. I like Chumsley, whatever his name was. That's a positive I have.
Jason Mantzoukas really brought us all into this role. I mean,
yeah, more
if
than
you've seen Invincible, you know that man could voice act really well, and he did, dare I say, even better.
Better than Invincible.
That's right.
Big Mouth, Close Enough. All these.
Anything's better than Big Mouth.
Okay, I actually do like Big Mouth. Oh, screw you!
This guy hates Gabby's Dollhouse and likes Big Mouth. Why do you guys even watch this guy?
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
It's like now, okay, look at that now. Now my subscriber count's going down because I like Big Mouth, but didn't care for Gabby's Dollhouse. Or
like One Battle After Another is coming out this weekend as well. And a lot of people are speculating that it's going to get a lot of Oscar buzz. Maybe potentially take home some awards. Paul Thomas Anderson's overdue, people are saying. But I really think that Gabby's Dollhouse really, if the Oscars know what they're doing, should get a lot of nominations. I mean, I haven't seen that captivating of a lead performance since Ice Cube in War of the Worlds earlier this year.
Bitch! Get out the way!
Is it because she talked to you and told you what to do throughout the movie?
What?
Is it because she told you what to do throughout the movie? Like, pinch your ear and then slap yourself or whatever.
Look, as someone who enjoys the Deadpool movies, I like when the characters talk to me, okay? It's pretty fun.
Except Deadpool's not coming up to you and he's like, can you help us save the day in the whole entire multiverse?
Honestly, that'd be really funny if he did.
It would be pretty good.
If that happens in Doomsday.
Oh my God.
You can quote me. All
yeah.
Right? All right.
Okay. In my personal opinion, this movie was...
I'm sorry, a breaking character.
God, I know you're a breaking character.
Okay. Now where were we? Yes, Gabby's Dollhouse. Wonderful film.
No, you could cut the act. Like, what did you really think of the movie?
It was all right. Look, it's made for 5-year-olds, and you know, if you're 5, you're probably gonna like it, because you know, I mean, and at least it actually tried to have like a story and themes and like a message to it, but it's a message that was done better in Toy Story 2.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like one thing that does work is the message, except it's been done to death in other movies.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the story with Jason Mantzoukas' character is kind of like Jessie from Toy Story 2, where she was put in a box and she like ended up. I mean, Kristen Wiig is basically Al from Al's Toy Barn mixed with like.
Except less.
The girl who owned Jessie originally, and it's it's kind of like that for like a different generation, but with how well the Toy Story movies stand the test of time. I mean, we were just showing at our theater here the original Toy Story for the 30th anniversary, and I mean it's been done before, but I'm not going to say it's a bad concept for a theme, for a message, you know. But you know, it's it's not quite as obnoxious as like Dora.
No.
It's like, can you find the whatever? And it's like,
you know how many times
in plain sight.
You know what's funny is like at the beginning of the movie where she's like, oh my god, I don't know where the dollhouse is. Can you guys help me? Pinch my ear and sling da da da. Like, I was like, okay, there's so many instances where she's in some kind of danger where I'm all like, why is she not doing that now? I mean, I'm glad she isn't because let's be honest, it was kind of embarrassing to go to this, especially since there was like 4 other people in the theater with kids. Like, we probably got some looks.
Yeah, there was a moment towards the end where this little girl with like the official, not like, we just have some basic cat ears. This girl had like the legit Gabby's Dollhouse ears. And she comes up and she kind of looks at us like, aren't you guys a little old to be in this? But the message of the movie, you're never too old to stop playing. And so if anybody wants to give us crap for going to see Gabby's Dollhouse, that's not what Gabby would want.
No.
It's not what Gabby would want.
No.
You know?
Gabby wants you to play forever and ever
and ever
and ever and ever. Can we talk about the Dollhouse in general? Like, where did all this magic bullshit come from? Like, how did that grandma like create this?
That's a good question. Maybe the show talks about that. I don't really know.
No, because I haven't seen the show, but I'm just going to assume it like immediately gets into, hi, I'm Gabby. Let's play together. Pinch, 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 and like dance and sing.
Yeah.
And I feel like they never explain it, especially since it's a show for like 3-year-olds.
Probably not. I mean, there was never really lore to Barney.
No, but like,
Grant, I'm sorry if you're watching this video right now and you're going to be like, Bryan, fuck you. There is lore to Barney. I'm sorry. I tried.
Well, there might even be lore to Baby Shark, but the fans really think I give a shit, and I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, you might get some hate comments from hardcore Gabby's Dollhouse fans.
If that exists, I swear to God.
But you never know. I am surprised that Matty Matheson made an appearance. Matty Matheson, of course, from The Bear. He plays Fack. And the thing with him is, unless I'm mistaken, I think he's a chef and not an actor, which is why he's on the show about a restaurant.
Maybe that's why he was the Cookie Monster.
So now he's the cookie guy. Cookie Bobby?
Yeah, Cookie Bobby.
Yeah, I almost said Cookie Bobby. He played Cookie Bobby.
But back to the Dollhouse, like, she gives... So the movie starts off with, like, a young Gabby, her grandma... That was her grandma, right? Or her...
I guess?
Her relative...
Gigi sounds like her grandma.
Her Gigi... or whatever. Anyway, it starts off young Gabby, the grandma's making the dollhouse with all the little characters and stuff. And like, she tells her, hey, when you pinch your ears and grab onto the hand of your stuffed toy, something will happen. And I'm like, if I was that age and that just happened, I'd be freaking the fuck out. I'd be like, what the fuck just happened? Grandma, why?
Yeah. You know, I noticed that during the road trip sequence.
Are we going to talk about?
They went to Area 51.
Yeah!
And discovered the aliens. And then they went gambling, which is actually the same plot as Venom: The Last Dance. Which I
oh my god, it is! I didn't even take that.
Yeah, and they're driving in like a little hippie van, too. Like, they're driving in like the Little Miss Sunshine van, the yellow van. Yeah, and
no, I love how they visit Area 51, but then as they like go along to like other locations, like the aliens are still following them and pick up the little blue one. And then that's also where they meet Shrek at one point.
They do meet Shrek. They probably go to Universal.
Yeah,
something.
probably.
I don't know if that's where you meet Shrek, but
yeah. There's also one part during their little trip where they fly off the damn road. Did you see that one?
I did see that. Yeah, they jumped pretty high. I mean, it was like a Mario Kart jump.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and especially I noticed that like the Dollhouse did that too in the scene where it's like rolling down San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. No. Cat Francisco.
Cat Francisco, my mistake. Gabby's Dollhouse fans, don't come for my throat. But you know, funnily enough, there's a Mario Kart course called Toad Harbor. It's in Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It's based off San Francisco, as is Cat Francisco, of course. I did notice that there were a couple of like overhead skyline shots where the pink bridge is just not there.
Oh, really? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, but, you know, I guess they thought the audience wouldn't notice, which is weird because if they were filming on location in Cat Francisco, that, you know, you'd think it would be there, but I don't know. But either way, you know, I thought that the alien subplot would have been an interesting movie in its own right.
There was one thing in this movie, I really wish I remember what it was. I wish I wrote it down. Like, I was like, man, I want to see that plot. No, I know exactly what it was.
Yep.
Where like they have a backstory. There's this character played by Jason Mantzoukas named Chumsley or Chungli, something like
that. He's an orange cat.
Yeah, this little orange cat, and like he was the stuffed toy of the supposed villain Vera, who is Christian Wiig in this movie.
Yeah.
And and they show the backstory of how they used to play together. It was the When She Loved Me scene from Toy Story 2, basically. Yeah. And like when he comes to life, it's kind of like the opening of Ted or whatever. And I was like, man, I just want to see the Chumley movie where it turns into like a horror version of Ted. Like it even starts off with the parents freaking out like, oh my God!
Yeah.
That would
It's
been
kind of like whenever like Barney would like go from plushie to like big dinosaur.
Yeah,
and, like,
exactly.
He would jump scare like all the kids. Like that's kind of what it was reminded me of. And I feel like Gabby's is probably like Barney for the modern kids. Although I know there's also a Barney reboot.
I feel like cursed, I don't know if I go that far exactly, but maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never seen the show, so I couldn't tell you.
Either way, I noticed that Gabby made a mention of her first movie. Threatening that a sequel might come into existence.
Kind of like how, like...
So, same time next year.
I hope not. Like, no offense, but like, I hope that we don't get a sequel to this.
I mean, I don't know what the turnout's been like, but...
Well, it's only Thursday, so we won't know till Sunday.
That is true.
Like, who knows? Maybe this will be DreamWorks' biggest hit or their lowest hit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
But like, okay, I keep bringing up the damn Dollhouse, but like, what did the grandma use to make that thing? Because like, that thing's like, okay, so there's this whole message about like, you're gonna grow up, you're gonna stop playing or whatever. Be like, if I had this fucking Dollhouse, I would never stop playing with this fucking thing. Like, hell, I could live in this damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, real estate is not cheap. You could literally just like pinch and then like house.
Yeah, boom.
You know,
like
it already has food.
Mm-hmm.
It has like all the stuff you need, and you'd have roommates who would probably be a little annoying on the day-to-day, but it'd be fine.
Plus, you'll have Chumsley. I actually did like Chumsley. Like,
Chumsley was the weird thing about the movie that I didn't really anticipate was like that Jason Mantzoukas and Kristen Wiig actually like tried to give like good performances.
Yeah,
and they do for the most part, but they didn't need to try that hard.
You know,
especially Jason Mantzoukas, he did not need to be that like passionate in his line delivery.
No,
for a movie for preschoolers.
No, but I will say, like, it looked like a movie that would be amazing on LSD, which is funny because one point Kristen Wiig asks her cat where's her catnip at.
Yeah, it's like when Puss in Boots had that, and it was like drugs.
Exactly.
The fairy tale police arrested him or something.
Hey, little orange cat has catnip. This movie also has a little orange cat in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So DreamWorks is, I guess, ripping themselves off.
Exactly. I will also say, like, another issue I have with this movie is like a lot of it really just flew in one ear and out the other.
Yeah. I also weirdly felt the runtime.
I really felt the runtime.
I remember seeing that it was almost an hour 40, and that seems a little long for
like
a film made for little kids with not a huge attention span.
Yeah, which is funny because the little girl you were talking about that was in front of us with the cat ears, like, she was all like dancing and happy about it at the beginning, but like she didn't move a muscle until the end when they were like telling everyone to get out of their seats and help.
Yeah, I noticed there was like a, Mom, when this is over, can we blah, 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 and it's like, she is mentally checked out of
I'm
movie.
like, if this movie was like 80 minutes, that's fine, but like an hour and 40 minutes is way too long for this.
It's pretty long.
Yeah,
which I thought was,
I don't think Dogman was that long, and that
probably not. I never saw Dogman, but
that one was, I actually liked that one a little bit.
I mean, it looked pretty fun.
Yeah.
And I like the Captain Underpants movie.
Captain Underpants is like criminally underrated.
It never got a sequel. I was really hoping it would.
Well, we were giving crap to Gabby saying like, this is my first movie, when that movie was actually called the first movie.
Epic movie.
Yep.
And then it just,
yeah,
it's a shame. I know it got a Netflix show. Speaking of DreamWorks and Netflix shows,
I wonder if they got 12 seasons.
I don't know.
But like, I think it really started to drag once they got into like the cookie candy land or whatever.
A little bit.
I was like, okay, we can wrap this up a lot quicker than.
Yeah. I also thought that the subplot with the kitty scouts was
I forgot that.
Strange.
You know, it's funny. Like they show the one at the beginning, and then I completely forgot about them until they showed right back up.
And then they show up, and they attempt extortion. And when that fails, they do straight up like breaking, entering, home invasion.
Yeah.
And they just start messing with Kristen Wiig's stuff until she just like pays them to leave.
Yeah.
Which I'm curious about the ethics of the kitty scouts.
Yeah.
I know in sales they often say don't take no for an answer, but that's kind of pushing it to like go inside.
Yeah, they were going to destroy her fucking house.
Yeah, that was kind of strange.
Do you also notice Did you also notice that really no one else in Cat Francisco was like wearing cat ears, or there was not much cat themed stuff?
Yes, I noticed that was a little bit.
Gabby kind of just stood out like a sore thumb.
Because Gabby, when they're like driving to Gigi's house, Gabby looks at the audience and is like, "I'll let you guys know which house is hers," and it's like normal house, and then it's a house that's shaped like a pink,
like
and
the
blue
dollhouse, actually.
Dollhouse, and it's got a cat on the top, and it's like, oh, I wonder which one Gigi lives in.
Oh no, that's Sally from next door. Mine's over here, and it's like a shed.
Now that would have been funny if they had been like the one that really, really looked like Gigi's house wasn't, but it was weird because I noticed that some of the jokes, and I can't even think of an example off the top of my head, but there are some of them that I'm like, 3-year-olds aren't gonna understand what that means.
I mean, there was never a joke where I was all like, that might be a little too much for kids.
Like there was nothing like, dirty adult jokes or anything like that.
Maybe
but there was like,
bit.
Yeah, but like Jason Mantzoukas, there's a fart joke with him, right? And then he mentions, I have indigestion. Do you think 3-year-olds know what that word means?
Have you ever seen the Oogie Loves?
I have not seen the Oogie Loves.
You should watch a video on the Oogie Loves, because if I remember correctly, there's like a part where they're like talking to a bird or whatever, and she's like, she's got a bad back and cataracts.
Yeah. See, those are the jokes that they put in for the adults.
Oh, yeah, and then there's also a scene where he literally was like fake stripping. Like, he's wearing a little bow, the Jason Mantzoukas cat is wearing a little bow tie, and he's like, he's like taking it off. He's like, I'm naked, bitches!
Yeah, and then we did see like one of the cat's like butt, because it got toasted by the fire. I think it was.
I mean, that's fine. It was a little cupcake
cat.
Yeah,
I mean, it's literally a cupcake.
I mean, I will also say this, since everyone's probably wondering, this is not as bad as Ryan's World, where, like, here's the thing. Ryan's World, like, aside from the fact that it's a movie for little kids, like, I don't remember it sending any bad messages, but it was just a poorly made movie, and it's like one of those things where when you know what goes on behind the scenes, that makes it even worse.
Yeah, there's not, with Gabby, she's old enough to where there's not like any sort of potential child exploitation going on. And
not really.
I never saw the Ryan's World movie.
Don't.
But I know enough about the YouTube channel to where I get like a bad vibe from like the parents in those videos of like,
yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah,
with Ryan.
But like there was nothing like offensive about this movie, or really where.
I mean, it's literally rated G, which is kind of rare nowadays to see a movie that's rated G.
Yeah, rare for that, rare for DreamWorks.
Yeah. It's also rarer nowadays to see live action DreamWorks, because they did live action stuff back in the day. Like DreamWorks did Tropic Thunder of all things.
Oh, I thought you were saying like DreamWorks Animation, because I'm like, the only thing they've done is How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah, but it's really like DreamWorks has done live action before, and now they're really like they're kind of bringing it back with stealing Disney's ideas of remaking all their old movies in live action.
But also this movie, like, it has good messages. There's no like really bad messages or whatever. I did kind of laugh, like chuckle at myself a little bit when Gabby was like, not Gabby, goddammit, Jason Mantzoukas' cat was like, you're gonna grow up and be old one day and not want to play, and her reaction is just like just runs away crying.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do something, Jesus.
Yeah, he really like did some emotional damage to Kristen Wiig.
Yeah.
And to Gabby, because Gabby was clearly going into the movie, she was clearly experiencing a lot of like existentialism about growing up.
Yeah.
Which themes that, again, Toy Story 3 did.
Which I will
better,
say,
but
between movies like this and Toy Story, they kind of fuck with you a little bit. It's like, oh
Yeah.
my god, what about that toy I had when I was a kid?
yeah,
Like, oh,
no, you think about, it's hard to not think about the toys that you have in the box in the basement.
yeah, especially after like Toy Story 3.
Yeah. Yeah, and in fact, a lot of the Toy Story figures of mine are still in the basement in the box.
It's gonna be like that scene.
Jesse is probably singing When Somebody Loved Me from my basement right now. But, you know.
It's like that scene in the first one where they're in the truck and like he pushes RC out and they're like, get him! That's gonna happen to you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. But, you know, Gabby seems like she's gonna like be cognizant of what the little cat toys want, and they even kind of teased a doghouse at the end.
No. They tease that she's gonna have a little sister, and that's probably it's probably gonna be a spin-off where they do little sister and she's like the dog version.
Yeah. Yeah, because they built like a doghouse, and so I didn't, you know, I guess that'll probably be pretty popular. Maybe that'll get a movie.
I didn't even know how popular this was until after I did the trailer video a few months back, and I was going to like Walmart and whatever, and I kept seeing like merch and stuff. I was like, oh, I guess this is a pretty popular show.
Yeah, I mean, we're just behind with what the kids like.
Yeah, I didn't know how popular this was. Like, this is way past my time, way past my little brother's time. Like, he at least watched Paw Patrol, so I was aware of what Paw Patrol was and who the characters were. This, nothing. And yeah, I was just like, I don't know how any of this works. There's one part, I kind of mentioned this to you. It's at the beginning where she's like the little animated version and her grandma shows up and is like, Gabby, where are you? And she just pops up behind her and I was just waiting her to pop her.
Yeah. Yeah, like you got to be careful sneaking up on people like that, because you could get like hurt, you know.
That happened with me and my brother once. He jumped out of the stairs and scared me. I punched him.
Yeah. If Gabby's Dollhouse was
don't punch your siblings,
was trying to be, you know, more realistic, that would have happened. But you got to keep it G. There's no fighting in it.
There were a few parts in this movie where I was writing a much darker.
Weirdly, some of the existentialism in it seems a little much for a G-rated movie. But
yeah,
I guess again, Toy Story is G too.
Yeah, and they had the fucking furnace scene.
Yeah, and the thing that was interesting was Kristen Wiig wasn't really the main villain.
No, she wasn't even like really a
Jason
villain.
Mantzoukas' cat was the villain.
No, because like if you watch the trailer, it kind of seemed like Gabby saw her and she's all like, "I'm stealing your shit, bye."
Yeah,
but really, she doesn't like know who she is. It's just like she shows up at her house and is like looking for a dollhouse.
Yeah. Yeah, she just wanted to buy a dollhouse because like she's a collector of artifacts and
cat stuff
because she's a crazy cat lady and she has an actual cat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then
they do like a yoga competition.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
And that was kind of strange.
I was kind of bored. Were you?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of anticipated that maybe happening because we're just not the right age.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I could see being like really like drawn into it if you're like the right age, until like maybe the runtime drags a little bit. But
again, don't you just love when you go into the theater and you see someone and they think you're going to see one thing and then you got to tell them, no, I'm going to Gabby's Dollhouse, which is exactly what happened to me.
Yeah, we could have seen one battle after another. But
here's the thing. I almost saw it this afternoon, but I passed out at home.
Yeah.
But then I was all like, I don't know. I didn't know if you wanted to do a double feature or not, because
that would have been insane.
Yeah.
But
that's not the weirdest double feature I've ever done. One time I saw Bones and All, which is a movie about cannibalism.
Yeah.
And then Disney's Strange World.
I forgot about Strange World.
Yeah, because I don't even remember that movie. I just remember it being not very good. Any final thoughts on this? Because I'm running out of stuff to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of running out of stuff. Either way, I mean, if you are somebody who is watching this who has a child, who
mostly a little girl, like boys will be like, yeah, I'm not into this.
Don't take your sons to go see it.
They'll be like, where's the monster trucks and shit?
Yeah. But if you're somebody who has a young daughter, probably a fun time with the family. If you're our age,
I mean, fun time.
Maybe don't do that unless.
Yeah, no.
Unless you're getting dragged along to your coworker who's a YouTuber.
Yeah. Yeah. do not go see this movie unless, you're taking your young daughter, very young, 5 and under.
Yeah.
Or you're doing something like this where you gotta talk about the movie afterwards, or you're just getting a bunch of your dumb buddies together and going to watch some stupid shit high as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Which
is not what we did.
No, but I kind of wish we did something, but at the same time, this is where we work.
We gotta drive home.
We gotta drive home. This is where we work, and it's maybe not.
No.
So, what grade would you give this? Because I might be more generous just for the.
I'm gonna say a Letterboxd 2 stars.
Letterboxd
Probably.
2 stars. Okay.
Yeah.
I usually do the grades, so I guess C-. I mean,
yeah, that seems fair.
Again, I think Smurfs was more painful. I think there's worse movies I've seen this year because I haven't seen War of the Worlds because you keep bringing that.
It's incredible.
No, I believe you, but I did see the Weekend movie. I honestly really hated. I hated Happy Gilmore 2.
Oh yeah, I've heard that was disappointing.
It was really bad.
Oh.
Okay, so that was my second review, but Bryan's first review on the Gabby's Dollhouse movie. And once again, don't go see this if you don't really have a reason to. If you have a young daughter, if you're in our position where you got to talk about it afterwards, those are the only reasons you should be going to see this movie. But anyway, guys, thanks so much for watching. Subscribe to the channel, like this video, turn the notification bell, and while you're at it, go follow me on Instagram, TikTok, and Letterboxd at Trev's Movies. And I'll be back later with more reviews, and I'll see you then. Also, I just realized my mustache kind of looks like whiskers.
Great. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. Pinch, 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 and whatever. See ya.
Bye.
So before we totes get into this, I have one very important question for all my fellow Swifties. So you show up for the release party movie for this, and you also show up for the Eras Tour movie back in 2023. So where the fuck were you all for this?
There's no one like McCavity.
If you have totally not seen that little masterpiece that Taylor just slays in, you are not a true Swiftie. You hear me? Not a true one.
He did, and they knew he was gonna tell.
Tell what? What did he see?
It's dangerous. I think that...
Oh my god! The amount of emotions I am feeling right now, there is no way they can be contained. Oh my word, Jesus! Oh God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I saw it and heard it. I saw and heard what is to be the greatest thing she has ever created as the god or goddess that she is. I saw and heard Taylor Swift's new album, which is a remake of the 90s film Showgirls. It's a remake of the 90s Showgirls movie in the form of an album. Oh, we've got to talk about it. So, I know I normally would, give you a plot synopsis or something like that, and that would lead you into what I thought about what I just watched, but not today, because I am immediately gonna, totally give you my opinion on the newest album from our Lord and Savior, Taylor Swift. I'm sorry, I have hair in my mouth from how good this album is. I ate my hair, goddammit. Oh, sweet Jesus. So, let me just say right now that, Taylor's new album is, the greatest, most awesomest, most pure-hearted, awesome, greatest, most spectacular thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Oh, Taylor! Taylor, I love you! Oh, it's amazing!
This is the most obnoxious thing I've ever experienced in my life.
And I keep totally saying that I saw and heard the album because I totes went and heard the album online, when it first dropped Thursday night around midnight. But then I also, on Friday, went to go see the official release party of a Showgirl in theaters on Friday night. I don't know if I mentioned that. I saw it on Friday night, but it was totes. And I gotta tell you right away, the album is a 10 out of 10, automatically totes God. Oh my God. It's so good that I'm not even messing with you. I listened to 0.67 seconds of this album and immediately started having a seizure because it was that good. No album in either the past nor in the future will ever top this album. You know what? It's so good. Let's listen to just 0.67 seconds of it. But as for that totally awesome, righteous, bodacious, theatrical release, I think it is safe to say that I started bawling my eyes out the millisecond that Taylor popped up on screen and gave her introduction. And totes goes for the same with all my girlfriends because we cried every 20 seconds for no apparent reason to the point where our tears started to flood the goddamn theater. We had to evacuate, but I was like, no, I will stay for Tay-Tay. It's This is the most Trev thing I have ever done. I think we can all agree with that. And I don't think I have to remind you about this, but Taylor Swift is a god! She is our Lord and beautiful blonde savior! If it was not for her, we would have no reason to live. We'd be Tay-Tay-less and very, very sad. Yeah. But holy craps in my underpants, when the first song came on, the very first song of Tay-Tay's new album, I screamed so fucking loud that not only was I louder than the theater speakers, but I may have pissed a little, but also everyone just rudely told me to shut the fuck up. Hey, why don't you shut the fuck up? I'm screaming for Tay-Tay. I need her to hear me from her $1 million mansion in wherever the fuck she lives. I'm just going to assume Travis Kelce land, which is, the place in Kansas where he, plays that soccer game. But totally, oh my god, Jesus Christ, Tap Dancing Christ, oh my god, Mother Trucking Season 2 of Family Guy. Oh my god, that song. Yeah, I cried really fucking hard and even started shitting myself while vomiting at the same time out of sheer fucking excitement just from seeing Taylor for the millionth time in the last hour because her album. And God, I cannot get enough of Taylor. I wish I was Taylor. And yeah, I totally remember the name of the song. It was that one about Cotton Eye Joe, or maybe it was Let It Go, or oh yeah, whoever threw that piece of paper, yo mom's a hoe. That was totally what it was. Even Stacy agreed with me, and Stacy never lies to me. Even though I'm pretty sure she lied to me the other day about not having that pudding at lunch. What? But out of every song in this totally righteous, awesome movie that she performed for this album, my favorite one, without a doubt, had to be the one titled Wood. Which I know everyone is like totally saying is about Travis Kelce's dick. Which, God, you're just so dirty-minded. But that's not true at all, because Taylor herself said it was about like superstitions, black cats, and voodoo dolls. Sing it, puss!
I feel a premonition, that girl's gonna make me fall.
But you might be wondering, how do I know all of this? Because I saw the greatest thing that has ever graded of greats, because it's great. And I love Taylor because she's so awesome. And her music made me shit myself from how great it was. And she's great. And I love football because Taylor's dating that guy who plays football. And holy shit, what the fuck?
No, like seriously, what the fuck? What the hell am I doing?
Guys, I'm like totally so sorry. This is what my love for Taylor does to me. It makes me go into crazy, obsessed, loco senor, obsessed fan mode. Taylor, I love you so much.
Oh, damn it, I thought that was gonna pop.
And I gotta let you guys know, like, totally right now, that no one, and I mean no one is like Taylor Swift. I do not love anyone as much as I love Taylor Swift. My grandma? Who's that? She ain't Tay-Tay. My brothers never had one of them. Because they're not Tay-Tay. Mr. Scrambles, my kitty cat? I ran that motherfucker over 9 times with my car because guess why? That's right! She wasn't Tay-Tay!
Wait, his name was Mr. Scrambles. I would make him a mister, so he's a dude.
Who cares? But oh my god, if I ever meet Tay-Tay Swift, aka Taylor Swift, I might seriously fucking die from the oh my god, Jesus damn dancing Christ heart attack I am going to have once I see her. And hell, I might even ask Travis T. Kelce, the T stands for the, I will ask him to tackle me like he is playing a game of football. No reason for that last part, just tackle me, Travis! But holy GFI, Taylor's Showgirl album in the theater movie thing is just like totes so fucking awesome, oh my god. It is the greatest thing that anyone of the human race has ever created, and it will never be topped. I dare even say it's better than the Bible. That's right. This album is so fucking good that it should be our new Bible. I will pray to like totally the new Bible titled something Life of a Showgirl. Fuck. And I'm gonna give our new Bible an A plus minus plus. It'll never be topped. I seriously cannot totally recommend this album enough, and I seriously hope you piss shit and vomit. Okay, no, I can't. I'm about to break character. I can't do this anymore. Oh my god. Look at that. Look how sweaty these fucking balloons are for me, like, rambling. Oh. Take 2. Okay, but in all seriousness, I do have some things I really do need to say about the theatrical release thing that happened this past weekend. So, funny story. Earlier on Friday, the day that whole release party movie thing, released, I was talking to someone, I don't remember who exactly, but I was talking to someone, and I told them, yeah, Swifties are so fucking crazy that they will literally pay their hard-earned money just to watch this chick cut her fucking toenails. And this release party thing kind of proved my point. Going into this, I really had no idea what it even was really. I thought it would be a bunch of different music videos or something. But what it was one actual music video with like singing, dancing and whatnot. A bunch of different behind the scenes clips for that one music video where Taylor goes, "Oh, I love that."
and then the rest is just 90 minutes of lyric videos. So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is that you're literally going to a movie theater to pay $15 to $20, hell, maybe even $70 if you get concessions, to watch a 3 to 4 minute music video that hasn't released yet, but will probably be out somewhere in the next week or two. And the rest is stuff you can watch at home on YouTube for free. You see what's wrong with this? Now, I will say that at first, I was okay with the first lyric video because I didn't think twice of it, and it did have some cool kaleidoscope visuals, and while I'm not one to ask for fashion tips, I did kind of like the robe dress that she was wearing. But at the same time, all Taylor was doing during that video was just lying there in that robe dress. And that, and basically everything else I explained, is exactly what happens every time one of the songs from the album plays. She stands there, looks pretty, the song plays, and a bunch of weird visuals that look like a kaleidoscope play on screen. Part of me honestly kept wondering if they were going to do a song about a kaleidoscope, because keep in mind, I went to this whole theatrical thing blind because I didn't listen to any of the songs. I did hear a certain lyric though, and I will get into that. But, like, I kept thinking, they keep playing all these kaleidoscope visuals, so were they planning on doing a kaleidoscope song, but then the Gabby's Dollhouse movie beat them to it?
And look around at this kaleidoscope.
And since that is all that happens for the entire 90-minute runtime, it does get very boring very quickly. And I know I'm not alone on this because there were these two little girls sitting in front of me with their parents, and they kept getting so restless throughout the entire 90-minute runtime that at one point, the dad had to constantly keep taking them out of the theater. As for the songs, I'm not going to act like they're really my thing, but if the fans love them, that's all that matters, I guess. Or one or two of them were catchy enough. Again, I guess. I'm sorry, I like Taylor Swift fine enough, but I really don't think this entire album is something to run home about. And right after I say that, 50,000 Swifties are on their way to murder me. Gotta go! But honestly, it doesn't matter what I think because this wasn't made for me. This is for fans of Taylor Swift's work who are just eager to hear her new music with others. If you really want to go pay $15 to watch lyrics and behind the scenes footage for 90 minutes, then I ain't stopping you and you might have a lot of fun. Also, that Wood song was totally about Travis Kelce's dick. Everyone in my theater had a reaction like, oh, yeah, we know what you're doing, girl. Ooh, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, we know what you mean.
Kiki, you are my everything.
You don't.
Fuck.
This hurts me more than it hurts you.
From the studio that brought you Terrifier 3 and the Toxic Avenger remake comes Lesbian Space Princess. It's about a princess who lives in space and is a lesbian. Genius! Chef's kiss. You know, it's very rare that I ever jump on the opportunity to review a movie just solely based on the title alone. As in, this is the first time I've ever jumped on the opportunity to review a movie just solely based on the title alone. Was it all worth it in the end? Well, let me first tell you guys what the movie is about. Because I already have a feeling that some of you are not going to believe me when I tell you this. The film is about the lesbian space princess herself, Syra, and how she is thrust out of her sheltered life on the planet of Klatopolis into a galactic quest to save her bounty hunter ex-girlfriend Kiki from the straight, white Malians.
Who? Oh, come on!
Kill the lesbian!
You all know me. I'm Trev. I'm just Trev, and you all know that by now. But even in this crazy-ass Trev brain of mine, I don't think in a million years I would have ever been able to come up with this insane premise even if I wanted to. So I immediately all know your guys' first two questions. Where the hell did you find this movie and what Adult Swim abyss did you dig it up from? Well, you can thank the Ragtag Cinema for this one, that little independent theater I've mentioned on this channel before. Yep, for one night only, Ragtag decided to show only one screening of this indie animated film from Australia, and the minute I saw it on their lineup, I immediately grabbed a ticket because I was not missing my chance to talk about a movie titled Lesbian Space Princess. And come on, even if you're not the target audience for this movie, you cannot deny that the title alone does not grab your interest just a little bit. But prior to Ragtag showing this movie, I had never heard of it, never heard anything out of film festivals, no quiet mentions, nothing. Not a damn thing. But I did watch the trailer, and while nothing really had me bursting out laughing or anything, it looked like it had some funny ideas, and it is a 2D animated movie for adults, so already a win right there for me. Plus, I kind of love making fun of white people, and the villains of this movie are literally parodies of white men. You're speaking my language right there. So even with the slightest of anticipation, am I safe to say that this movie lives up to its crazy-ass title? Well, let me start off by saying this. For those of you who don't follow me on Letterboxd, which, by the way, you totally should, one of my favorite movies of the year so far is The Naked Gun with Liam Neeson, and the reason for that is because it is easily one of the funniest movies of not just the year, but of the decade. It had me smiling ear to ear, and every time a joke landed, I didn't stop snickering until the next hilarious joke happened, which was almost every minute. Why the hell am I telling you all this? Well, it's because I never thought in a million years that I would be sitting right here telling you guys, or anyone for that matter, that The Naked Gun with Liam Neeson might actually have some stiff competition for the funniest movie of the year, because not only is Lesbian Space Princess fucking hilarious, not only is it one of the biggest surprises of the year, maybe the biggest surprise of the year, but it might also be one of my favorite movies of the goddamn year. When I walked into that theater, I was never expecting a movie titled Lesbian Space Princess to be as funny, smart, well-written, and even as cute as it truly was. This is a very cute movie, surprisingly. Next to The Naked Gun, I have not laughed this hard in a movie theater in ages. Ages, damn you, ages! Now, with that said, I was very skeptical with some of the humor when the movie first started. When it comes to adult animation, you either have your smiling friends or your modern Family Guy. One might at first seem like another adult cartoon with crude humor that doesn't work, but it actually turns out to be well written, smart, and in between some of the raunchy jokes and cussing is a lot of heart and some very likable characters. While the other is Modern Family Guy. I feel like I really don't even have to explain that one to you guys. And when it comes to Lesbian Space Princess, it's got a small number of jokes that don't land, and there's one or two said jokes that are just raunchy for the sake of being raunchy or very lowbrow. But let me tell you that when a joke lands, it hits hard. Actually, you guys want to know what this truly is? Do any of you remember the movie Bros from 2022? Well, Lesbian Space Princess is what Bros thought and wishes it was. Where Bros had some funny parts for the first few minutes and then kind of forgot it was a comedy after a while, Lesbian Space Princess is non-stop with the jokes, and about 90% of them always land. You'll have some jokes here and there that are way too obvious, like how they live on the planet Klatopolis, which they say is hard to find, or at one point, for no reason at all, there's just a dancing vagina, and that's the joke. But it will immediately be followed up by either this problematic spaceship being shocked that her lead is gay, even though she's from the planet Klatopolis, which is located in gay space, or one of the funniest bits of this movie is just watching the straight white aliens improvising what it'll be like to hook up with chicks. Which, by the way, the problematic spaceship and the straight white aliens are hands down the best part of this movie. Every time one of them was on screen and said something even remotely funny, the audience, including myself, just started dying with laughter. I honestly think they deliver some of the best humor of any movie this year.
Kill the lesbian!
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Bro, I said kill the lesbian, not the thespian. What the heck, bro?
You can hear they sound
Yes.
the same.
I understand. Do you know what a lesbian is?
Yes.
What?
They are. They get on stage
No, that's a thespian.
and date someone of the same sex.
That's a lesbian
Well, that's
thespian.
a lesbian thespian.
A lesbian.
No, it's a lesbian thespian.
Just
Two
kill the
separate-
lesbian. Just kill the lesbian.
Another thing that really makes this movie work is the beautiful hand-drawn animation, which not only has a very indie style to it, but I also love the fact that it kind of looks reminiscent of a student animated film or something from Adult Swim, but like good Adult Swim. Speaking of which, you can very much tell that the creators of this movie did take a lot of inspiration from a bunch of different Adult Swim series. The world this takes place in is very Rick and Morty. The straight white aliens are basically the Mooninites from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and while this isn't an Adult Swim show, some of the relationships remind me of Hazbin Hotel, but honestly done a lot better. One aspect that I love about the animation as well that I don't think will get as much attention is the blue outlining on all the characters, which I really think makes this movie stand out from other movies or series that look like this. And I didn't expect this, but I did find the relationship between Syra and, not Kiki, but another character named Willow to be just so likable. These two work so well and are very cute together that not only do you want to see them get together, but you also start to question if Syra even really really needs Kiki at all, or if Kiki is just using Syra in the process. But honestly, probably my favorite thing about getting to see this movie in a theater was watching it with an audience, because that made the experience so much better. Plus, it was just kind of cool to see this movie with the target audience. Trust me, even the woman that introduced the movie at the theater I saw this at was like, yeah, I know I'm in the right theater, which was kind of funny. So yeah, I think it's safe for me to say that Lesbian Space Princess really did blow me out of the water, because I enjoyed this movie so much more than I ever expected to. If you're like me and love supporting smaller animated films, or are just dying for more non-stop hilarious comedies, then this is an automatic must-watch. It's got great humor, phenomenal 2D animation, very likable characters, and a lot of heart buried in the really great raunchy humor. Yeah, this movie's raunchy humor actually works very damn well. I love this movie, I can't wait to watch it again, and between this and the Naked Gun remake, I pray that we get more comedies like this in the future. And I'm definitely giving Lesbian Space Princess an A.
The Flying Dutchman? The most pants-wettingly scariest ghost to ever roam the high seas? Oh, my lucky brick.
First question. I know we were talking about this earlier, but what is your history with SpongeBob? Like, I'm assuming you either grew up on it or your parents wouldn't let you watch it.
Most millennials and Gen Z, Gen Z like us, I did grow up watching SpongeBob. My mom thought it was annoying, mostly because of the laugh, but after a while, she realized that, like, it actually teaches good lessons to kids about being a good friend and not being afraid to be, seen as, silly or goofy or childlike at heart.
Yeah.
And so after that, she was cool with us watching SpongeBob.
It also taught you to lie because of the chocolate episode.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's just marketing. That's just good marketing.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I will say, I've mentioned this numerous times on my channel before, but like, yeah, I of course grew up with SpongeBob. It's probably the show I have the most nostalgia for from when I was a kid. And yeah, there are still times to this day that I'll go back and watch old episodes, or I can even quote episodes I haven't seen in years front to back still. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, no, there are a lot of really, if you're watching this, you've probably seen SpongeBob, and there are many iconic quotes and moments that are just permanently ingrained in pop culture and brain rot.
Yeah, let's just be honest. Half the reason we remember some of the lines is because of all the memes that we see all the time.
Mm-hmm. How many of you watching this video right now hear or see the word chocolate and start yelling about chocolate?
Chocolate?
Exactly.
Did you say chocolate?
This guy knows what I'm talking about.
Chocolate! Chocolate! Have you seen any of the movies besides just the first one?
I've seen the first two. I missed out on the third one, the one with Keanu.
Yeah, that was the only saving grace of that movie was Keanu Reeves' head in Tumbleweed. I can't say that movie was like particularly bad, but like it's also not very memorable. What I do remember though is that it was just like a tie-in to that Camp Coral series, which is like Little SpongeBob.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't seen that show, but I've heard it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I know there are a few spin-offs like The Patrick Show, and reviews aren't too favorable on those, but SpongeBob is a classic, and for good reason.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this before, but like newer episodes, like I see clips of them and I'm like, when the hell did SpongeBob become Ren and Stimpy? You ever notice that?
Yeah, I know they referenced that Red Mist like creepypasta from YouTube.
Yeah, I remember that
a few years ago. And then they tried to make it a whole thing because I think it only appeared in like the first airing of the episode or something like that, and then something strange like that. But it's cool that they reference stuff like that and bring back some old characters. But I haven't really, to be honest, kept up with some of the more recent episodes.
No,
probably the past 5 or so years.
Honestly, the only time I ever keep up with SpongeBob is if they come out with a new movie, just for pure nostalgia and because it's like I just want to keep up and see what SpongeBob's up to and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Now, SpongeBob is no doubt going to be a fun time, no matter what.
Yeah. Now, as for this new movie, like, what were your expectations going in?
Like I said, I thought it would be a really fun time because SpongeBob's usually a fun time, and
I was kind of hit or miss. I was all like, this could be fun. This could be another SpongeBob movie, like one of the weaker ones, because you said you only seen the first 2, so I'm assuming you didn't see the 2 Netflix movies.
I did not know those were a thing.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's a Sandy Cheeks one. There's a Plankton one.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier because they got leaked on Twitter.
Okay.
Or maybe that was a different conversation I was having.
Oh well.
Yeah. Well, actually, I kind of did enjoy the Plankton one. That one was okay. But the Sandy Cheeks one was one of the worst movies of last year.
Yeah, I remember seeing that now on like Letterboxd that people did not.
No, it was
the Sandy movie.
ugly and it wasn't funny. And for some reason, there's one scene in the movie where they show a little Wanda Sykes, but like as a little girl. But instead of like just showing a little girl, they take Wanda Sykes' head and have it inflated on a little girl's body.
What? It's just an ordinary crabby. Oh my goodness!
But so going into this movie, I had some expectations, but I don't know. I was just kind of, let's see how this turns out. Now, before we get into SpongeBob, what did you think of the Ninja Turtles short?
Oh, that was really fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Like, I don't know if you will agree, but that's kind of my favorite version of the TMNT.
So I actually haven't seen that movie.
Oh my God, you need to watch it.
Admittedly, a lot of Ninja Turtles, but I'm, decently familiar through pop culture osmosis with the Ninja Turtles. I could name all of them and that kind of thing. But I really enjoyed the short. I thought the animation was like just beautiful.
My favorite part is that during the end credits, have you ever seen the TMNT Christmas special?
No, I have
There's
not.
a live action Christmas special, and they sing a song that goes, "Gotta get a gift, gotta get a gift, gotta get a gift for Splinter."
Oh,
and that's what that song from the end credits of that short is from.
That's fun.
I thought that was so awesome.
Yeah, and I liked the whole, like, as a aspiring filmmaker myself, I enjoyed the making fun of AI.
Yeah.
In that a lot.
Making fun of AI, and just, I love the thing they do with the villain where he goes into his backstory, which I'm not going to spoil, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, and I enjoyed Zach Woods, who you might know as Gabe from The Office.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Zane from Lego Ninjago movie.
That I did not
as
know.
As the villain who was a robot. So it's the second time he's played a robot. Anyway, but yeah, SpongeBob.
Okay.
SpongeBob, yeah.
So I want to start off by saying something. Is it wrong for me to say that this might be my second favorite SpongeBob movie?
I don't think that's crazy to say.
I had a fucking blast with this thing.
So it was
this
so fun.
blew me out, like, no pun intended, this blew me out of the goddamn water. Like, I had so much freaking fun with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was just so many like laugh out loud moments that I didn't really expect that, but there are a lot of great jokes, like the lucky brick.
Yes,
if you know, you know.
Yeah,
the
no,
lucky brick
they
joke.
play that in the trailer, and they love that joke because they use it a lot.
It's a great joke, and they do it throughout the film, and it's
so good.
Yeah, but I didn't really see the trailer, I should mention.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I didn't really know about a lot of the stuff that was going to happen in it.
Me and Scotty watched the trailer last week, and we were like, "What the hell is this movie gonna be?"
Yeah,
and watching it tonight, I just absolutely adore how unapologetically insane it is. Like it's a 90-minute cartoon through and through, but goddamn it does not care like what it does. It's just
it's a 90-minute episode of SpongeBob.
Basically, yeah, and it gets so insane that I'm not making this up. At one point, they break the movie.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to like a George Lopez of the like fish guy.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was George Lopez until the credits.
I saw some like ad last week about it.
Okay. As someone who admittedly is kind of scared of roller coasters,
you relate to SpongeBob.
That joke where it just showed the scariest roller coaster possible.
That's when I kind of knew I might kind of love this movie.
Yeah, I could just picture there being a meme of like, oh, roller coasters aren't that scary, and then it's the roller coaster :
No, you want to know what the scariest part of that roller coaster was? Who was at the front of the line? Ice Spice.
Ice Spice fish, yes.
Yeah, not only is Ice Spice the fish in this movie, but if you didn't know by now, she has a song like "Big Guy, Big Guy, Big Guy."
Yeah, that's about all there is to it. It's just saying SpongeBob, big guy, SpongeBob, big guy, and then a couple references to like, I think there was something like I blow up like Miss Puff. Or something like that.
Did you notice when they were like, when Mr. Krabs had to go to the keypad at that one part and it said Puff's Garage?
I did not notice
that. Was the one I caught because like it went so freaking fast, which that happens a lot in this movie. There are like so many jokes that you will not catch, or like so much crap is flying on screen that you might not catch everything.
Yeah.
And I just love that about this movie.
Yeah, it's very high energy, much like an episode of the show. So if you like the show, obviously you're probably gonna like this.
Or just if you just like cartoons, like I don't know why you wouldn't like this movie. Like even like I feel like even like diehard haters of SpongeBob will have that one joke that they'll laugh at.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know why they would be seeing this.
Yeah, well, unless they're a parent and their kid likes the show. Which I'm sure that's a lot of SpongeBob haters.
No, I'm pretty sure those parents are going to take their kids to David.
That is possible. Yeah.
Which, by the way, they're already like promoting a free. I haven't seen that movie yet, but they're already promoting a sing along in like next week.
Yeah. Yep, and they're calling it a cultural phenomenon, even though today is day one.
It just came out today, and
that's marketing for you. That's marketing.
Yeah.
So when they go to the high school.
Yeah. I know what you're going to say.
They go inside the gym at one point, and
they start running over all the kids.
Yeah, they run over all the kids, and then they end up going into the gym, and it's dodgeball.
Yes.
And the gym teacher.
Is that Squidward tentacles? You owe me laps.
And the funny thing I noticed, I recognized the voice actor.
Who was it?
That was Thomas Wilson, who played Biff in Back to the Future.
Oh my god!
He also is a SpongeBob regular, kind of, because he played
Flats.
Really? He played Flats, the guy who was going to kick SpongeBob's butt.
I love that.
Yeah, like the most famous movie bully of all time. Played the bully in SpongeBob, and then now he played the coach in the SpongeBob movie, which was really fun.
Yeah.
Although speaking of the gym in the locker room,
you caught something because I heard you laughing. I was like, I don't get.
So it wasn't as much of a laugh as it was because when they go into they have to go inside Davy Jones's locker, which is
located in a high school, which I love that.
But the second they go in, you see another fish close his locker, and the name on it is Stephen H.
Oh,
and the fish was designed to look like Steven Hillenburg.
Oh,
and that was really
I love that, but that
even if he is the only locker that had the last initial.
Well, wait a minute, he said his name was Phil.
Well, that was a different guy.
Oh,
there was
okay.
Another guy named Stephen H.
Okay,
which was really sweet.
Which, speaking of, this does kind of feel like the OG SpongeBob a little bit, like the humor, the pacing, and like just how unapologetically insane it is.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the first movie in particular.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is probably my second favorite SpongeBob movie.
Yeah, and one thing that a reservation that I had going into the movie was I knew Mark Hamill was voicing the Flying Dutchman.
Yes,
and I love whenever he does voice work or just acts in anything because he's great. But part of me was like, but he doesn't voice the Flying Dutchman in the show because that's Brian Doyle Murray, Bill Murray's brother,
who was in Terrifier 3, by the way.
I forgot about that. Yeah, but so part of me thought about that, but then I remembered the original SpongeBob movie. Neptune was a different actor, and he was very famously bald, my eyes.
Yes.
So SpongeBob also has never really. Yeah, she was there too.
Yeah.
But SpongeBob's never really done continuity like that, so it's not really something that bothers you.
Like in the movie, they act like this is the first time they've ever seen the Flying Dutchman, which, if you've seen the show, is not true.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman literally crashed at SpongeBob's place for like half a year.
Oh, I forgot about that episode.
Yeah, that's a great episode. But,
yeah.
The one thing I will say, obviously Mark Hamill was really fun as the Flying Dutchman. He was having a total blast. Although the one thing I couldn't help but notice,
I saw your note. I know what you're going to say.
Was how much he sounded like the Joker. He really sounded like the Joker, especially when he laughed.
Yes,
because that's the Joker.
Yeah,
and it's so much fun. I mean, if you're a fan of Mark Hamill's The Joker, you might like Mark Hamill's Flying Dutchman.
I loved Mark Hamill's Flying Dutchman.
Oh yeah.
Especially, we're not gonna get into spoilers here, but goddamn it, what they do at the fucking end had me dying.
Oh yeah.
It's like this movie just doesn't.
That Mark had a absolute blast on this movie.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This might be the most fun I've had. Like some of the most fun I've had at any movie this year. Maybe not the number one movie I've had the most fun at, but like one of them.
Yeah, it's not Minecraft. I know people were trying to make this the next Minecraft. It's not the next Minecraft.
After seeing it, I wish that happened because Because how fun would that have been?
It would have been fun, but I feel like Minecraft it's kind of like Barbenheimer, where it's kind of a once in a lifetime lightning in a bottle thing, and people are going to try and recapture it. They're going to try and make it a meme, but it's never going to quite be the same until Minecraft 2 comes out.
Oh yeah,
in a couple summers.
Now there were a few things that did get memed, and I could hear the kid behind me going like the underworld, or what was the other one? Oh, like, oh, my lucky brick.
Yeah, Lucky Brick is probably going to enter the Gen Alpha culture vernacular.
Oh yeah,
in the same way that like 25 has for us.
Yes,
you know,
24.
Yeah.
Is there anything you didn't like about this movie? Because I can't think of much, but like,
not every joke landed, but
no.
most of them did.
No, a lot of
that's what you want. You're not going to laugh at every single joke, because there, a lot of the jokes where it's like, okay, this is clearly technically a quote unquote kids movie.
Yes.
And so the kids find it funny, even if as a grown man I don't find it as funny, but then I laugh the next time they shit a brick.
Yes. And
so,
speaking of kids, adults watching this, it's like we were not the oldest ones in there, like without kids.
Yeah. No,
that's nice after. That's pretty nice after going to see Gabby's Dollhouse, being the oldest ones in there with no kids.
Besides the moms who were in there.
Yes. Probably judging us.
Yeah. But the thing with SpongeBob is just with how many millennials and Gen Z grew up on it. I mean, we all like it too. So it's not.
Yeah. I love how we're kind of in a generation that isn't as animation phobic. Well, like, you know how like our parents are all like, oh, that's a kid's movie, why are you watching that? But like K-pop Demon Hunters took over the freaking world.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, not even to mention like shows like The Simpsons or Family Guy or South Park.
Yeah.
Because those are not for kids at all.
No.
Especially not Family Guy or South Park. But, those, like, animation can be for adults. And the idea
like,
that,
even, like, ones that aren't, like rated G or something, like, that are targeted towards kids can still have stuff in it for adults.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so, very famously, I missed out on a lot of classic movies.
Oh, I know. I read your Letterboxd review of Roger Rabbit.
Yeah. But a few months ago, I saw Ratatouille for the first time. And
are you serious?
I know. But I loved it. I mean, I was blown away by Ratatouille.
What other Pixar movies haven't you seen?
The idea, Coco. But
oh my God.
The idea that animation is inherently childish, inherently for kids, isn't necessarily true. Because it seems like we either get, and I mentioned the adult cartoons, but like you either get something that's really hyper inappropriate for adults only, or something that's goo goo gaga for kids only.
Yeah.
And I like how we're getting movies like the Spider-Verse movies.
Yeah.
And like you said about K-pop Demon Hunters, like where it's popular with all ages, but it's not necessarily targeted towards one or the other.
No.
It's just a movie.
Now, there was one really messed up scene where they land on these plants or whatever, and they think it's their intestines, and they literally start swinging it around. And I know it's not their actual intestines, but like they think it is, so it's pretty messed up.
And SpongeBob is like, peekaboo, and like Patrick,
and they're like swinging it around like wee wee wee.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. That is the best way to describe this movie. Is interesting.
Yeah, in a good way. Good way.
No, I love this movie. Is it wrong to say I love this movie?
Not really. No.
No, I love how this year like comedies are kind of making a comeback, because Naked Gun was great. I know you haven't seen this one, but Lesbian Space Princess was really damn funny. And yeah, this is probably up there with these two. It's not like one of my favorite movies of the year, but like one of the best comedies of the year.
Yeah. No, there have been a lot of really fun movies, and I've heard great things about Good Fortune. I missed out on that one in theaters.
I did see that one. I will say it's not as funny as I thought it was going to be, but it's very likable.
Yeah, but it's good to see that, comedy movies are kind of back in the cultural zeitgeist, especially with Naked Gun. I was so happy to see a movie like that get made.
That is one of my favorite movies of the year, because God, it was just I loved it.
Yeah, I can't tell you whether I laughed more at SpongeBob or Naked Gun, and that's a good thing, because both of those movies are hilarious. Neither of them are as funny
in their own way.
Neither of them are as funny as War of the Worlds, of course. But
even War of the Worlds, man,
dude, that movie's so funny.
Yeah,
it's the funniest movie of the year.
Yeah,
not intentionally, but it's the funniest movie of the year.
Yeah, actually, I put that up there with the three I mentioned as like the best comedies of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, if that's what they were going for, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I will say that, the different animation style did take a little bit of getting used to.
It looked like a mix of, like, the live action bits from the second one and then, like, the animation from the third one.
Yeah, which, again, I never saw the third one, but I enjoyed the animation for what it was. And I kind of like that they did something a little bit more advanced for the big theatrical movie. I think that's pretty cool.
There's a few shots where I was all like, okay, that was nice to see in theaters, like on a big screen.
Mm-hmm. The more I think about it, maybe I do like this a little bit more than Sponge Out of Water.
I definitely
Which
do.
I enjoyed Sponge Out of Water, but
it's definitely funnier than that one.
The parts that were advertised in Sponge Out of Water was really like the third act.
Yeah.
Like the big climax of that movie.
Yeah, like even if you had the
spoilers for a movie that came out 10 years ago.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
I know.
I love how you just knew that and you were like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think of the full ramifications of that being 10 years ago, but 10 years later, here we are watching another SpongeBob movie.
In our 20s.
Yep, in our 20s. And yeah, I think this one had some slightly better jokes overall.
I think I laughed more at this than I ever did in Sponge Out of Water, even as a kid.
Yeah.
I guess I will say one slight negative I have, but it's a small one, is the story is a little weak. Like,
yeah,
the whole idea, like, the plot of the movie is basically that SpongeBob wants to be a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
And, like,
SpongeBob big guy, as Ice Spice said.
Yeah,
SpongeBob big guy.
Big guy. And he's, like, trying to prove himself, and he, like, wants to be a swashbuckler, is what he said.
Yeah, swashbuckler.
Yeah, they never actually used the term pirate. I just realized that.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't know why that is.
But yeah, the plot's a little weak, but like what really saves the movie is the humor and the crazy animation.
It's not a story that's super new to SpongeBob.
No.
Because, I mean, the first SpongeBob movie with, like, Now That We're Men was, like, a big song in that movie, and so SpongeBob trying to be, like, tough and manly and whatnot, but then accepting himself is it's reminiscent of the first one, and especially the bubble blowing baby. There was, of course, bubble blowing double
all
baby.
bubble blowing babies must be beaten senseless by every bleeding member in the bar.
And things like that. And then, of course, there's the whole bubble thing with the Atlantis SquarePants special episode.
Or like,
so it's not the most unique SpongeBob story, but it's still a good SpongeBob story.
And this kind of has to do with him wanting to be a big guy. There was an episode I remember where, like, Mr. Krabs was like, I'm gonna have to let the little guy go, and like since he's like shorter than Squidward, he thinks he's gonna be fired.
But yeah, SpongeBob was really this movie was a really fun time. The whole show is a really fun time.
Yeah, it really shocked the shit out of me. I had a blast with this, and I would go watch it again.
Yeah.
So, what grade would you give this?
It's hard to say. Because, I have to think about that. In terms of like grade, I'm gonna say like 3.5 stars, letterboxed with a heart.
Okay,
I'm gonna say that.
I'm gonna give it probably a B+. That's probably the highest I'll go. But again, I had a lot of fun with this, and if you're a SpongeBob fan, you got to go see this one in theaters because, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I think I enjoyed this more than I'm probably going to enjoy Avatar, which I have not seen yet, by the way.
Yeah, similar to Gabby's Dollhouse.
Yeah.
Rather than seeing the big, probably going to be Oscar-nominated movie like One Battle After Another, Avatar: Fire and Ash, we went and saw the kids movie, quote unquote, which might
turn out better than Avatar as far as what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really keep up with Avatar like that.
I don't either, but I don't know if I told you this earlier, but SpongeBob has an 81 on Rotten Tomatoes, while Avatar has like a high 60 something or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So once again, Avatar is getting its ass kicked by the animated movie, because when the last one came out, Puss in Boots: Last Wish came out.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that movie's so good.
Yeah, it's still one of the best of the decade.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anything else you want to say?
I think that's about it.
You want to plug in your letterbox?
Yeah, Bryan Ford on Letterboxd.
There you go.
You can follow me.
Okay,
and see the stupid reviews I post.
Yeah. And you can do the same with me. You can follow me on Instagram, TikTok, and Letterboxd at Trev's Movies. Thanks so much for watching. And that was our review of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. And again, this was a really nice surprise.
Yeah.
Like I'm just smiling ear to ear thinking about it.
You know, I'm realizing something.
What?
They weren't actually looking for SquarePants.
No, they were. Well, not SquarePants in particular, but they were looking for SpongeBob.
I mean, well, yeah. SpongeBob wasn't, but I guess if Mr. Krabs and Gary and Squidward, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. Later.